Hello.
Good morning. How are you today?
Hello. I am
Good
well. I am
morning.
well. Sneezing a little bit, but getting through that.
How are you today? Oh no, the
I am well.
torture
I am well. Sneezing a little bit,
allergies.
but getting through that.
Oh no, the tortured. Man, all of my emails were
allergies.
loaded. I had them all picked out, and then I refreshed, and now I have like a few. Like, why?
And
Just
all of my
why?
emotes were loaded. I had them all picked out, and then I refreshed, and now I have like a few. Like, why? Just why?
Oh! Someone take the CBD X account away from me. I almost made a very cheeky underhanded comment at someone, but someone take the CBD um
Never.
X account away from me.
It was
I
someone
almost made a
replying to me.
very
Of course,
cheeky
it was an alt
underhanded
account, like
comment
a
at
fucking
someone,
bot.
but
Kind of during the
Never.
week
uh,
match. He had
it was
posted something
someone
about like
replying to
you
me.
know
Of course, it
he
was
is
an alt
coming into the
account,
platform.
like a
He
fucking
hasn't like
bot.
engaged in all
Kind
the
of
various conversations that we
during
have.
the
So
week
like he was like kind of saying
match,
like, what
he
if we
had
have
posted something about like,
a
you know,
Decentraland token
he
that's
is
like the
coming
usual
into the
platform
platform.
token
He hasn't like
and all that.
engaged
Like you know,
in
pretty much
all
saying
the
what we've
various
been
conversations
kind
that
of
we have. So
wanting.
like he was like kind of saying like, what
and
if we have a
I come
Decentraland
in, I
token
kind of
that's
like,
like, a
share
platform
my thoughts, and
token
then
and all that. Like,
some
pretty much
bot
say what
account
we've
comes
been
in. I'm
kind of
low key
wanting.
thinking this whole thing is a waste of
And
time, and man is gonna
I come
tank
in,
even
I kind of
more.
like,
LOL.
share my thoughts, and then someone,
How's
some bot
how's
account comes in. I'm low
gonna
key
be a
thinking
keyboard
this whole thing
warrior
is
and
a
say
waste of
that all
time,
our
and
opinions
man is
matter
gonna
even from a
tank
bot
even
account
more.
that's scared to share their
LOL.
opinion from their main account.
I was
So yeah, maybe
I,
We
I
love
was
it.
not do that on the
I
CBD
was gonna
account.
be a keyboard warrior and say that all our opinions
I
matter,
think at
even
this
from
point
a bot
anything
account that's
goes.
scared to share their opinion from
But yeah,
their main account.
probably
So yeah,
CBD
maybe I
should
should
remain
not
the
do
like
that on the CBD account.
neutral, objective third party.
I think at this point
But
anything
yeah,
goes.
we'll just fire you from it if
But
you
yeah,
move on.
probably CBD should remain
All
the
right, I
like
need to do some final
neutral,
setup here
objective
for
third party.
the OBS.
But yeah,
Got to
we'll
get
just
on
fire you from it
Decentraland.
if you're
And good
not.
morning to all our friends. Hello, Ozzy. Hello,
All
Jeremy.
right, I need to
Super
do some
Nina.
final
Nowhere.
setup
What up,
here
Blastrom?
for
Good to see you,
the
Cheddar.
OBS.
Alpha in the
Got to get
building.
on
What up, Lord
Decentraland.
Like?
And
And,
good morning to all our
myself.
friends.
What up,
Hello,
myself at the
Ozzy. Hello,
CBD account.
Jeremy. Super Nina. Nowhere. What up, Lastrum? Good to
And
see
yeah,
you,
I hope
Cheddar.
everybody's enjoyed
Alpha in the
the
building.
wardrobe
What up,
challenge.
Lord
I mean,
Like?
it's funny
And
because it's
oh,
super
myself. What
annoying,
up,
but it is
myself
kind
at
of
the
funny that
CBD account.
it forces. Like I'm wearing clothes I haven't
And
worn in a
yeah, I
long
hope
time. Like,
everybody's
all right,
enjoying
cool. We'll make this
the
work. And
wardrobe
L1s are
challenge. I
most
mean,
of the
it's
L1s are
funny.
there. I don't know if it's
It's
all the L1s,
super annoying, but it is kind of funny that
or if it's
it
just some
forces.
of
Like I'm
them.
wearing
But it's
clothes I
really
haven't
funny
worn in a
the
long time. Like,
like
all
the
right, cool. We'll make this
wearables
work.
and the
And the
emotes that you
L1s
do
are
get. It's like why
most of the
those? Like
L1s are there. I don't know if
I
it's
get
all the
L1, they're
L1s.
just different. But the
Um,
L2 that are left
or if
behind,
it's
like
just
why?
some of them.
Why
But it's
did
really
I?
funny
Why did you pick
like
this for
the
me to wear?
wearables
But
and the
it's a
emotes that you
patch. They
do
know
get. It's like
they're
why
gonna fix
those?
it
Like
ASAP. So
I get L1, they're just different. But
yeah.
the L2 that are left behind, like why?
Life's
Why did
one
you pick
big
this
bug
for me
bounty.
to wear? But it's a patch they know about and they're gonna fix it ASAP.
I
So
think I realized the screen is
yay.
backwards. Change that. Good luck. Have fun
Life's
today.
one
I'm
big
seeing you
bug
guys.
bounty.
It's a new one.
I think I realized
I
the
hope you like it.
screen is backwards. Let
There
me
we
change
go.
that.
I
Good luck.
finally
Have fun today.
am
I'm seeing
logging
you
back
guys.
in. Hey, I see Horace in
It's a new one.
Genesis Plaza. I haven't seen Horace in a
I hope
while.
you like it.
Where do you see him?
At
There we
Genesis
go. I
Plaza.
finally
Oh
am
wow.
logging back in. Hey, I see Horace at Genesis Plaza.
Yeah, he's like the only one here. Okay, never mind. People are spawning now.
Where do you see him?
At Genesis Plaza.
Oh wow, it's been a hot minute. That's cool.
So I was
he's
trying
like the only
to
one
put,
here. Okay, never mind.
just put the
People
scene
are
together, and I was
spawning
thinking
now.
about like the NFT frames and the way that I've usually done it. And I know Lastrom's in the crowd, and I asked the question CBD a while back, and he answered it. But it made me think like if you were
together,
a
and I
new
was thinking
user,
about like the
because I mean.
the
I kind of know
NFT
who to
frames
ask
and
to
the way that I've
figure this
usually
out.
done
Like I
it, and I
can
know
go bug
Lastrom's in
people.
the crowd, and
But let's say you're
I
a new
asked the
user and
question
you're
CBD
trying
a
to
while
figure
back,
out
and
how to
he
put
answered it.
NFT
But it
frames,
made me think like if you were a new
like the
user,
hosting frames in
'cause
your
I mean,
build. I
kind of know who to ask to figure
I
this
feel like
out.
that
Like
would
I
just
can
be
go bug
so
people. But let's say you're a
hard
new user and
to
you're trying
do.
to figure out how to put
Like,
NFT frames, like
I don't know. It just feels like
the
it needs to be
hosting
easier.
frames
Like a
in your build.
little tutorial, little like comment there.
I
Like
feel like that would just be
with a link
so
to tutorial
hard
to know how to
to
use
do.
those things.
Like
I don't know.
It just feels like it needs
It's like
to be
such a
easier.
big
Like a
deal to be
little
able to put
little
the
tutorial, little
scene,
like comment
at least
there, like
to me and my like
with a
limited
link to
building stuff. Maybe
tutorial
maybe not
to know
everybody.
how to use those things. I don't know. It's like such a big deal to be able to put those on your scene. At least to me and my like
Lastrom's got a
limited
thumbs
building
up.
stuff.
Because I haven't tried his
not
method. I'm gonna give it a shot. Oh, Horace is here. Awesome. Well, good luck with it, you guys. It's gonna drive us nuts. It already drives me nuts.
Lastrom's got a thumbs up. Because I haven't tried his method. I'm gonna give it a shot. Oh, Horace is here. Awesome.
All right, I'm
well, good luck
making it up.
You guys, it's gonna drive us
nuts.
No,
no, I fell.
It
No,
drives me nuts.
I fell.
You just gotta take it real slow.
All right. Can we get a teleporter?
No, I fell.
Please?
Nope.
I didn't come to the metaverse to climb stairs. Like, stairs are such a physical thing.
You just gotta take it real slow.
Do you know?
Can you get a
I never relied on teleporters because
I didn't come to the metaverse to climb stairs.
Like if I had do you remember
stairs
that time?
Are such a physical thing.
I had an elevator
Do
to
you
go
know
to the top of the build, but when there were a bunch of
all right, I'm just gonna hang out down here.
They would not work. Like if I had a, do you remember that time I had an elevator to go to the top of the build, but when there were a bunch of people on the scene,
all right, I'm just gonna hang out down here.
no, you have to get to the top. So there's a glass floor at the top. So go really slow. You'll see it. Just go slow and then find the rail. This is like a nod to the rail gang. Like, do you remember that? I mean, you remember like the aquarium rail gang? Just choose your rail. Once, like Neo. No, IDCL. Is it Alpha? Yeah, now Horace is getting it. So once you get to the top, just go slow. and then follow the rails. Okay, but like elevators used to never work. At least for me. Maybe there were other ways, like if you actually deployed through the builder tools, you put an elevator in. If there was like a few people in the scene, they would work very slowly. But then remember that one time we learned if we all just went to different realms and used the elevator and then came back, so like people would disappear, come back, and then they would make it work.
That's why I say teleporter.
Yeah, I don't know. Elevators, don't like them.
One click.
Have you ever deployed a teleporter?
No, I have
That's
never
why I
deployed a
say
teleporter. I leave that for the smart individuals such as you guys to do. I'm just a mouthpiece.
Have you ever deployed a teleporter?
Stuff like that. I just
sit
here and talk.
I leave that for the smart individuals such as you guys to do. I'm just a mouthpiece. I'm a show host and stuff like that. I just sit here and talk. Now you guys are the doers.
Okay, I don't think I see Horace in the Twitter space. Maybe he can hear us, but I gotta tell him hello, like in a lot of capital letters.
Yeah, and it's really good to see Alpha as well here in the space. We haven't seen Alpha in a little bit. Hope you're doing good, my friend.
I like his name.
Our
The
names
I.
can load. Oh my God,
maybe
we're
if
like.
our names are loaded.
Was it earlier this year?
But maybe we
or was it last year? where like our wearables were not working. I don't know if our names can load. Oh my god, we're like, was it earlier this year or was it last year where like our wearables were not working? How about both last year and this?
I believe it was January. It was like from January to like
how about both?
I'll pinpoint that specific frame of time. Yes, now I remember.
How about both last year and?
But I remember when the names didn't work and I was in New York for like 5 months or something. Like that's what happens when you troll a celebrity. You get stuck. It's like forever Bjork.
But I remember when the names.
Because remember that you would change your name and then it would like sometimes it would work, sometimes it wouldn't, and then you were just stuck with whatever shitty name you chose to be funny with for like 12 seconds. All of a sudden, that was your identity.
Remember that you
would
change your name, and then it would sometimes it would work, sometimes it wouldn't, and then you were just stuck with whatever shitty name you chose.
Yeah, Decentraland's pretty hardcore like that.
12 seconds.
And I see the room is still filling up. I see Russ just popped in. What up, and Noah? Mazza, good to see you. Good morning, Rustan. Good morning, Decentraland's pretty hardcore like that. Chronos. And I see the room is still filling up. I see Russ just popped in. What up, and Noah? Mazza, good to see you. Good morning, Rustan. Good morning, Swiss. Chronos. Did Chronos change their name? Chronos Lux. So yeah, as always, if anyone would like to come up and speak, talk Superman DCL in the building. Welcome to. Make sure to like and retweet the room. Tell your friends we are here on our. So yeah, as always, if anyone would like to come up and speak, talk about any topics, you're more than welcome to. Make sure to like and retweet the room. Tell your friends we are Alpha here saying, I thought he thought he was alone when he woke up in his backpack on our week 115.
Oh man, I mean that used to
And let's see, I just saw comments from. Oh, okay, it was Alpha saying I thought he thought he was alone when he woke up and his backpack was wiped.
No problem. It'll just be back later. No problem.
Oh man, I mean that used to scare me when everything was gone, but now it's just.
At least we got lucky with good stuff.
Someday I will get hacked.
I'm glad.
Everything will be gone. I'll be like, it's no problem.
There, but I had the perfect emote, like the balancing emote. Like I think. At least Dr. Duke made it, and it's just like hanging on the edge and almost falling. So that was perfect for this build. And then I refreshed.
There, but I had the perfect emote, like the balancing emote. Like I think Dr. Drip made it, and it's just like hanging on the edge and almost falling. So that was. Let's
perfect. See, I'm trying to think of what went on this past week. I mean, Make threw a banger last night. A lot of beasts popped in. Lots of fun over at Metal One Design headquarters. See, I'm trying to think of what went on this past week. I mean, Make threw a banger last night.
It was interesting.
A lot of beasts popped in. Lots of fun over at Metal One Design headquarters.
Because I was like, well, I haven't seen Stin in that outfit before, but I'll see what.
I saw that. Nice. Yeah, I like the fashion. It was interesting because I could see the pictures.
Yeah, that's actually one of the first things I said too. I'm like, hey, cool, the Beast Head is loading after like months of issues with that one. Yeah, that's actually one of the first things I said too. I'm like, hey, cool, the Beast Head is loading after like months of issues with that one. Now, like the issues. No, they have not. According to Make, he's trying to get a hold of the coder once he does. Yeah.
Yet, if they've gotten that.
But he's working on it. He's trying to get that figured out. Not. Yeah, like according to Make, Make is trying to get a hold of the coder say before, like he's just trying to, get it done. Basically, he's working on it. He's so that everyone get that figured out. The Beast community, can like come on Decentraland, Make is. I've heard him say before, like he's just trying to, get it done, basically. What up, so Kenji? That everyone in the Beast community could come on to an onboarding event. Rock their Beast past week. Good morning, SRJH. It was like Monday or Tuesday. Friend. Did anyone get to attend that? What up, Kenji? Oh yeah, Kenji had an onboarding event this past week, I believe. I think it was like Monday or Tuesday. Did anyone get to attend that?
Kenji.
I did not.
Yeah, Kenji is like my go-to
But I love
Japanese
seeing
friend.
Kenji's
Like I'll
done.
pop into a Twitter
You
space
rock
and it'll be
Kenji.
like all Japanese people speaking Japanese, and
Yeah,
I'm just
Kenji is like
chilling in the listeners, and
my
then go in the
go-to
comments, and I'm
Japanese
like, I'm just
friend.
gonna
Like I'll pop into
tag
a Twitter
Kenji
space
here,
and it'll
Kenji and
be like all
Enkos.
Japanese people
Maybe
speaking
they can come in
Japanese, and
and make friends. They're
I'm
probably
just like
sleeping.
chilling in the listeners, and then go in the comments, and I'm like, I'm just gonna tag Kenji or Kenji and Henkos. Maybe they can come in and make friends. They're probably sleeping.
Room or anything, because I don't understand what's being said, but I think I don't know. I love seeing them do that.
I mean,
Kenji's got the little
when I
machine.
When I come in, it's like I hope I'm not like
it's like a hockey puck, but then you just scan it,
I don't
and then you get
understand
the
what's being said, but I think
for meeting
I
Kenji,
love
which I
seeing
think
them
is
do that.
so crazy.
And Kenji's got the little hope
I'd love to see
machine.
more of that.
It's
Like
like
sometimes in my mind, I think like
it's like a hockey
maybe
puck, but then you
Decentraland
just
really
scan
was
it, and
all
then you
about
get
the
the
collapse.
for meeting Kenji, which I think is
Maybe
so
losing
crazy,
the collab
and I'd love to
is
see.
like
I don't know. I'd love to see more of that. Like
has
sometimes
led
in
to
my
our
mind, I think
downfall and
like
demise.
maybe Decentraland really was all about
What do
the
you think,
collapse.
Hot Thought?
When POAP rugged
Maybe
themselves.
losing the POAP hunters is like
That was the beginning of the end. Is
has
that
led
what
to
you're
our
saying?
downfall and demise.
I mean, I don't know.
What do you
but
think,
I just
Hot
remember
Thought?
like fighting all the
When
everybody to get to that
POAP
little
rugged
button at the POAP
themselves.
machine, and then
That was the beginning of the end. Is that what
Why
you're saying?
am I doing this? I don't even care.
I mean, I don't know, but I just remember
It's like I see a line and I get in it.
fighting
I'm like, what is it?
everybody to
What
get to that
are we
little
doing?
button at the
But
POAP
Sony's
machine,
POAPs, those
then
are the
having
ones I was
some
always like, no, I want
moments of
the
reflection.
Sony
Why am I
POAPs.
doing
The rest
this?
of them
I don't even care. But it's like
do without.
it's like I
But
see
it
a
would be
line
cool to
and I
have
get
some
in it. I'm
early
like, what is it?
PCL,
What are we getting?
like
But
Sugar
Sony's
Club POAPs, like
those are the ones I was always like, no,
the
I
early days.
want the
That'd
Sony
be pretty dope.
The rest of them, I don't know.
Yep.
Like,
I wonder if POAP has done anything
cool
with their technology,
PCL,
like recently.
Sugar
I don't
Club
know if they've
POAPs,
like developed,
Also,
made it cooler.
Early
One
days.
Existence
That'd be pretty
and
dope.
Old Guy had a.
Yeah. I wonder if POAP has done anything with their
Had a what?
with their technology
I think
like
it cut off for me.
recently. I don't know if they've like
Also,
developed made it
One
cooler.
Existence and Old Guy had a.
Had a
Sin,
what?
I don't know about everybody else.
I think it cut off for me.
You're cutting out for me. You're robotic.
Oh, okay. That's odd. Let's see. Maybe phone or Wi-Fi will help me.
Sin, I don't know about everybody else, but you're.
Oh no, are you there?
Cutting out for
I'm
me.
here.
You're robotic for me.
Now you're better.
Okay. That's odd. Let's see. Maybe phone or Wi-Fi will help me.
I was saying that I wonder if
there?
POAP has
I'm here.
developed anything
better.
on their end, like because like I
sorry,
doubt
you cut out. What were you saying?
unless their vision was just is so shallow that
I was saying that
they were gonna
I
make
wonder if
these
POAP
things
has
that you can
developed
collect
anything
them
on their end, like
and
because
have
like
them as
I doubt
memorabilia or
unless their
whatever.
vision was
Like I
just
wonder if they've
so
developed more on
shallow
it.
that
Last time I
they were
heard
gonna
someone
make
that was like
these
really big
things
into
that you can
POAP. They
collect
were
them,
like trying to use them as
and
like raffle
have them as
tickets and stuff like that.
memorabilia or whatever. Like I wonder if they've developed more on it. Last time I heard someone that was like really big into POAP, they were like trying to use them as like raffle tickets
If you have
and
my
stuff
POAP
like
from
that.
2020, like November 2021, Zoo,
I think they'd be awesome.
you get, you know, some kind of VIP something.
Have your
in like 2025. Like that would be such a cool way.
If you have my POAP from 2020, like November 2021,
like I can't wait until the first musicians do that. And
you get, you know,
I don't know,
kind of VIP something.
Somebody's like, Drake's like,
that
hey,
would be such a cool
you were at my
to,
concert in like
reward
I don't
people.
know,
Like I can't wait until the first musicians
so
do that.
I'm gonna reward you with VIP. Anybody that's got this in their wallet.
Somebody's like, Drake's like, hey, you were at my concert in like, I don't know.
Holy crap! VIP tickets to the Super Bowl. You're giving them like
VIP. Anybody that's got
you're giving them like tens of thousands of value there.
You know,
wow.
Shit like that.
Sin, I don't know if you're there, but I don't. Are you rugging?
Holy crap! VIP tickets to the Super Bowl. You're giving them like. You're giving them like tens of thousands of value there.
I don't know
wow.
if you're there, but
which I couldn't either at first.
Are you regging? Is Elon regging us?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm not sure because I'm like.
Simple asked if he.
I'm under full Wi-Fi, like full bars
couldn't hear
of
you,
Wi-Fi.
which I couldn't either at first.
I don't think I've ever had that happen before.
I don't. Yeah, I'm not sure because I'm like,
but that was kind of.
It's kind of better.
I'm under full full bars.
Canessa was rugging, and then she comes back and starts thinking.
I don't think I've ever had that happen. That exact thing happened before, but that was kind of hilarious. Because at first, Canessa was rugging, and then she comes back and starts thinking Sinful's rugging.
Horace says that they can hear me and Canessa, but it seems like they can't hear each other at times.
Yeah. We need a referee or
Canessa,
moderator for the moderators.
Fix your internet.
Horace says that they can hear me and Canessa, but it seems like they can't hear each other at times. Yeah, Canessa.
I don't even know
your
what
internet.
he said, but I didn't hear him say anything.
So you still can't hear him? Can you hear me, Canessa? Because if you just spoke, I couldn't hear you.
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay, that time I heard you. These conversations like this have become regular in spaces. It's funny. So, sorry.
Well, it was funny because even the Decentraland town hall meeting, it was all messed up. Like Kim couldn't talk. So it's like, it doesn't matter if it's on Twitter, Discord, DCL Cast, InWorld, like there's not really a good platform for a bunch of people to come together and hear each other, it seems.
Okay, I'm back.
I hear you, but I could just pretend I don't hear you and just keep rugging. But I wouldn't do that. So, One Exist, you had a space this week with Old Guy. That was awesome. I loved hearing your perspective. You guys had, I don't know, it was pretty interesting. I liked the conversation and everything, what you guys are up to.
Thank you. Well, we were privileged to have somebody knowledgeable come up and speak too. We were hoping to hear some more perspectives, but everything went great. We had a decent turnout. We appreciated everyone that did come through. Absolutely 100%. If you guys enjoyed it, we're going to try it every Wednesday for a while. So we'll have an episode 2 next Wednesday evening, 8 p.m. Eastern. So, which I can always throw something in the little bubble or up above if people like. My goal is, what I really want is to get, I'm trying to get some of these platforms that you don't see out here in the spaces or hear from very often. Because I really, and I've been in their Discords, and I got some at least responding to me a little bit here and there. So they may not have shown up then, but I'm hoping down the line they might. And we also plan on having little segments in there with a special guest and maybe spotlighting a specific location within one of those platforms. So,
like, what is your focus? Are you going to try to like narrow it to a specific kind of like, specific topics, or are you just gonna let it, kind of flow and evolve into whatever it evolves into?
Well, right now it's kind of just have a main topic to speak about, which last week it was kind of what is the metaverse to you, and also throwing in there, how do you tell others that you're in the metaverse without using the word. And I'm trying to do that too, is keep that word as much out of it as I can and see if that helps attract more people to come in and wonder what's going on. I don't know if it will, but I'm trying to keep that at least out of the title, and anything in the space description. I mean, most people probably connect the dot virtual destinations, but at least it's not that. But yeah, like I said, it'll become more uniform. For the first few weeks, we're looking for some audience feedback and on topics, talking in general about everything, and then I'll get when I start to have guests and stuff. As I told Old Guy, I'll have a more an agenda, so to speak, to follow. I got an unofficial sponsor. I asked Crypto Lids if I could use them as my unofficial sponsor. So, and they were actually excited about it, which was cool.
That is awesome. I feel like it's a sign, it's we're back. The bull run is here. The bear market is over because the spaces are starting up. I love that. You know, it's good to have multiple perspectives. So if people don't like, what we talk about in our space, they can go to a different space. I remember the days. Remember No Pants Friday? I know you and I were talking about it. One exists, like No Pants Friday. Beavers had a space. Meta Truckers had a space. Who else? There were spaces popping up all over the place. So I'm glad to see that as well.
The unexpected surprise, fancy pop up late night spaces was always a good time.
Swiss, welcome. I see your hands up. How are you this morning?
Hey guys, good afternoon. Quick question for those guys who are experienced with spaces. If you want to try to start one, what is a good way to do it? Because I'm just afraid that nobody's gonna tune in and I'm gonna be sitting there on my own. What's a good strategy to get this started? Like, are you guys securing at least one other person so you have someone to bounce stuff off, or any tips on this front?
At least for us, nope.
That's
According to mine and Kaneta's experiences, there were, I mean, with CBD, we got lucky and, like, people came. But, I mean, I've opened up spaces many times where I'm the only one sitting in it for like an hour or so, or me and someone else. So, I mean, okay, I guess some tips, like, definitely how One Exists does. Like, I think he does very well with kind of setting up an event. Like, I'm going to use the example of his yearly space, his big metaverse space that he hosts every year. He will like months before, he will start, like, just joining these conversations, joining other spaces and conversations, and then just like start like lightly mentioning the event. And then as it gets closer, he tries to get those around him involved. Those around him being like the people that are listening in the space that he's contributing to. So like basically like right now, you're trying to start a space and you joined this space as an example. Like right now you're contributing to this space, people are hearing you, and as your space gets closer or whatever, like you get closer to setting it up, people at least here that have listened to you speak will know that you'll have one.
And I think it's also just, like Sin and I decided we would do this, 2 years ago. And we were like, well, if nobody comes, we'll just talk to each other for an hour. And, like that was our expectation, like nobody coming. But you can also see how, like, if one of us rugs, there's not much we can do. Like, to help the other one, like a third person up here that can say, hey, do you guys not realize that Sin's talking? And because there's a lot of the mechanics, the technical part about the speakers, like the microphone that you see, sometimes it looks like it's like not talking and they're talking. So just there's I don't know, it's definitely easier with at least two speakers and then somebody else that can come up and kind of tell you what's going on. Otherwise, big row.
It's so funny you asked that because, well, Sinful, you saw it last night too. By the way, thanks for stopping in. But even so, I had an idea. I just wanted to try a space last night, and I had a co-host in line who, unfortunately, they had some things they had to deal with the family. Ran late, wasn't able to make it eventually. But Sinful stopped in, and so did one other person I know. I just played music to see if more would come in. But yeah, it's a good idea to have a co-host, so you have another person to help put it out there, in my opinion. If you're hoping for a lot of people, a second co-host, so you can have a fuller panel of speakers, is good to have, which for my yearly one, like Sinful was saying, I have to have two. Last year I was blown away. It was my first space that I ever had like 400 people throughout the whole. I think it ran 4.5 hours, but that's a good idea. And to be in some Twitter group DMs, which I have actually left a bunch of them because, well, obviously they weren't interested in anything I was doing because I wasn't getting support or any people showing up for any of it. So I figured if that's the case, there's no point in me being there. Plus, I was losing interest in some of them, and a lot of them just turned into self shills and Twitter space posts. Uh, I prefer them to try to stay at least on topic as far as that goes. If there's a Twitter space out there that is about the topic of the group chat, but it's good to be in those. So you have one place or several of three places where you can go and you reach a whole bunch of people that are within that. So hopefully that helps.
Guys, a follow-up question. Like, if you are a space host and people are going off topic or are shilling or like doing things that you didn't foresee, how lenient are you? Like, are you okay to be a total dictator and kind of stick to your talking points and kind of moderate people through a selection of talking points, or do you let it go and see where it takes you? What's a good approach here?
Um, uh, should I go first, Vanessa, and then pass it over to you?
Good.
Okay. I mean, my personal style, as you've seen many times in this space, it's just I just let it go. It even comes to times where like I just let the room self-govern itself. But like it really depends on what you want your space to be. Like and anyone that comes in should respect that, at least. Like if you have like a long set of questions, like of specific questions within a topic that you really want to get to, I mean, like, you put in the time to put these questions together, and you know that these questions are like important. So I mean, it all depends on yeah, you, like, how you feel your space should be conducted.
Man, Sinful, I don't trust myself on this point because, I mean, I think we know we have quite a particular community and sometimes a little bit sensible to quote unquote things like censorship and stuff like this. People can quickly kind of get out of control on these topics. So I don't know. I'm asking, like, you guys are in touch with the community. You know how people feel. If somebody comes in, makes a space with, let's say, 5, 6 interesting topics and kind of tries to stick to those, is that something that would find an audience?
I like I said, I mean, it depends on like how your space you want your space to be structured, because at the end of the day, this is all content that you could like take and put into other different forms as well. But like and to kind of get you an answer, like you just mentioned, like you don't know if you trust yourself with that one by yourself. Maybe like as one existence said, like find a co-host that you can work with, and then like that way your opinion and their opinion can kind of come together.
And if I can add, oh, sorry, are you ready? Go ahead, Canessa.
No, go ahead. One exists.
Okay, I was going to say X Space is not decentralized. You can censor till your heart's content. It's your space, especially if in like my yearly one where I have special guests on my panel. Um, you got to respect their time as well. Um, for something like that, I put a full agenda together with what our topics are, who my guests are, a little bit about them, and everything like that. I mean, I go all I guess professional. I guess I try to anyway on something like that. So there's definitely that to keep in mind, and you don't want the space to go out of control. There are, and some people prefer the spaces to be that way. You know, if you want to keep it in an hour, I do also suggest that at the beginning you state that you have a few. This is what the space is about. We're doing it for an hour, maybe a little longer, because they do typically tend to run a little bit longer, especially if they're good topics and people got stuff to say about them. So, but yeah, it's ultimately up to you. It's your space. You determine how it should go, and just kind of give people in the space an idea of how you want it to flow.
And of course, like one last thing before I pass it to Ganessa, like when starting the space, one of the something that I've noticed that groups do a lot is like when they will invite a panel of guests, just thought leaders and influential people, and yeah, whoever they can, coders, whatever it may be. Just talk to them and get to know their communities. Their communities will eventually come listen to your space. Of course, I can't tell you like I've had massive growth through that any of that. But my rule is, or not my rule, but like my saying is, if I could at least meet one new person from a community, or one new person on Decentraland or whatever, like that is enough for me. And Canessa, take it away. If if we haven't touched on all the topics you were gonna hit or all the points.
Well, I'll chime in real quick too.
All right. Looks like Canessa might be rugging something. She says she couldn't hear one exist. She probably can't hear me.
I will drop and come back then real quick.
Well, yeah. I'm not sure even how to fix this one at this point.
I was going to add in also, if you have special guests, it's sometimes they will bring up their special. They'll have their guests up there to do the talking, and then up, open the floor. So you can have an open chat and let anything go. Those are fine too. But if you want something structured, there's no reason you can't, and you start with the people you want to speak, and then open it up and let others come up, and then that's where you might run off
One
topic.
existence, much appreciated for the tip. Maybe one question to you, both of you, just a final follow-up question. Do you guys see any stats? How many people listen to this stuff after it's been recorded? Is there a significant number of people listening to it non-live, or is it really the live session that counts?
At least for these spaces, like a lot of the times I've noticed like another like let's say we get in the live session 100 listeners. Usually by like 24 or 48 hours later it will be like 200 listeners or something like that. That is like that happens more often than not, but like there are times that like more listeners come after or even less. So like not really sure how to gauge that one, because like it could also be that like someone may be botting your thing that week or whatever, and you're getting all these views, but they're like just empty.
I see, but there is it's a good idea to. I mean, even if at first not too many people come, there is still a chance that you provide some value later on. It's not totally just reliant on life. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, guys.
It's also, I think it's kind of funny. How many times I hear people, "Oh, I'll listen to it later." That is something I've always wondered: do they actually go and listen to it? But if it's a topic that they really are interested in, I'm sure they do.
Mm-hmm. There we go. There's one exists. one exists. Also has the new name on Decentraland, Chronos Lux. I wonder. I'm thinking what Ooh, I see. Like Chronos also luxury. Is it like a brand? Also has the new name on Decentraland, Chronos Lux. I wonder. I'm thinking what what prompted the name change. Chronos Luxury. Is it like a brand that they're trying to build, or they just like how it looks?
Ooh, I like that. I haven't seen Kronos for a while, so I'm glad to see them back.
Oh, yes. Me. Okay, I think I got the chat up. Everything's good.
Oh, and Alpha's looking for this emote. What is this emote? The Space Invaders? No, they wouldn't take it right from that. That's too
the pew pews. The pew pews.
Yeah. What is it? Pew pew.
I don't know what it's called.
Pixels Invaders. Pixels Invaders.
Pixels Invaders. Such a cool emote. For I think for Game Jam this year, like finally the foundations kind of like idea of it is kind of set to like what I had envisioned maybe 2 years ago. Because you know, by deploying the some games onto like a huge massive festival grounds, as well as like having little huts where you could play other games as well, like that is exactly what me and Shawnee were like nerding out about, like, yeah. What, for a long time. So I'm happy they're doing it. I'm sure there have been some community members that have like shared the thought with them, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea. We should do that." Crap, what was I gonna? Oh yeah, also with the emotes, they also did a very very good job with the emotes. Kind of, I don't know, they gave us something that we could use beyond just the event.
Issa is amazing. Like anybody that's made emote 2.0 that like understands what you've got to do with the rigging, the bone, the name conventions, like, oh my gosh, even just the little animation on the screen of the computer, like I told Issa, I was like, I have to see your bones for this. Like I can't even imagine what it looks like behind the scenes. And so Issa is amazing, definitely. And yeah, I'm in love with the emotes. Oh yeah, and I like, not to get off topic because I know we were talking about spaces earlier, but Rustan had a good point about the game jam, how like it actually was more interactive in some ways than GDC, where you could walk around and like talk to booths about their products. But this one you could actually like get in there and play it. It was really cool. Like I could see that being the future of Web3 games, is that there's a big expo, everybody's got their little like, you know, simulator like teaser game in Decentraland, and then it branches off into big games elsewhere. It would be like a Yellow Pages for game design.
Yep, I agree. And to me, like the claw, like having you know, when you were using the claw machine and you could like walk around the pad to like to move the claw, like that is that was that was when I first started seeing it. like yeah, this could be like we can make the Decentraland festivals a very interactive experience. Um, just a matter of time. Needs to be built, of course. Um, okay, so Kanessa, from our previous space before we rugged, I believe we were, it was your turn, and Swiss's question was like pertaining around like how do you what is the best way to handle a space? How should you handle a space? Should you be strict, or like what are your thoughts on that? And I think maybe other stuff. If Swiss, if you're still there and would like to come back up, you're more than welcome to.
I mean, I think everybody, you know, like I think the best thing you can do is just start listening to other people's spaces. There's some spaces that are huge that have been here a long time, and you can listen to, the moderators decide if that's your style or not. I think that you're going to get out of it what you put in. And if you want to have hard cap rules of it's going to be an hour, we're going to talk about this topic, then that's the culture that you're cultivating. Like that is, then you can be in charge of deviating from that, and you will probably get really good information based on that subject. I think that one thing that Sin and I have never done is we haven't put parameters on this. And there's been people that have not liked that. They're like, oh, you guys talk too long. Like, no, people have busy lives. Some people can't, tune in early in the morning on a Saturday. Some people can only tune in later. Like, I like the idea that people can just come and go, and they're so, like when I've been on vacation and I can't log in, I've listened, and then I'll be like, 2:00 in the afternoon, I see that like you guys are still talking. It's like, dang, okay, like you're still going. But I really think that you're going to build the culture of it. Like nobody can tell you. You're going to decide what you want. I think if a person goes for that hard cap, like you said the word dictator, Swiss, like if you're going to go for that hard cap rule, then you're going to get the hard cap vibe. I would say one thing that our space has done, like we have been, there have been people up here being emotional, sharing stories of their lives that that are not easy to share with other people. And I think that, you wouldn't do that in a space that's got hard cap rules. So, that's the vibe that we've decided we're going to go with. If people want, cutting edge, hard, informational, just keep it factual, facts not feelings, that's cool. And I think as far as moderating, usually everybody's able to do that, and yeah, we do have to meet the rooms, and I got to go back into teacher mode, but I think most of the time, like, a true community is going to have those kind of issues. We're not perfect, and there's going to be people that get passionate about what they're talking about. And I don't know, like, I think so far, yeah, we've been able to, that is that's what your family's like. That's what your friends are like. Like life is messy. So as far as enforcing, hard rules, I just want, like, you got to decide that for yourself. If that's the kind of like space that you want to like manifest and cultivate. But I feel like to truly get into some of the issues that we've gotten into and like deeper, I don't know, like concepts, usually it's not until like hour 3 or 4 that the good shit comes out. So if you cap it at 1 hour and everybody goes about their day, which is good. I'm not saying everybody should hang out on spaces all day. It's probably not that good for our health to be like insulin, like blood sugar low at 2:00 in the afternoon. But yeah, I'd say like listen to other people's spaces and find out what your values are that you want to see grow.
Swiss, just an example. The space you jumped into, I was in on Sunday.
And then just be prepared for getting a lot of input in the DMs of how your space should go, because that'll happen too, no matter what you choose.
Yep. Vanessa, could you hear One Exist by any chance?
No, he's a listener.
Okay.
He's not even a speaker to me.
Okay. I wonder if it's you that needs to back out and come back in, or One Exist.
I will. Sorry, One Exist.
Yeah, and then sometimes that happens when you have people accidentally talking over the other, so like you have to come in and be like, "Hey, can you hear this person by any chance?"
Well, now I don't know if I should wait till she comes back or not.
It'll be a couple, or it'll be in a minute here.
I was gonna. I was saying, Swiss, the space that you popped in that I was in on Sunday, that's just they have a weekly one. They're no holds barred. They let people come up. They're just having some fun playing in their metaverse world. So that's pretty lax one. They do try to keep it to a certain time frame as well. But then a question for you: Do you know what you want to look for, and what your co-host should look for before bringing someone up to be part of your speaker panel?
Look, I've had some experience creating interview videos in World, specifically on Hyperfy for a while, and it's always very difficult to. People see the world in very different shapes and forms, and what people consider to be a quality conversation is so diverse. I mean, I have no understanding these days what's right, what's wrong, what works, and I think also since the community has shrank a little bit over this bear market, the variety of people has maybe shrunk a little bit too. So I'm not sure there is enough people here in this with us who would be ticking the way I tick. So this is the reason why I'm asking, like, how you guys see it right now. What is the community right now? What do they want? What do they like? I know what content is interesting. I just don't necessarily fully understand how to handle the people. So,
what I'm getting at is, and this again, it's completely up to you how you run your space. I will be a little leery about it, but sometimes I will bring one of these types of people up. You do want to check out a person's profile if you're not familiar with them, because a good percentage of the time, if they have only in the hundreds of followers following, they're probably up to no good when they come up. That is not always the case, but if you bring somebody up like that, there is a possibility they're going to post something in your up above that is inappropriate, or they're going to talk smack. So that is something you kind of want to vet your people that come up. That's sad to say, but it does happen.
I mean, even a message like as a host, if you see a request and you're not sure about it, you could always like shoot them a message and see if they reply and how they reply. You never know.
Or even say there, I see you requesting to come up so and so. Can you throw some emojis or something? So you know they're real, I guess. That doesn't always work as either, but letting them know you see that they're wanting to come up and speak sometimes too.
And you'll get a lot of people that I mean, I think you can kind of tell after a while. I know Sin and I will be behind the scenes like, nope, this one sus, not letting them up. And then we got one once that totally checked out, came up, was excited about the metaverse, excited about poker, and then proceeded to like read us like some self-written poker porn. And so even though you might think you vetted someone, there's just going to be some weird, they're just going to get around, everything. I think one of the few spaces that I did, I think it was Sin, you might have been in a hurricane, and I was up here by myself, and then everybody starts DMing me that like somebody I let up in the let up here was posting all sorts of really interesting porn pictures up above, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like the one time, and that's another good reason to have more than one person up here, because if you're really putting your energy into the conversation, you're not necessarily looking at what people are posting or what people are saying. So sometimes it helps to have that friend say, did you know that the person you let up is posting porn up there? And then you can be like, sorry guys, I'm gonna get fired. But I think also, Swiss, you were talking about like content, and I think like, I mean, I guess everybody's got to decide for themselves. Like if you're deciding content that makes a good Twitter space, that's a lot different than deciding content that will improve Decentraland. Like it's two totally different spectrum. So I mean, even if we're sitting up here with 5 people, but we're talking about topics that are useful and relevant to Decentraland, that's a successful space. Now, are we a mega space with 400 listeners? No. But that's not what that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for content and topics that are important to the 38 users of Decentraland.
Something I learned last night too in a space, I never thought about this. If somebody has something they do want to share in your space though as well, usually I'll post it up above. But if you do that, it will basically disappear after the space is gone. So this host requested that when you did put something up at the top, you also put it in the chat bubble, because then people can find it again if they go looking for the space. So I found that very interesting and something I had never thought about before.
That's a good one.
Hey guys, thank you.
Go ahead, Swiss.
My apology, Canessa. Maybe one last fun fact. I don't know if you guys experienced this before, but since we've discussed this last time about starting a space and what it would take, and now we kind of continued on that path, I joined a couple of spaces to get a feeling on, what's a good space like. And I found this amazing Californian space where people would be speaking about esoteric things and stuff, how they connect with the one force, and the whole subject matter. And I kind of enjoy that stuff, but I spent about 2 hours in the space. I did not understand a single word that people said, and I was just perplexed how dangerous it is to think that how people function, how the world works. There are groups of people out there who speak a different language in English, and you just don't understand anything. And I don't consider myself a totally closed person. I don't know if you have ever experienced something like this, or maybe this was some kind of AI space. I have no idea. But when you have 40 people coming up and speaking about a topic, and they all agree and they all enjoy, and I don't understand a single sentence, it was just a weird thing. So yeah, I just wanted to share this. I have no idea why I went down there.
Like, are you talking about like they are speaking the language you understand? Like, let's say like English, and then they'll like come up and be like, "Oh yes, your product is so great," and like they don't give any specifics on anything of like what the space is about. They're just like up there to fucking kiss someone's ass or make the space look better than it really is, or whatever it may be. Like, I have come across like listen to some spaces that have those weird ones, but at the same time, I mean, I wonder if they could even be like just like in a way like a farm, not necessarily a bot farm, but like just someone with a community that pays out to someone that they met in Nigeria from spaces or something, and they're like, "Hey, I'll give you $50 if you and 3 more of your homies come into my space and start." I don't know.
Friend, it was American English. All of the profiles seemed legit. Hundreds of people in there, and maybe 40 speakers, and they would come up and they would say things like, if I absorb the energy of the surroundings around us, I feel like the sun can contribute to your consciousness. If you're aware of how life goes, it's amazing. And they would just go in the most sophisticated English sentence structure, but the sentences wouldn't make sense. And I think maybe there is some kind of AI system out there to mess around with us already. I don't know. I have never experienced anything like this, but maybe that's a little bit off topic. God knows.
That sounds like a room full of people with schizophrenia. And I say this because of a friend of mine who has it. And he would speak English. He would say words, but those words, the way he says it, make absolute no sense to you whatsoever. Or, more likely, it's probably not that, but more likely could be just they've been around each other and they know what the space is about and they know what to talk about. It could be they've had a pre-conversation in a Discord before, and maybe it's a strategy to keep other people from messing with their space. I don't know.
One exists. That's a really good like kind of perspective, or aha, is that, you know what, we talk differently to ourselves, like to each other, probably because we've been talking for 2 years, over 2 years, just 2 years on, well, yeah, over 2 years on this space. Like, we're definitely going to talk different than if you walk into one of those, you know, mega spaces where it's crypto, NFT, bro bra blah blah, you know, like they're going to talk totally different than us, that we understand like what 38, the number 38 means, you know, green walls, rave mode. Like we may not be perfect, but we are a community who probably talk much different to each other, because we understand, like, sometimes there's people that get on stage and they might need a little bit more time to like get their thoughts out, and that's okay. There's some people who might come up and they're short and concise and they just want to talk about, you know, their topic and head out, and that's okay. Like, so I'm sure to somebody that hasn't been around, they come in and they're like, oh, you guys, you know, well, I don't know, it might sound like some kind of dysfunctional family gathering or something like that.
Or it's like the goblin community and they're just talking gobbledygook and you have no idea what they're saying. That was one of the most freakiest spaces I've ever gone into in my life.
I think I've heard of those spaces before. Like, I've listened to two like goblins speak to each other, like in English about like a previous space. That they were like, oh yeah, how about that last space we hosted? All I was doing is like making noises and shit like that.
That's real.
Yeah, I guess. Now that one exists is confirming that, like, because I've only heard from two goblins saying that this space exists, so it could still be a fairy tale. But if someone else
I legit was in one of these. You had no idea what they were saying. They were speaking goblin speak, I guess, or whatever. If they understood what each other is saying, I would kind of be surprised, unless they actually had this language they designed and they were talking it, and it was creepy, freaky. I even did some posts about it, warning people not to go in there. It was.
You know, that's probably what every Web 2 person is saying about our Web 3 spaces. Like, God, they were talking about like apes and rugs and I don't know. And like they had some bags. Some people were holding the bags. I don't know.
I was just about to say that. I was thinking, what if you were learning English and you know, you just happened to be involved with a Web3 community, so you kind of like learned a lot of English through us, and then you went out into the world and started saying things like rugged. People would be like, what do you mean rugged? Like, that's just not a very common thing to say outside of our very specific little sub community. So I definitely kind of see how if you stumbled into some other sub community where they're talking about, you know, crystals and the vibrations of the universe and how we need to tune into different people's vibrations and stuff, you'd be like, what the fuck are they saying?
Maybe they actually do make more sense than we do talking about like vibration and crystals, because, you know, we're just looking at candles and you know, dead cat bounces and so we're kind of into some freaky
it's just it's just a different form of mysticism, right?
No, they could be savants and they know exactly what each other means by it.
Well, they probably have less gray hairs than crypto traders.
Probably.
Ugh, meme coins.
I'm over here inspired to get a goblin. I'm down to, like, you know, get with my wild self, just stop speaking any known form of
language.
I've not seen them have a space since then. This was like probably 2 years ago. It was early when I first started coming into spaces, so it's exceptionally tripped me out because I wasn't overly familiar with the whole NFTs and NFT communities either. So yeah, that one did really trip me out, and obviously left a lasting impression though.
You know, there's always those weird spaces. One time I came into a space and they asked me what was the freakiest thing I've done, and of course I had to tell them that like the freakiest thing I do is like, you know, I go to sleep with my socks on. I shower without a shower cap. You know, just pretty hardcore.
I think you're freaky, and I like you a lot.
That's pretty intense.
I like to think so myself, but I mean, they started laughing at me, and then like really bad, and then I got called a virgin. But that's besides the point.
And don't get me wrong, crystals are pretty cool. I just don't think they're gonna like raise your vibrational energy or whatever. I remember seeing a picture somewhere of somebody like glued a bunch of crystals to their steering wheel. And the comment people were leaving was like, "Yeah, don't get in an accident because your airbag is gonna become a claymore." Not the
Oh my
brightest thing to
god!
do.
Oh
Yeah.
my god! Oh my god! Uh, okay, I was gonna push back on you before that. I was gonna push back and say, well, well, I've seen some people do some meth and definitely get their vibrations up. They just start
That's the
shaking.
wrong kind of crystal.
So,
Bad Sam, bad Sam. We're talking about minerals.
oh damn it! Wait, that's not a mineral. Why do people freaking smoke it then?
I don't know, but there's a Breaking Bad joke in here somewhere about minerals.
Guys, I have a link on my profile to that space. I feel like maybe you need to go and hang out.
I'm kind of curious now.
The space that you're okay, yeah, I'm gonna check it out sometime too. Okay, let me save it here.
Speaking of like crystals and vibrations and everything, like I've never had my tarot read. And I'm pretty much like, you know, like I fall back on science. But when I was in the airport in Atlanta, Georgia, waiting to go to the summit, the Decentraland summit, I'm just chilling. I'm like literally waiting to stalk Fancy because I told him, I was like, that was the reason I didn't dox, so I could stalk all my friends in real life. Like, and anyway, so this guy comes up and asks to read my tarot, and I'm like, oh, whatever, sure. Like, I'm waiting for Fancy, no problem. My eyes.
Don't leave us hanging. What'd it say?
Oh man, like lots of stuff.
I just realized for a second you rugged. That's why I jumped in there.
No. But anyway, then like Fancy's texting me, and he's like, "Are you wearing a seed hoodie?" I'm like, "Damn it! Like, I wanted to troll him, and in the end, he trolled the other way around. But yeah, like talk about random vibrational shit. Like I'm like, I don't know how. Yeah, and then the guy kind of like disappeared. I'm like, do you work here? Like, how'd you get past security? I don't know. Anyway, that's my metaphysical story.
I was in a space last night with it was just I knew the person who was running it. He's actually part of Income Island, and it was him and one other person, and I jumped in, and then a fourth showed up, and he flat out admitted and said he is an experienced troll and enjoys it. and he stuck around, and we talked to him for quite a while. It was actually kind of interesting.
Like an internet troll, or like
Space,
unicorns are gonna come and kill me. Oh, okay.
yeah,
I didn't know if he
no,
was like passing his.
he
It's like a.
he said he gets a huge satisfaction of going into a space of 400 people, coming up and totally derailing the conversation. He finds it amusing and funny when they don't know what else to say anymore and they just close the space because of it.
That's kind of hilarious.
In a way, but I mean, that's kind of what I figured their whole goal was to begin with too. But it was interesting having a conversation with him. He's under 21. He's a young guy. He was saying he was on the verge of racist, but not.
That sounds like something a very
Entirely.
racist person would say.
Thanks. um, I mean, I don't know how else to describe it, but he did kind of make some points too. I'd say.
No, sorry,
That
I wasn't saying you sounded racist. I was saying
oh
like that seems like how a racist person would describe
well,
themselves.
and we were trying to explain that to him, that you may not be saying the N word, but the way you're talking about them just isn't it, that isn't right. It really isn't. And then he also his analogy was, uh, we're on the tip of the iceberg. We're not seeing what's below, where the truly racist people are. Well, you're either racist or you're not. You're not just a little racist, in my opinion, anyway. So, but it was a very interesting conversation. Because I could tell he was trying to get the host worked up, who was drinking a little bit, so he was. So the troll was kind of winning.
Now I wonder, was he just having an off day? Is that why he was telling you guys about this? Like,
I see. I that I didn't get either. Is why did he come? He said he doesn't like a huge space, which is untrue, obviously, because that's usually what his goal is. But it was kind of surprising. Why was he in the space of just 3 people? And he stuck around, and we talked. He got yelled at quite a bit, but the host never muted him. So I think he actually listened a little bit too. Uh, when he did come in, and I kind of got the feel that that's what he was doing too. I went to his his page, and I said, "Hold up, wait a minute. Let me read you guys a couple things." And I read a couple of his posts, which were actually nice, decent posts. So that kind of confused me too. Was why are you speaking like this when you tweet some of these, you know, actually profound or pretty good things? I wish I could remember what one of them was, but um, it just didn't make entire sense to me. So
I
then
wonder. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, and then I had to ask them, if they believed in people are either inherently good or inherently evil. Because if you went with that, then he would probably have been evil. But I didn't. I pretty much got the impression early, because I checked his space, listening to him, that he wasn't inherently evil. He was trying to push some buttons, is all.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was gonna lean towards because,
So
for
at the very least,
example, like
immature. Like, I
even
don't know.
here
I
in
feel
the
like that's kind of
What?
a
Decentraland
Yeah,
not
community,
under 20.
like what
I
makes
know
somebody
no
just
one
want to
knows
piss
him,
people
but I'm
off
not
for no
gonna say
reason.
the
You
name.
know.
No one exists knows him, but yeah, that's kind of what I was gonna lean towards because, for example, like even here in the Decentraland community, I mean, I know Noah knows him. I'm not gonna say the name. I know one exists knows him, but like we've had a troll that kind of like, you know, shifted
got a pretty decent position.
It's weird when like I don't know. I can almost understand trolls. Well, I think I know who you're talking about, and I think sometimes people are act like trolls, but they think they're doing something good. And it sounded like this guy just wanted to be a dick, and he knew he was being a dick, and he just wanted to be a dick just to cause chaos. And that's like fucking. I don't know. I'm trying to think of what like Dungeons and Dragons alignment that would be. I think it's just like chaotic evil, right?
And it was kind of funny because I don't know if the host actually caught it because I had to come out and say it, and the kid had said it on a couple of occasions that he considers himself a professional troll. So take whatever he's saying, however you want to. The thing that got to me is that he kept saying "you guys." I said, hold up, wait a minute, who are you guys? Because I was not commenting the way. Actually, I wasn't. Hadn't even
I
commented on
remember my
anything
first time on the
that
internet.
the host was. It was more between them, and every now and then I would interject with something off the
Nah,
wall
I mean,
and
in all
trying
reality,
to change the
the
subject.
younger generation has spent like. I remember my first time on the internet. So by the age of 18, you can consider yourself a professional something. Nah, I mean, in all reality, the younger generation has spent like their whole lives on the internet already. So I guess in a way, by the age of 18, you can consider yourself a professional something on the internet if you do it long enough.
Yeah,
Um,
he said he's the best, and I said, yeah, you're the
reset
best
the
at
room
something.
here a little bit. Say hello to a few people. I see
Well, anytime
Big
you claim
Brig
you're
is
the best,
here. Judas Judas.
that's all you need to do.
Hello,
There you go.
CK Bubbles. What's up, Steph? I do want to reset the room here a little bit. Say hello to a few people. I see Big Brig is here. Judas. Hello, CK Bubbles. What's up, Steph? Hello, Jim Cedric. I saw you popped into the space as well. Seed, very nice to see you. If anyone would like to come up and speak, you're more than welcome to. And I would also like to pass it over to Greensifer because he does have his hand up. He's had it up for a little bit.
Yo. What's going on, guys? I hope you guys are well. I had a couple things. Um, but like, what about what existence was just talking about? Um, I don't know, man. I feel like almost every single troll I've ever met is just somebody that was just bullied or like just it's just like the world gives you a bunch of shit and then you bear it and then you have like a breaking point and then you just release it, right? Like Vanessa, you could probably back me up on this too. You probably see it in classrooms as well. Because it's just human psychology, right? Um, like I feel like we tend to notice the outbursts more than we tend to pay attention to like the kid actually or like just anybody like because like trolls are like of all ages because we all suffer. um but I feel like the best way, like for me in my experience, I found was the best way is just to treat it with love. Like it's because like at the end of the day the troll, the reason why they're releasing so much hate is because they feel like that's what they've been getting, and so it's such an easy way to diffuse it, by just being like, yo, I love you, man. And they'll then the troll doesn't know what to say because like the troll hasn't heard those words in such a long time,
Well, I
right?
asked him specifically if somebody touched him inappropriately, and I don't think
No,
that
no,
was. I don't
see,
think that was
that
the
that
case. I don't think the case at
no,
this point. But
that
I
probably
see what.
like tilted him even harder, bro. Because it probably wasn't the case. Like even if it was, like he probably wouldn't discuss it like on the internet. But like even if it most likely, I hope it wasn't the case. And it was probably just I hope like some lesser level of trauma because that's like, man, that guy, that would be a bad
I
case.
think you're right, man.
And I get
But I also think at some point you just have to like walk away from some people when you've given them some people unfortunately have gone through something that traumatizes them to the point that they have this like self-loathing that's so strong that even if you show them love and you're like, hey man, I'm here, like I understand you're just going through something, I want to like try to be here for you and help you out, they lash out even stronger because they're like they think that you're trying to trick them, or like they're or there's like something even deeper that they don't even realize is like they don't feel deserving of that, so they like push back on it. And sadly, I've encountered that a few times with people where like no matter how much love I give, they it makes them push back even harder because then they see it as like, what, you think you're better than me, like I'm being an asshole to you, and you just think you're like so good that you're immune to it. Almost, it's weird psychologically.
There's also the possibility that, and there's nothing more I hate than somebody that does something good and then throws it in your face down the road.
Yeah,
And I know homeless people are suspicious when people are nice to them, because it's either they're going to use it against them, or they're going, well, yeah, use it against them, or then try to get something out of them. Well, I did this for you, so now you do this for me.
that's a great example of like people being through trauma that just makes them think nobody would ever help me in a way that isn't gonna ultimately hurt me in the end. Sad but true.
I,
Yeah,
I
dude, that is a great example of that.
I think people who do something nice for you and then use it against you later are some of the worst people in the world. Sorry to say it, but
Yeah,
Well, what about people that do terrible things to you and then you still use them against you later? Are those worse or
at
better?
least you
probably
know
worse.
who they are. At least you know who they are. Someone who's not does something nice for you and then decides they're going to throw it in your face down the road
Pass it over to Swiss. I see his
unexpectedly
hand went up.
is
There's
just,
also like, let me do something terrible to you and then act like I was doing you a favor. That's obviously even worse.
yeah, there is that case too.
Pass it over to Swiss. I see his hand went up.
Guys, just don't forget also, a profile does not equal to a person. I think most of us here have probably more than one profile. And I think at least some of you behave differently on each profile. Maybe you're part of different communities. Like if you have more followers than, let's say, 500, since somebody mentioned numbers earlier, you probably value this account and you're going to be more gentle, more diplomatic. But if you have a 50 follower account, you don't care. I mean, you can be anybody you want to be, and I think it's fair to experiment and be a troll for some time, because being a troll requires you to be quite brilliant, because people respond, and if you are not good, you're not gonna be able to be a troll. Like, just a different perspective on the same topic.
I epically failed at being evil. And you're Swiss. I have an alt account, my kid called MetaBeast, which has very few followers. Um, and I hope if anybody sees me being completely different in a very off-putting, strange way, to please tell me.
Thank you.
But I make it
Just
clear
a
on
quick
my
mic
my
check for
bio that
Canessa.
I am AKA One Existence there, and I don't hide it. That's for sure.
Thank you, thank you. Just a quick mic check for Canessa. I know that Canessa had to drop down and come back.
Yep, I'm good. Can hear one yep. Definitely not
Mm,
with the but
sounds sounds glitchy to me. Anyone
Yeah,
else?
same.
Yeah, me too. Yo, but like I was gonna ask you, Kanessa. We were talking. You guys are talking about tarot card readings, right? Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can.
There's a unicorn.
Hey, yeah, I was gonna ask. That you guys probably remember I'm Indian, right? Um, but so Indians have like a crazy like history of like astrology, right? Um, like I would definitely recommend like it should be free actually because it's like math and it's like science, right? So everybody gets the same result, and even the interpretation is very like barely different. um yeah, you guys, so all you need is basically the time and the place of your birth, and if you just input this, you kind of like get like a reading of like your future, kind of. I don't know if it's true, but something.
But it's only my take. Yo, that's my take too. That's my
Well,
take
if you
too.
consider that the sky
But
is
you know,
closing around 7 p.m., you should be able to decipher the sun's message. But it's only my take.
Nice. Yo, that's my take too. That's my take too, Swiss. But you know, like obviously, like you know, especially like growing up as a kid, right? Like you laugh at stuff like this, right? But like you hear some strange stories, and like it kind of like then you start to be like, okay, like you know, I could entertain this madness, right? And and then like you grow up and stuff, and then you come into like a community building Decentraland space, and you hear everybody talking about frequencies, and then you're like, yo, maybe there's actually some merit to this, because you know they're basically it's weird. They're talking about like planets and like which houses they are, and it's basically it's talking about like alignments and like of like planetary alignments, right? And they say like somehow it's the matrix or whatever, like you know, is it kind of like predetermines your like world line you're gonna be launched into. I don't know, but I found it really strange. Like I had a couple of my family members have their readings done, like you know, just for shits and giggles, right? Everybody does it just for fun. Um, and I just wanted to see if like our stuff would come true. And I don't know, man. It kind of like I mean, it's really strange for like a human being to be able to determine like even remotely what my life was going to be like. You know what I mean? Like there's a possibility that they by telling me they could have like altered my future because you know maybe I listened to them and because I got influenced by them. But there's no way this guy knew, bro. This guy's in like some mountain in a hut, bro. How's this guy gonna know?
so let's connect this
I'm
to
gonna
Decentraland. When
I'm gonna
will
completely like
planets be
drop
seen?
science, go into finance, and then just like predetermine my entire life. It was weird, bro. But I don't know. It's cool story.
So let's connect this to Decentraland. When will planets be seen?
Yo, that's actually so cool. That's actually so cool. You know how there's like a skybox and stuff? What if like we actually like you know how like you could like see like Venus from Earth and stuff?
So I
That would
guess
be
once
so crazy.
again, check Canessa.
Can you hear me this
Like
time?
actual
Yes,
like
and
a
it actually
skybox
sounds a
that's
lot better. You
like a
must be on
galactical
your
skybox
like computer or
that you
something.
can you know.
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah,
on
I
my
think you're onto
PC. I
something,
don't know.
Yusuf.
I don't know what it is.
So I
I don't
guess
know.
once
I
again,
feel like it's
check
me.
Canessa.
Can you hear me this time? Instant
Yeah.
like
Yes,
personality
and it
trait is
actually
to think
sounds a lot better.
I'm
You must
messed
be
up and
on
that's
your
wrong.
like
But I don't know what
computer or
it is.
something.
Yeah, I'm on my PC. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know. But I feel like it's me. I feel like my instant like personality trait is to think I messed up and did something wrong, but I don't know what I did. I didn't do anything different than normal, so I don't know. But I will say on that note, you guys were talking about like bringing it back to Decentraland and the Skybox. I just have to throw it out there that in 24 minutes there's a live event in Fortnite. And why does that matter is that if anybody hasn't experienced a live event, it's not like a music, it's like you go in world and something happens, like oh my gosh, Decentraland needs to have live events. So if you are a player of Fortnite, go log in 24 minutes, don't die, because that's the thing about Fortnite. If you get shot, you miss the event. And there's people waiting like 2 weeks to see this. The Bjork concert is like the closest thing that I can say is like it in Decentraland, where all of a sudden, you're watching Bjork and all of a sudden the grass starts growing and then like rain starts falling down from the skies. So I don't know how I'm gonna make it happen, but I'm gonna do my best to make some live events in Decentraland. Not music, it's not a music event. It's like yeah. Somebody asked, is it music? It's like, no, that's not. It sounds like it's a music event, but no. So if anybody wants,
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was curious, when did Bjork play? Because I'm so sad I missed that. She's like one of my favorites, and Iceland is my favorite place on earth.
That was the music festival 2 years ago, so or like almost 2 years ago, 2022. It was a music video. So to say that she played, I have to put air quotes there, because sometimes
Yeah, it was like
Yeah.
pre-recorded, but I
Play
do
the
remember
scene and
seeing
it,
the
play, and
set,
it
and the
would go
set kind of grew
again.
and
But
evolved
really, it's like you
throughout
had to be there to see
the
it.
performance,
Same
right?
with the
That
Grimes
looked pretty cool.
concert where
Yeah,
she
I mean,
was
it's like one of those things that it's once. I mean, somebody could just redeploy the scene and hit, play, and it would go again. But really, it's like you had to be there to see it. Same with the Grimes concert where she was like a giant mecha, beautiful android thing, I don't know, dancing. Well, I think it was mocap to her real person. I think, but again, it's hard to know if that's real or if it was all just pre-animated. I I really wish that those type of events would come back. Like that, they are just so powerful to experience something like that with all of your friends.
Yeah, that's
And I
thing
think
I was
to
gonna
have it done really
mention.
well on big scale,
Like
like
those events were usually
it
like
either needs
hosted
like a
by
really good
Foundation, and
studio
they,
behind it, or it needs to be
you know,
foundation that
they
pushes that through.
would allocate a lot of their
Well,
resources
yeah, that's
for these
a
events,
thing I
and
was
then
gonna mention.
at the end of it,
Like those events were usually like
everything
hosted
would be
by
broken.
Foundation, and they,
So like,
they
although like
would
by the
allocate a
time
lot of their
the music
resources
festival
for
got to New
these
York,
events,
it was working
and then
better.
at the end of it,
Um,
um,
you
everything
know,
would be broken.
like they do need to.
Um, so,
Sorry, I'm
so
wrestling
like
a weasel.
although like by the time the music festival got to Bjork, it was working better. Um,
uh,
you know, like they do need
what's
to.
the point I was
Sorry,
trying
I'm
to make?
wrestling a weasel here.
That like
They
That
do.
they
They
that
need.
just
kind of
sounds
do need
like he has a
to
ferret. Everybody,
improve on
he
some
has a
things.
ferret.
Whether if it was that like they just weren't
A cat snake.
optimizing their builds and
uh,
eventually they started
okay.
working,
What was the point I was trying to
or
make? Oh, yeah, that
they just
like
need new tech.
they
I
kind
don't
of
know,
do need
but
to
whoever
improve on some things. Whether if
ran
it
the
was that
whole
like they just
marketing
weren't
resources or
optimizing their
whoever
builds and
made
eventually they
the
started
biggest
working,
client company,
or
or I mean, the new client comes
they
out,
just need
like
new
they
tech.
will start
I don't
spending
know.
money
Like,
better.
but like they kind of cut off all marketing resources or everything until I guess client comes back, or I mean the new client comes
Well,
out. So
what's
maybe
their
we'll start seeing Bjork
what's
back.
their excuse for me being bald and pantless right now? Still,
That was an attack on the resistance. Resistance members have protected you with your resistance members jacket, or sorry, your recruit's jacket. But we will
yeah,
shortly have it
I
up,
have
up and
my
back and running.
jacket. My jacket is on. I have that specific jacket, but I have no hair or pants.
See, the jacket is the reason you survived. You lost your hair and your pants, but our engineers at the Resistance, the Unfound, will shortly get you back up and running, thanks to your Resistance members jacket.
I need a jacket.
I'll send you one. My bad.
Yeah,
Jacket.
you do.
Hey, Rustan, welcome.
Ahoy.
Uh,
Glad we're starting to talk more about Decentraland.
In
It's an
theory,
hour and a half.
if you go use your that emote at .vagabond, you should get one, but it was a little bit buggy.
I'll check it out. Does everyone have a yukata?
This week as much as
No, I have 30.
Even better.
I don't think I have one.
If you don't have a yukata, do you even DCL?
Bro, you gotta have a
I
yukata.
haven't been able to this week
Does
as much
everyone
as I'd
in the
like
DAO
to.
have a yukata?
You gotta
Yeah,
get a
maybe
yukata.
no
I have plenty.
yukata, no votes.
I have plenty.
It's like it's bigger than VP.
Although I'm out of the loop.
Well, it means you
Yeah,
actually log
I
in
agree.
to Decentraland, so you might actually know what's going on inside the game if you have one.
Although I'm out of the loop. Yeah, I agree.
Wait, you just go and you click a bunch of buttons and then just it's beautiful. Your backpack just starts getting slammed with yukatas.
But if you guys don't know, like some of these yukatas were created by kids, the designs on them, which is really awesome. To think that a
Shit,
kid
where do I
made
go get
something
one?
and they now know that it exists virtually in the metaverse and people have collected. I think what's the numbers now, Unknower? You know?
Man, last I checked, it was like 1600. It's probably doubled by now.
Like over 2,000.
Shit, where do I go get one?
What was it? Negative 140. I just had it up. Negative 140. -7.
Some were also made by old people.
Decentraland
Supernova described it.
account posted something about them. I might be able to share it on here. I forgot to do that though.
Which is cool too, because old people matter. Yeah, the VCL Twitter's
I think the official
doing pretty good.
Decentraland account posted something about them. I might be able to share it on here. I forgot to do that though.
Yeah, now marketing.
Yeah,
now
the
hopefully
VCL
that gives
Twitter's
marketing a push.
doing
Yeah.
pretty good, I think.
Oh yeah, Dana's killing it over there. Their new social media
marketing.
manager.
Who built this Tower of Babel?
Yeah, now marketing. Now hopefully that gives marketing a
There we go.
push.
I figured out how to
Yeah.
share the Yukata
I think the latter one was led
post on here.
Who built
Decentraland?
Come on,
Who
marketing.
built the Tower of Babel or the Stairway to Heaven?
Wait, are you talking on the build today,
Isn't that
or
Led
like
Zeppelin?
you're actually on
Yeah,
some
I think the latter one was Led Zeppelin.
never-ending staircase?
It's in Decentraland, and I've been climbing for an hour.
Wait, are you talking on the build today, or like you're actually on some never-ending staircase?
Well, I think I'm supposed to be where you guys are at, but I can't see. I'm bald and I'm pantless, so I don't know.
Welcome to Decentraland, my friend. You're one of us.
I'm pretty sure people are running away from you in one existence.
For way too much.
Dressed like that.
Yeah, Mary Shark did. She was coming up the stairs. She saw me and she and took off like a bat out of hell.
Maybe no Yukata for me. It's asking for way too much. Email and post on
Look,
X. I mean,
there's
I'd do one or the
there's
other.
the special like mythic edition ones.
Just go click on
Oh,
any of the
okay.
ones that you like there, and it's automatically delivered. You just have to show me your weasel.
Oh, I let my weasel back out, and she's somewhere out around here somewhere. Oh, there she is.
Also, my
hi.
Twitter space says there's 500 people here.
I saw that too.
So now it says 4. So some of these people here are not real.
No, they're botting the anonymous. I think somebody is, but that's funny. That's actually interesting.
Anonymous finds our conversation interesting.
You almost sounded
Anonymous
like that
is
girl on the
curious
plane there for a second, Rita.
And
Anonymous is intimidated by you
I
and
know
more.
Seed has come up to speak, but has been quiet. Hello, Seed.
That sounds
Okay.
Hello,
I see them now. And let's see. I know Seed has come up to speak, but has been quiet. Hello, Seed.
Hello, everyone.
Survived a tornado, so that was fun.
Hope everyone's
How you been?
doing well.
Tornado. I mean, it was windy.
Doing wonderful.
It didn't feel like a tornado.
We survived a
definitely a little
tornado,
windy.
so that was fun.
I gotta go fix my
I mean,
plans.
they called it a tornado. I mean, it was windy.
No, they didn't die.
It didn't
They
feel
just
like a
flipped around a
tornado,
little.
but it was definitely a little windy.
So, hope
I got to go
everyone's
fix
doing
my
well.
tomato plants. They're all
Yes,
no,
she
they
is
didn't die.
here.
They're just flipped around a little.
Hi.
They danced.
It's been a
So
while
hope
since we
everyone's
heard
doing
from
well.
her.
Yes,
She
she
says
is
hi. I don't know
here.
if you can hear her, but
Hi.
yeah. So
Hi.
hope everyone's
It's been
feeling
a while
great,
since we heard from her.
feeling the good vibes. I'm terrified
She says hi. I don't know if you can hear her, but
because I can't see the floor
yeah.
up here.
So hope everyone's feeling great.
Disappeared and left me.
Feeling the good
Toxic
vibes.
waifu playing the
I'm terrified
playing Pong. Did you see me?
because I can't see the floor up here. I don't know where to go, and everybody disappeared and left me. It's just toxic waifu playing the spaced in or playing Pong.
Did you see me laying on the pipes? Laying on the pipes?
No, I see a big screen off in the distance, but like I said, I'm afraid to go towards it because I don't know if there's floor to the left or right of me.
It's a nod to the rail
I see
game,
it goes forward, but I see it ends too.
Aquarium.
Do you see stairs? Are you up?
First time I ever saw Rustan.
Yeah, I climbed the stairway to heaven.
Kind of cool
Okay. Well, this build was it's a nod to the rail gang, the original aquarium rail gang. The first time I ever saw Rustan,
Oh yeah.
thought that guy was kind of cool. He had a cool jean jacket on. And you could see the rail gang because there was just a line of dots, red dots on the map. So back then I made a rail gang up in the sky. And never got to use it. They kind of disassembled before I got it to them. So sorry, but it is really fun to be up high and like jump off. And yeah. So there's a glass walkway. It's there. It kind of is hard to see, and then there should be, yeah, there should be some pipes that I had laid.
I'm just walking on the rails that I see, and hoping I don't fall off. Because that was a long climb up.
All right, I just ran the numbers on how many yukatas have been given out, and it's up to 3,358. And I divided that by 30, and that means that there's either 111 people, or somebody used 38, or doubling, or doubling back and getting more.
Some yukatas yet? I feel like you would.
Either way, the 38 active users narrative is being called into question.
I fell down in my boat.
Yeah.
Seed, did you get some yukatas yet? I feel like you would probably appreciate the art on them.
Yukata kimonos. Oh wow.
I didn't see them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Head over to Meta Tokyo in Decentraland, and there's 30 free yukata kimonos.
Oh wow. Yeah, I've been yeah, I have like all different little bubbles up on my computer screen. I've been trying to finish this thing that I've been working on. So I've been super focused on that lately, and it's just been really a lot to kind of figure out. But yeah, I'll go check that out. How long is it going to be there?
For another 10 minutes.
Oh my god.
I don't know if that's true. Probably till at least the end of the month, because I know Meta Tokyo is having another event closer to the end of the month.
It was like a few hours.
Oh, man.
With the
Yeah, I don't know. I cooked my battery on this computer, and I spent a bunch of, but it was like a few hours with the Apple like care person or whatever on the computer.
$200. So I'm like, oh my
And yeah, they were like, you need to come in and get a new battery for your computer, and we'll switch it for you right there. And I'm like, okay. But it's like $200. So I'm like, oh my god. What happens if I don't do this? It's okay. The battery health is not doing so hot. So I've been kind of stuck in this weird,
It's like
I don't know.
I
don't know how to explain. But yeah, I need to go to Decentraland. We've been planning this event with it's like whatchamacallit, BitTunes, this dude that goes by the name of Disposable Planet, and he plays like 8-bit chip tunes, and he has an M8, and it's like the craziest awesome thing I've ever heard live. So we were planning on doing that show at Seed. That's been in the plans for a minute now. It's just a matter of like the time and the best place, etc. But yeah, so hopefully that'll pan out, and I'll be able to do an event. I don't know, in the next 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks.
While we have you, Seed, I might have something I'm wanting to try that you might be interested in, possibly, hopefully, maybe. I don't think you were in the space last night when I brought it up at the time, but there's a song called 100 by the AJR brothers called 100 Bad Days Made for 100 Good Stories. 100 Good Stories Make Me Interesting at Parties. And I've been talking about for quite some time, I want to do something around short stories. I decided not to wait for my build. However, I was trying something simple and I ran into issues again, which was extremely frustrating. But I'll be needing people who want to be a part of it that write short stories. So if you know people, if you want to help me with it too, that would be wonderful.
However you write it,
just throwing it out there.
About a bad day if you want it to be, but it doesn't have
I'll
to be.
help
I
you.
just
I have a wonderful friend called
that
ChatGPT.
song just
I'm
struck
sure
me as
GPT's
a
down to help too.
I don't.
We'll have fun.
However you write it, it could be about a bad day if you want it to be, but it doesn't have to be. I just that song just struck me as a.
No, no, like it struck me right now too, bro. It struck me right now too. It made me smile. It's a really good quote. I wanted to ask you guys too. I was browsing Decentraland land marketplace, and I started noticing. You guys remember how the blue parcels? I think it was like district lands. I started noticing some of them. They're no longer blue. I was just curious, like, if you guys had more insight on that.
That is my
Why?
I think they turned them into individual land parcels.
asking questions in somewhere. I don't was it the CBD?
If I'm
So they're
not
good.
mistaken,
Like,
They were asking about that
they're like normal lands
specifically.
now.
that is my. But that's the idea. I saw somebody posted asking questions in
which I know we went
somewhere. I don't was it
a
the
while
CBD
back.
maybe?
People were
But
buying these,
they were asking about that
they were just
specifically
empty.
about some terminology with the estate, which I know we went through this a while back. People were buying these and they weren't. They were just empty.
So I would imagine that if you can turn it into a state, you can
So not to buy those NFTs because that's a quantity of land that was then turned into a state. So I would imagine that if you can turn it into a state, you can turn it back into individual parcels of land.
old structures that were
If anybody knows more than that or can correct me, please do so.
I bought some land in an estate, and now it's my land. I think they're just dissolving these old structures that were, like initially set up 4 years ago or so.
Those blue areas. They used to like. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Like I don't mean estate like as in like a 4 parcel land getting turned into one. I mean like those blue areas.
it's the opposite.
They used to like
Instead of what they turned
I
blue
forget
when
what
they became an
they were
estate,
even for.
but
Districts.
you
But it
can
was
turn back into individual
the district
parcels,
lands, yeah, the
which
district
would
lands.
then make it
Yeah,
not part of
They're
it's the opposite of they're not instead of what they turned blue when they became an estate, but evidently you can turn them back into individual parcels, which then
oh
make it
moon.
not part of it.
So it's just normal now.
Is
So it's just regular land with regular VP and everything.
that is my understanding.
Mm.
Yeah, because if you buy something within a district, I've heard that you may or not necessarily get the VP that comes with it. I know Spotty Wi-Fi.
I think I did. No, Spotty Wi-Fi is in whatever the hell it's called. Where he's just renting.
He's got a deed. So,
Yeah,
like in the
deed.
Etheria district, you can buy the deed to the land, and it's significantly cheaper, which is why a lot of people that have land there, like it was very cheap to get that. But you don't get the VP with it because you're basically using that land from the district. But in Etheria, I think it is it Carl that still has the VP that's assigned to that.
Yeah. I just bought a parcel in, I guess it's the casino district now. I don't know which district it is. But I'm pretty sure I got the VP for it.
I think you're right. So I've been playing.
To my knowledge, Etheria is the only one that has deeds. I could be totally wrong, but that's the only one I've ever heard of.
No, I think you're right.
Like that.
Lastrum's been putting up some pretty amazing shit.
So I've been playing all week with Mies, Dr. Drip, and Lastrom in World Builder, and we've been Lastrum's been putting up some pretty amazing shit, and I've been able to deploy my first uh, IWB created parcel into Genesis City without touching code, without touching anything really, except just the in-world builder. It's pretty awesome. Still, some things being worked on, but it's live now. But he's introduced this new thing, and I wanted to share it with everybody. It's called Audius. It's something that he put into Angzar, and it's like a blockchain. I don't know if everybody's heard of this or not, but it's like a blockchain music NFT platform. But what's cool about it is he's brought it into the IWB, and you can right off the bat set it up on your parcel and play music and playlists from these artists that have created NFTs. And I'm encouraging him working on adding a username password if you have an account, because then ideally at some point you'll be able to create your own playlists, including like a Decentraland playlist of Decentraland artists, and play it at will globally, so anyone who comes to visit can listen live, and there's like no fees or anything. It's pretty awesome. So that's in the works. Um, I've been really pushing. What are the limitations of building and deploying into Genesis City? And what we've discovered is that you have a single parcel, you're given 15 megabytes, and you're actually given less than that. There's some basic coding and stuff that goes along with the files of the parcel, and that takes between 1.4 to 3 megabytes. But then if you add also IWB or VLM, for example, that gets moved up to like 9 or 10 megabytes. So you're actually only given really like five or six megabytes to build on your single parcel. So because of that, after years of saying I've always wanted more storage on my single parcels, and being told like you need to start a proposal and blah blah blah, and hoping somebody else would do it. Like in that moment, I was just like, I'm just gonna fucking do this right now. So I put together the proposal. It's linked up top. Please go vote if you haven't. It's already passed, but it would be nice to see community sentiment all over it, and beat the maybe a random whale who's gonna try to shut it down last second. So I would appreciate. This is something that I think everybody wants. There's some just suggestions coming about that it has to be done in canny, or like worried about assets, and it's like no, I know how to optimize assets really really well, and that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for more storage, more materials, more textures. Make the basic builder allow users to add more. At least allow them to add like you can with SDK, because SDK lets you build way more than the basic builder does. And let's get that passed and get this stuff moving.
That sounds super exciting. I'd love to hear more about
like,
what
no,
we can do with music.
I know how to optimize assets.
That's definitely an area of interest for some of the
Yeah.
projects.
Yeah, I was having a lot of fun with it. I was like, I didn't really care at first, and then I started playing with it, and I was liking some of the music, and so what bummed me out was that I couldn't like a song that I heard and add it to like a playlist, and that's what gave me the idea of like, all right, well, if the site has username and password. By the way, the site also allows you to sign in with MetaMask, but it highly recommends you don't. And I did anyways to try it out, and I understand now why you shouldn't, because the way their site works is, let's say you like a song, or if you want to play a song, or if you want to fast forward a song, you have to sign a transaction for every action you do. So like it loaded like 20 songs, and I had to like sign 20 transactions just to hear the songs. So it was kind of a pain in the ass. So create an account, username, password. That's something that we hope to deploy into IWB and make it super user friendly. And I was messing around with a song. I would jump off the parcel, it would pause, jump back in the parcel, and it would start playing right from where I stopped it. And I just see like people building simple, cozy little lounge areas and sharing their playlists with friends, and you can do that like in a flash. You can have that set up in like less than an hour. It's pretty rad.
Yeah, even for bigger bands, I think this makes things a lot easier.
What did you all see the jukebox that came out? I don't know how you use it, but that's finally out
I
too.
didn't see the jukebox. Where's the jukebox?
It's
In GitHub.
yeah, it's in GitHub. So I'm guessing it's an SDK7 thing. I don't know. I just know it's what Shelly Van has been asking for quite some time. It sounds like that's what she was wanting. It's finally here.
I was pretty much
Too.
done talking.
Okay.
I'm trying to.
Amazing.
I'm actually
And I
asking last
yeah,
right now.
sorry,
Like,
Rustan, go ahead.
I'm not sure
I
if like
don't
you could
mean
jump
to cut
into
you
my
off,
parcel
but
and just start messing with it right now. But you could jump into. Oh no, I was pretty much done talking.
oh,
And start
okay.
messing I'm trying to. I'm actually if you're curious, asking Lastrom right now. Like they're. I'm not sure if like you could jump into my parcel and just start messing with it right now, but you could jump into IWB and start messing around. And if you're curious, any of us could help you. Any of us are happy to help you figure it out. The
Okay,
audio.
yeah, that's perfect. I I do think that's something that is pretty relevant to some of the projects I'm working on. So that's perfect. And I just wanted to also thank you, everyone, for being supportive of the Meta Tokyo projects recently. It's kind of been like a couple of months where it all started kind of in like Tokyo with people actually going to the sushi. It's called Sushi Tech Square. It's in Tokyo on the first floor. Like people gathered around to actually create textile designs, like and draw them, and then to see that go through a voting process, and then 30 of them were selected to be a part of the virtual world, and we're going to do a few more events too in the next few weeks. And it's all kind of like part of a collaboration series by Metatokyo and the Tokyo Metropolitan Government as a digital fashion initiative. So it's really amazing that you're all so supportive and claiming it. It makes a lot of difference. Posting about it so people get excited to keep these kind of initiatives going. For this time around, yukata is essentially like a lightweight, like usually like a cotton-based kimono made in the summertime for like summer activities where they might go to like an onsen or like a spring or something. And yeah, like I think if this goes well, it just really shows that like there is an alternative way for like culture to be disseminated like in other parts of the world. Uh, like that's just not just physically local, but there can be like some sort of like metaverse X IRL events happening that are really showcasing what's possible for the newer generations. So thank you everyone for checking it out, and looking forward to seeing you guys in World too for future events. From airsoft to streaming, oh my gosh, thank you.
I was honored to be able to help with that.
And thank you and Nowhere for being so amazing with everything. From
Of course.
airsoft to
Oh
like
yeah.
streaming, oh my gosh, thank you.
I was honored to be able to help out with that.
Nora is a quiet rock star.
And
Literally.
thank you, Super Nina, for continuing to build.
I love doing it, and seeing all your beautiful faces. Big hugs, everyone, and I hope we keep building together.
Email giveaway,
Thank you,
which is kind of
CBD.
being handled separately. The instant claim system is
And just a
run
reminder,
through Virtual Land Manager, and everybody
this
who's a
giveaway
part of
was
the
set up mostly
grant
in,
from
well,
the
pretty much all
Decentraland DAO,
except for the
Virtual Land Manager
email
got,
giveaway, which
everybody
is kind of
gets
being
10,000
handled
free
separately.
credits to
The
use that
instant claim
airdrop system.
system is run through
So
Virtual Land Manager,
it's
and everybody as a part
I'm
of
working on a tutorial on
the
all the
grant
steps to
from the
set it up
Decentraland
because
DAO that
since it's so
Virtual Land
powerful,
Manager
it's a
got,
little
everybody gets
untapped
10,000 free
on
credits
how to
to
set it
use
up.
that airdrop system.
For example, you can
So
create an event and
it's
then
I'm working on a tutorial on all the steps to set it up because since it's so powerful, it's a little in depth on how to set it up. For example, you can create an event, and then you can create create your scene, and then you create an event, and then you create giveaways, and you can link each giveaway to multiple events, and each event can be linked to a scene. So it's a little bit of a setup process. But if anybody wants to do one of these giveaways and needs help, please just reach out to me because I enjoy proving that this system is robust and difficult to abuse and a seamless way to give out wearables to everybody. So I like to see it in action and test it out. So if you have a wearable that you'd like to give away and you want to take advantage of those 10,000 free airdrop credits from that grant, just let me know.
This is the dog days of summer, at least in
And I'm
Decentraland.
happy to help out with the process.
Logging in, and it's just there's not
It
a
was
lot happening.
it was really quick to use, and Nina, I just have to jump in and say thank you, thank you, thank you. Like this is the dog days of summer, at least in Decentraland, when a lot of people are not logging in, and it's just there's not a lot happening. Your event, I don't know, like it just will stand out as like the event of the summer so far. Just thank you. It brought people back. It helped, just nice to see some movement on the marketplace. So I don't know who we have to thank. I don't know how to like tell the artists that they have work in digital world, but hopefully they're seeing their work. I'm thinking the kids especially, like it would be so awesome if they could see avatars running around in their artwork. So thank you for whatever you've done behind the scenes to make this happen.
It would be really awesome, like if we could stream with the kids and talk to the kids or see the kids, or they could see. That would just be the coolest thing ever.
Oh my gosh,
And
that's
the
a
old
great
people too.
idea.
And the old
Yeah.
people.
All ages. But I think like if I were a kid, seeing my things being like worn by other people, I mean, I never had that opportunity. Like,
And I'm sure that the kids won't see us as the crazy psychotic freaks that we all are.
no, no.
And also when you say kids, sometimes it's like, they might be 11, 12, 13, 14 years old. Those are still kids to us. But I remember being like probably 13 and I won some kind of award for my art. And it like at the time the teachers were telling us like, okay, make your art portfolio. So like even if they're younger people and suddenly they have something to show, like, hey, this is my portfolio. Maybe I want to be an artist when I grow up. Like that's super empowering just to take that next step. Like, okay, I'm going to sign up for that art class in, freshman year of high school because maybe I want to do this. Like having pieces in your portfolio at that age, that was super like helpful for me just to keep going.
Yeah, for sure. And like especially in fashion too. Like it's really hard to actually manufacture something. It's like very costly. And getting like internships in like the fashion world back then, like I guess it's still hard now, but um, like it's and then stitching clothing together, you're usually working for like a brand already, and you can't really create your own stuff from like their material. So like it's a it takes time for you to even like get to a stage where you can create your own like fashion line. So like having things in the digital world, at least that's like one step to like get them off the ground to actually like achieving their goals in the fashion world, I think.
I just think if it touches one of those kids the right way and inspires them to continue creating in digital worlds. I mean, I would think that most of them are like, all right, yeah, let's do this project in Decentraland, stuff that I've done a million times in Roblox or whatever, right? But still, like, I just really hope they know how much we appreciate it and how cool we think it is. I hope they realize it. I hope they really understand that and are proud of it. And hopefully one of them, at least one of them, gets inspired to like continue just creating like a madman.
Absolutely, and I feel the same way, and hopefully that shows other people that there are other opportunities that like maybe their parents weren't aware of, like then they can carve their own path too. Like that's something that is like kind of hard to discover unless like it's like presented to you and like explicitly. I think, especially as a child, like you learn everything from the older generation, and then you don't know like what's possible. But hopefully, this is one way that could open their eyes to new things, and maybe taking risks as a child is like kind of like a bit easier too. So I'm happy to be contributing to that, and it's great to hear that all of you are too.
I've been in and out of the space listening. I'm at brunch right now, but I wanted to chime in just quickly.
Thank you. And Lastrom, I see you've come up. How are you today?
Hey, what's up? Sorry, I've been in and out of the space listening. I'm at brunch right now, but I wanted to chime in just quickly, and because I know Anora was up here. Let's get VLM into IWB. I think that would be amazing, and I think we've both worked together in the past, and so make it even easier for people to use VLM, right? Where they don't even have to program; they just drag and drop and add things, and then boom, they can connect to VLM.
Yeah, definitely. I was kind of thinking along the same lines too, is maybe somehow finding a way to be able to compile a package using the all the assets that you guys have built, and be able to control those and move those around either through VLM or IWB or some combination of the two would be awesome. I mean, it's probably the best move for the community. So yeah, we should get on that.
Yeah, because right now in IWB, which we're finding out as we're adding the gamification, is the live feature is very, very cool. And so we have a live panel. So if you're in In-World Builder, everything is multiplayer, right? Like building, people can see people building if you don't know what IWB is. And so you can actually add assets while people are standing there. And we've enhanced it to where you can manage a live show, like turn on an action, run an action, turn on the lights, turn off the lights, kind of people remember MetaZoo, right? But you can do this all without having to program that. And so extending it to VLM would even empower event hosts and creators even further, because you can toggle things on and off through VLM without having to program those exceptions and those customizations. To the point of like what Rusan got to is like the Audius is actually live. Anybody can listen to the Audius. Audius is just like a streaming platform, and we've integrated it so you can listen to music for free on your scene, and it's live right now on Rusan's parcel that he deployed from Genesis City. So, like, just to recap, people are saying spaces are coming back up and the bull run and all these buzzy words, but like, we're still trying to build amazing content and amazing things to make it easier this next time around for people. And so we encourage you to come build with us. Canessa, come build with us. Sinful. You said I think you were just a speaker at the top of the session. Come be a builder. Come create. It's really easy. You don't have to program. And reaching out to VLM and other things like this, we want to make it even easier. So we encourage everybody to come and become a creator, even if you don't think you are, because it is actually a lot of fun building with other people together.
Where does one go to access that? Because I was looking right now. I went to Genesis to
click on world, and then click on build your world.
Okay.
Also,
you used to have one in Decentraland.
What's that?
There used to be, you could access it inside Decentraland too, couldn't you? You got a parcel. Because I saw a Genesis deployment land parcel, which is where I swear the last time I went to use it is where I went to access it. That was the time when I contacted you that it didn't seem to be working for me last time.
No, so In-World Builder is a custom world server, right? And so that's where all the fun stuff happens, and where people can come together and build. To get there, we deployed a single parcel on the Decentraland world server. Think of it as like a bookmark, right? So you could go inside Decentraland, Genesis City, go to our world, which is basically a bookmark, which will then link you from that scene to our world server, if that makes sense. Now you can round trip it, right? You go into in World Builder, and you can go visit Rustan's parcel, and then you can actually go to Rustan's parcel in Genesis City. You can actually go to Rustan's parcel in Genesis City, click on the IWB icon, and go back to IWB. So we're creating all of these links and functionalities to easily and seamlessly have people experience Decentraland in many, many different ways, all without having to program or, there's going to be no browser, so like switching tabs or doing all this. We're just really trying to streamline all of this stuff. And we're super excited about integrating other features like streaming audio for free, right? And adding actions to that. So you as a creator can say, okay, I want to listen to Audius, or when this button is pressed, play this playlist from Audius. And then maybe have that for everybody, right? And then you could be the game creator, or what in the gaming world is called a game master. So imagine you have a live show and you have everybody come in, and you don't want your reward to kick off yet until you feel like everybody's there. And then all of a sudden, through the power of IWB and possibly BLM, a reward actually appears for everybody in the middle. And the first to the key, whoever gets it, and then it disappears for everybody, right? So there's that is like 95% already available in New World Builder. It's really, really cool, fun stuff without having to program. And Rustan can attest, like, he doesn't know how to program at all, but he's been building amazing stuff.
Just not like you guys do. No, but see, I gotta add. So, like the live feature is really cool. That you just take this one asset in the collection of assets, drag it into your scene, and now you have a live panel that allows you to bounce people, kick them out. You can set messages that everybody can read. It's basically the bouncer UI, but just drag and drop. Just one little asset you drag and drop. It's really cool. And then also, I gotta give flowers to KJ. Is she still here? Yeah. Missed. No, I see KJ. Hey, KJ. She's been like building the sickest assets. Like they look so freaking good. And I have two of them on my parcel. If anyone wants to hop in and see the parcel, it's -150, 122. -150, 122. -150, 122. It's there. Some things I broke, like the button back to IWB, I need to fix. But for the most part, everything else works. And I haven't tested it myself, but Lastrum says you can click on the IWB logo there and test Audius yourself. And so hopefully we can get it to where I'm hoping it can go.
Yeah, with the assets, I know, Swish, you have your hand up just really quickly for something fun. In our lobby of the in-world builder, right, when you go there, existence, and you go to that bookmark and you land, cat's out of the bag, we're building an IWB IKEA for every one of the assets that our team has created. And so you will be able to see all 4,700 assets in this big-ass IWB IKEA building and peruse them and check them out, add them to your catalog of assets that you want to include when you go build under your DCL name. So that's not available yet. So if you want to see some really cool assets from our amazing 3D team, Nikki and KJ and her team, go to Rustan's parcel right
now. Also, I'm crazy about exploring like all the possibilities, but you don't have to deploy to Genesis City. There's like I'm talking about storage and stuff. There's greater limitations if you deploy to Genesis City. But keep in mind, you can also just do this to your own name worlds. You can have it exist on the world IWB world server. People can come visit it. You can deploy it to your own name worlds if you don't own land in Genesis City. So it's just all around, it's great. And there's some Decentraland bugs that we just kind of have to get around, and I'm available as much as I can be to help people figure things out if they need it. There's a couple kinks that once you understand, it just makes it so much easier. But you kind of have to understand these crazy Decentraland coding kicks that we have no power over, but it's good once you figure it out. It's like super easy.
What were the coordinates you were saying for KJ's thing?
Negative 150, 122.
Okay, cool. I was doing both negative, so I got it now. Thank you.
We can have certain kind
That's
of
super dope.
moderation, right?
Let me see if I understood correctly. So now in Wolves, we can have certain kind of moderation, right? Then, Lastro?
Yeah, so what's interesting, so in-world builder is its own server, right?
Yeah.
And we use your DCL name just like the DCL world server. Okay. The issue is we have no limitation. We don't limit how much you can deploy to your world, and we give you 2,400 parcels. So if you drop into your in-world name like argent.dcl and you have a blank canvas of 2,400 parcels, and then you could just easily create a scene, almost cookie cut out of the grass, your little scene, right? And then we have a catalog of assets that are 3D, some are audio, some are video, some are images, and you just click and add these items to your scene. Now, we immediately put DCL limitations, but there's toggles that say, I don't care about the poly count, I don't want the size limitations, I don't even worry about the scene boundaries, right? So you can just build a million poly count on one parcel if you wanted. We also have moderation, so we're adding, you can add other people to build with you, but you can also exclude people from your world completely, so they'll never be able to log in and do anything.
And for example, if I am managing an event there, I can, or my team can ban people that are, trolls or whatever, receiving ban.
Yep, absolutely.
That's
We've
great.
created the live panel. Yeah, we created this live panel, and instead of having like one bounce location, what's really cool is you set up multiple locations. So maybe you have a jail, maybe you have a fun house, maybe you have a ban area, and you it's just and it's a drop down, and you could say drop everybody or bounce this person or bounce that person, and then you choose a location and you move them. And so it's a really fun thing. It's all in real time. I mean, you could have one bounce location and then realize you need a new one, and there's a little cube that you just move around and say, this is where I want people to go. So it's all no programming. Think of like the awesome repository for people that don't know that. It's a GitHub of all of these pieces of code, like the jukebox. In-World Builder just says, we're going to take all of those and put them inside Decentraland, so you don't have to program them.
Yeah, I remember I started mine. I did not finish it at the very beginning of the project. And one of the questions that I have is, for example, actually we have certain limitations for video streaming. Not streaming per se, but to, for example, put a video in our parcels. So how many videos can we put if we are using a wall?
Well, so there's a DCL limitation. You can only play one video at a time.
Yeah.
So you can put, so we have a custom uploader, right? So you can actually upload your own custom 3D assets. And Rustan has done that. Dog Trip has done that. I mean, we use that for our assets in the catalog. So you can upload a video if you wanted to. We haven't enabled that yet. We've got images, audio, and 3D assets. So there'll be video assets. And that video file will be included in your scene. Now, it takes some space, right? So outside of that, there's no issue, but you can only play one at a time.
One question, I still with this, I still need to have a Neo Pro account or a friend that can load it.
Yeah. Yeah, so we have tried to work on a video streaming system where you just upload a video and it gives you a link back, right? And sort of not use Vimeo because that gets very expensive. Rustan mentioned this on a prior space that, you know, it's fine now for like 38 people, but when we get 3,800 people watching the same stream, your bandwidth goes nuts. So it's not something solvable by anybody inside Decentraland.
Because Rostam was telling me some days ago about the
One existence is playing audios via my parcel.
Yeah, I
I'm
I
super
want to
curious to
ask
know
also about that
how
because
that
Rostam was telling
how that
me
works. For
some
example,
days
for
ago
Mikey, no,
about the new
no.
audio capabilities in
eh,
Wolves, and
if
I'm super
you need
curious to know
to is only
how
for
that
music that
how that
has
works. For
been
example,
or
for
that is using a certain
um,
survey service a
eh,
certain
if you need
marketplace for music, or
it's
it
only
can
for
be also
music that has
SoundCloud,
been
you
or
know,
that is using a
Spotify,
certain
and all these
survey
things.
service, a certain marketplace for music, or it can be also SoundCloud, Spotify, and all these things.
So audio streaming is kind of like video, where video is the M3U8, you know, the little file extension. And so in Decentraland, it can only play certain audio files. Now, you mentioned SoundCloud and Spotify. They don't give you a link to play that actual file. You go to their website or you go to their app and you play the audio file, right? What is unique about Audius is it's basically SoundCloud, right? But then it has the option to be Web3. So you don't have to do the Web3. So you could log in and basically it's SoundCloud and you could upload your own music. But the power is it gives you a link, right? If you say, hey, this song is my song, right? My playlist, my song, and I want it to be streaming, it'll get picked up. It'll be in the playlist. So if you're playing around right now, Existence, all of those songs, those artists have made public for free streaming. Their playlist is public for streaming. And so our system goes and grabs all of the free open streaming musics, and when you click on one, it pulls that link from Audius and plays it. That's the beauty of Audius.
To me, the potential, I hope we can get it there, is to be able to sign in with a username and password, create your playlist, share your playlist with friends, be able to mint songs of the songs that you like, right? And so I'm already seeing like, let's get Stony Eye on there, let's get Buffalo on there, let's get everybody we know of, right? And create Decentraland playlist. You like a song, you hear it, you listen to it in front of others, and then you're able to mint it or like it. It gets the plays are counted, like how SoundCloud tells you how many times it's been played or favorited or whatever. Like it just you can do all that stuff from in world, which the potential for that for NFT music artists to me is like undeniable. Awesome.
Will it connect somewhere to the marketplace? So if somebody wants to purchase,
at some point we hope so, right? Like I can't do it. Lastrom can speak more about that, but that's a big goal of mine is to see that happen. I think that would be huge.
Yeah, that would be like what Meta Rides has been doing with their metaverse vehicles radio station. So that would definitely be cool and
Blah blah blah. Because you
wonderful,
know
hopefully for
that
the artists.
do the law all
Well,
these
here
things.
there is
Not
a like a
not in
second
it's
question
not the
that is
same
related
when
also
you're
to
using
copyrights and
streaming
blah blah
service
blah,
or
because you
like
know that
Spotify, for example, or whatever.
do the law and all these things, not the not
In
in
your own
no, it's not the
space
same
or
when you're
even
using
or
a streaming
that
service
when
or
you're
like
using because
Spotify, for example, or
you're
whatever,
using
in
these things
in
because you are
in your
having a
own
business
space or
that is
even,
streaming
or
music
than when you're
continuously.
using, because
So how
you're
that
using
is
these things
this
because
something that
you
is
are having
approaching
a business
the
that is
also
streaming
a solution
music
for
continuously.
artists
So
as
how
well
that
as for the business
is
that
is is this something that is approaching the also a solution for artists as well as for the business that
The
Well, so the music is uploaded by individual people, and you create your own playlists of your tracks. So you have the power to say, I want this track to be public, I want this track to be token gated, I want this track to be private. And so the platform of Audius says, okay, if you want to connect and get all of the playlists, it's going to get all the playlists, but it'll only get the ones that are public or that are available to play. Or if you're logged in, which Rustam's talking about, your logged in rights for that song. So if you have the token or you have purchased it or whatever, but that's all set up on the creator. So that's what's really interesting is Audius as a platform is free to use and free to upload, but you as the creator have the ability to control who can listen to that. We as developers, we just say, hey, give us all the content that the creators have said is open to stream, right? If you want to turn that into a business, I don't know how that works, where you charge $5 to come to your Decentraland scenes and you're playing other people's free music. I'm not getting into that legality realm. All I'm trying to do is just allow people to play and share and consume other content together without having to program, right?
yeah, but I am asking not about this last that you said. I don't know if you know that if you're in music and you're an artist in all this shit, you also have the music distribution and all this shit. And well, what I am to summarize, I don't know how well you're familiarized with
I
how.
don't have to be the. I don't. But I just want to say I don't have to. That's if you're an artist that's making music, you know where you can and can't distribute your music, right?
Not really. No.
Okay. Well, I'm just
That's the
saying it's
thing.
it's a different. I
That's
think
why
it's a different
that's
audience.
why I'm asking because, for example, is as I said, by law, for example, you can play your music with your friends when you're listening, blah blah blah. But if you are having, for example, a business that is like hairdressing or something like that, and they are playing music, those they have the business has to pay a 10% to the music distributors that in this case will be, for example, I don't know, Sony Records or whatever, whoever has the copyrights of those songs, and not only the copyrights of the authorship, but also the copyrights of exploitation of the earnings. I
I know, but
wonder.
this is off
Yeah,
topic.
no, it's not.
It's off
It's not.
topic.
No,
It is because that's like
Nastro.
saying if I have a hair salon and I start playing,
It's not.
if I start playing
It's,
Spotify,
it's
like
not.
just because I can play
The,
Spotify, I should know if I can or not. It's kind of off
I
topic.
think it's just
no,
it's on
it's
the
not.
creator. It's on the creator, Argent. Like we
No,
know we
it's not.
know it
Man.
is though, but like if I'm opening up a hair salon and I'm a stylist
Mhm.
and I'm knowingly putting music that I know I shouldn't be putting, knowing that there's these licensing regulations, that's on me, you know. So like
Right.
it doesn't mean you have to shut off everything that's available. And so in the metaverse we have right there's a lot of unknowns still, especially when it comes to a scene, whether it's
Yeah, that's
True
why.
Vandroom or Casa Rustan, right? To me, my builds are just like my living room, and you, my friends, are coming over, and I'm playing music for you. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm not trying to sell you tickets to come hear music or anything like that. To me, that's fine. And somebody in the future could say, no, that's not fine. And then we have to navigate that when that happens, right? But for now, it's like always ask for forgiveness. That's how I roll. But if I'm going to build a virtual venue that charges a ticket fee to listen to music that I don't have the rights to share, I know that as the creator, I know that I'm abusing something. That's on me, the creator, to abuse it. So
But that is why I'm referencing this and saying that is very important, not only
for the artists, but also for all the people in general, because you can put at risk without knowing that you are going against the law using certain things. So we need to be aware and
Yeah,
conscious.
I
For
think
example,
again.
when we are using, for example, something like a Spotify, that Spotify will also, by the how they work and how they monetize and the music and blah blah blah, they will later on pay the artist or pay whoever has the exploitation rights. um, and this is something that, for example, you ask the artist, what you do is just register your music, you put it there, you put it available for the platforms and so on, and that's all. You don't do anything else. You don't have to wear to do other thing like that. But to it's more important for the people actually that has abuseness in metaverses, like being a DJ, having a music venue. These are the most common, but it can be whatever that is actually streaming music. If that music is not royalty free, uh, you're going against the law. So that's why I was doing this question, because it's important to know that if we have these tools, we also need to be conscious of what is going on behind, and maybe adapt and put like a warning or whatever, saying, hey, remember that, or whatever. This just like a note, but is you cannot. What I am trying to say is that we because we are doing a tool, or we are not being the parent of that tool anymore. We have to be conscious that what we are creating also has an impact, whether we like it or not. So if we are going to create a tool, it's better that this tool is healthy to use for all the parts.
Yeah, so the way I look at it is like Spotify, you can't bring into Decentraland. One of the other ones, SoundCloud, you can't bring into Decentraland easily like this. Audius enables the ability to bring it to Decentraland. That's a topic between the artist and Audius. Audius has made it available. Artists can toggle whether or not it can be shared in a place like Decentraland. So that's like a conversation outside of Decentraland. And Lastrom, as a coder, is taking what Audius has set up and is applying it to Decentraland, with the pre-given permissions that have happened between Audius and the artist there. So like, it's, to me, it's really not a concern of a creator in Decentraland. Again, I think if you're going to profit off it in a weird way, knowing that you're taking advantage of artists, I don't recommend that. But if you're just sharing music and promoting artists the way that I envision, I think it's a magical thing.
I was just going to say, yeah, that's all I wanted to talk about is awesome powers of In-World Builder. Unknower, I almost called you Ruston, sorry. Let's get together on VLM, because if it's easy to hook up, right, we could just have hook VLM into the triggers and actions. So you press a button and it changes your VLM screen, right? Or it changes or does something like that. And basically use Decentraland IWB as the front end for VLM. I think that'd be super sick. Same concept that Ruston just said. We're making things available in Decentraland. So Decentraland, we hope, will be the front end to many, many, many other things. Listening to music, exploring music, discovering music, hosting live events, shopping, things like that. Been always wanting to put Decentraland as the web experience for anything since 2019. So like, the more we can focus on that and make it easier for people to build those experiences, that's what we're here for. Personally, like physically available, Ruston, me, Dr. Mies, anybody who wants to start building an in-world builder, for free, no coding, and creating amazing experiences that can be shared by others in your world or, as Rusan has demoed, in Genesis City.
By the way, we didn't mention, or I didn't mention anything about the gaming aspects that Lastrom and crew have been working super hard on. I didn't mean to say that, but it's like we had this crossroads early on, maybe like 2 or 3 months ago, where we're like, do we want to build um, a game structure that just makes it so easy that like you just plop in an asset and you have deathmatch or spy hunt like Nifty Island, or do we want to build something where people can create their own original games from scratch? And we lean towards just having the functionality for people to create their own games from scratch. And as a result, like most of us involved in IWB are each going to create a basic game using those functionalities. And but the exciting part about it is that like I'm not a super incredible game builder, and I'm definitely learning that with what it takes to make a game with the functionality that's going to be provided in IWB. But there are people out there that maybe that don't know how to code, and this is going to enable them the opportunity. And I just cannot wait until at least one or more who are those people can create just this like incredibly insane game with the features that the IWB will be able to offer. Meanwhile, I'll have my little coin quest, that I'll make a tutorial on how to make it, for example. But you'll be able to do the most insane things with the IWB as far as creating a game. I'm excited to see that come to fruition. The end.
Thank you, thank you. I like that the end at the end. Yeah. So question, and I think you kind of already answered it, but so like in World Builder kind of definitely makes me think it's in DCL worlds, but you can loop this scene around and you can build something in World Builder and then deploy it in Genesis City proper.
Yeah.
Yeah. The cool thing, I think, Rusan, you did this, right? So, Kanessa, you can go in World Builder, the world, right? And that's kind of like your little canvas, your workshop, right? And you have all these little scenes next to each other, right? And they're individual scenes. So if you have 9 Genesis City pieces of land, you can go and make 9 little 1-by-1 scenes in your world, in your workshop, right? Tinker with them, mess with them, make them completely different. But you can also have actions to link back to that workshop for anybody else to come see from Genesis City. So Rustan did that. There's a button in his Genesis City build that will take you to his builder workshop.
It's not live right now though. I have to fix the action still for the trick.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it is there.
So it's cool, right? You can basically set up your scene in your little workshop to link to other things. You could link to other worlds, DCL worlds, right? So maybe you want to promote somebody else or a different parcel. You can set all that up, like teleport to Tamanoia or teleport and change realm to Seeds or Argent's world, right?
You could also make your little workshop completely private so nobody can access it. Like what's
true.
cool with
Yes.
Kanessa like Kanessa, you have like I don't know how many builds you've done now, right? For your 3x3. Imagine you can put all those builds in one world that only you can see and deploy easier than ever just by walking around your world. You just hit deploy to Genesis City parcel estate and then it's there. It's pretty wild.
So then if like I think, sometimes people if they're creating a new build, they want to have they just want it to be, revealed with the initial first time people see it, like the wow factor. Is it because you're saying that people can come around and see you building, like is there the ability to make it private? I can imagine, if people are like if there's a I don't know, like maybe the yukata build, like where you want to keep it special for the first day, can you keep it private so that other people don't see it?
Yeah, that's what I was saying is you can make your whole workshop private. You can make scenes in your workshop private or public so they only see some and they don't see others. You have like full control of anything. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, think of like your world, Canessa, as like your own Genesis City. So it's a blank canvas, and if you want to make one scene of 500 parcels of roads that interconnect and intertwine and meander, that could be one scene, right? And it's just a pathway around your Genesis City, and then you have other little mini scenes around. And those little mini scenes, maybe you don't want to show for the public, so there's a little public toggle, or you don't even want it to load for yourself for whatever reason, and you just disable it. And so maybe you want, 9 different versions of your world, of your Genesis City scene. You could have 8 of those be public or private, and only 1 be public or private. Or you could have all of them be, private while you are working on it, and then you can toggle it public right there, or you could deploy it to Genesis City. We basically gave you Genesis City, and you can create whatever you want. It's kind of cool.
That's cool. Now, I'm just like, I always play devil's advocate in my brain just because it's like how I process things. Like if somebody does that and they, deploy their assets in your server, can other people like let's just say, worst case scenario, can you go take those assets? Like, are you, I don't know, like, would there be a liability there, like just sharing those assets unknowingly, like with you, which I don't think you would go do bad things with it. I'm just like asking for the sake of asking.
Yeah, no, great question. So the Enrolled Builder stores everything on its own server, right? Just like if you did at the DCL World server. So technically anybody could still get those assets, right? So it's not like I'm going to steal everybody's assets. It's still the same, I guess, visibility of assets, right? Where we sort of differ is, okay, when you have your own Canessa in-world builder, you have no assets tied to your scene, right? You have to go to the catalog and you choose. This is a fun feature. You go to the catalog and you choose which assets you want, right? Maybe you only want like 15 assets, and then from our public catalog, so you choose those, and then when you click deploy to your workshop world, we will grab those 15 assets and allocate to your scene. So your scene might load really fast. Before we loaded all 4,500 assets, it was like 900 megabytes. And it took kind of a second to deploy, to load. So now maybe you don't want any of our catalog assets. You just are a badass creator and you upload your own custom assets. Those assets are only available to your world. No one else can use them.
Okay, sweet. Thank you.
Caveat, we're opening up the catalog so that you can make some assets available for free, for purchase, for whatever. So there's going to be the main catalog and you have your own private catalog. But now there'll be the main catalog with your assets that you want to make money on, to share with others, however you may choose. And sorry, Swiss, I thought you had a question like 10 minutes ago. I'm so sorry.
Is Swiss up here? I don't see them in the speaker panel.
Same.
Oh, weird. He's a speaker on mine. Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to chat about that. Sorry. Like, I love DCL. Always loved it. We're making it easier to build in DCL. It's been a lot of fun building with people and then seeing the results. And we're doing fun stuff. Always here to take questions, and love the devil's advocacy because it only makes our tool set better. And so, I have to go back to my brunch, but a knower would love to figure out how we can get VLM in there to make all of this even easier.
If anyone would like to see a world being worked on, I will have a link up to where I'm at the top. So like Stardog's hubs, if you guys are curious as well, you can click on the link and hop in and you'll find me there tinkering around. So.
Thank you, everyone. Kanasa, Rustam, Unknower. for always being there for me. Sinful. I really appreciate you guys. Have a great day.
Take care, Super Nina.
Thank you, Nina.
And yeah, thank you, Lastrum, for coming up and sharing as well. And want to say welcome to a couple people. I see Creative Owls, DJ C, DJ CK. I forget how much fun I have saying that. Is in the building. What up, Boo? What up, Hubs? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Artreyu in the building. And oh, what? And our friend, fellow Beast Foreign. I believe that's how his name is pronounced. But if it's not foreign, you are more than welcome to come up here and yell at me for for the mispronunciation. But welcome everyone. Make sure to like and retweet the room. Conversations have been good today, and definitely would like to get some more ears. At one point, we had like 500 listeners, and for like a second or something. Like, what was that all about?
It was our conversation. It was a riveting conversation we were having.
It was over 500, and for more than 1 minute, it was nearly I think the first 30 minutes or longer. I was wondering, wow.
I think the bots found us.
Well, I hope the bots are getting the information and telling the peoples that we are here.
Maybe our bots telling Elon Musk that we are misbehaving.
We don't misbehave. We only we only talk hard shit about his platform as constructive criticism.
I like it that, for example, Decentraland is each time putting more easy things, and the people in here in the community making things to make sure that, for example, we get moderation right. I think we were talking a lot in you know in the Discord about this, and one of the things that I am always complaining is about now moderation tools in blockchain metaverses, and that for events makers is hard, because if you have a small group, maybe you can control, but if if you have to do like a big mega super event with all those stars that we were talking before, it's gonna be difficult if we don't have those. Even when those are like something very simple, like throwing into a nice jail someone because it's being not, you know.
Yeah, were you talking like moderating tools, kind of like what Swiss had talked about at the earlier part of the show, Argent?
Yes. Well, no, sorry. As I was thinking in Lostrom and Rustar here, what they said of how they are implementing in well that capability of moderation tools for the people that is hosting an event or doing something.
Yeah, Bouncer UI has always been available on the docks, and I've utilized it on a couple of my builds. But I recently upgraded Kazakhstan to SDK 7, and the Bouncer UI, I couldn't find it first, and then I started a canny asking them to convert it to SDK 7, and then Ozymandias found it for me, existing already in a random um, GitHub that I didn't know about. So I tried to implement that. It didn't work easily. It was kind of broken. Had to sort of work on it to try to get it fixed. And it's now working at Kazakhstan again, which is great. But the cool thing about IWB is it's literally just drag and drop. It's super easy. I did have to consider though, like the potential dangers of getting this in the hands of Kanessa because she's crazy when it comes to kicking people.
Oh, and give me
It's
rights
not
as
all
a
people.
people. I will do it too.
Yeah,
Just to see them fly.
Ruston, it's not all people. It's just you.
Rustan, since you're still up here, when World Updated Refresh Ready comes up, does that mean I have to hit the actual refresh button?
Yes, refresh the page. Okay. So that's one of those things that we have to just live with Decentraland. Like when something is not loading on the scene, you have to refresh, you have to run off scene and come back in. It's the same thing in IWB. So if you make some sort of deployment change, you have to refresh. So luckily, Lastrum has set it up in a way that's like pretty understandable, So you click a button, you get a notification, tells you to refresh, and you just refresh, and you're right back in, ready to go.
I thought that, and I was pretty sure that's the way it had been in the past. I didn't know if maybe there were
rock and roll
some wonderful shortcut update or something to that. But thank you.
Yeah, that like some of those things like that, like some of those notifications that help you along the way have gotten so much better in the last few months. It's really starting to smooth out and streamline. And obviously, it's been less than a year that Last Slice has been putting this all together, and it's really mind blowing what the team has done. I'm super proud of what they've done, and especially, some people complain about grant money and stuff, but like the money that Last Slice asked to do this was definitely not what it's worth. Like it's like this is a huge job. They deserve more than they got for sure. And it's also amazing how fast they're putting it out. Some of these things would take years, I think, and they're like busting it out like madmen.
Well, for sure, it's an interesting thing that he's able to do it, or the team is able to do it, but not the center per se. And that's something that we should reflect on that.
Yeah, I would love the foundation to step in, see it, use it, and then um, make it standard almost. I would love to see that happen. Uh, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, me too, like adoption, because it's true that, for example, one of the things that I enjoy like a lot is now that I know that I can go to existence place and just stress something there, whatever, it's going to be awesome. Be that a collaborative thing that also can be sometimes a little bit fun, as well as nurturing.
I had actually, on several of my worlds, going through the world builder or the builder, you see below all the examples that some people have made. I actually went through, not all of them, way too many, but a good chunk of them, and I downloaded some of them, some of these old kind of cool builds. That was SDK6 be, before it officially became obsolete, so to speak. And I put some of those in some of my worlds to check out and just kind of say goodbye to them, because there were some pretty cool ones.
Yeah, there's like that one zombie game one. There's a bunch of cool ones for sure.
So you put them out? It means that there's not any more in there?
No, you can download them and just deploy them to wherever.
They might still be on some of my worlds. They don't if I look at what's supposedly on my worlds, it says nothing's deployed to them. Although I know I've deployed stuff to them.
Yeah, it's not always accurate. I've noticed the same thing.
I'm curious. I'm curious now. Or does anybody know? So they created for worlds like those four big huge scenes. They had the house. They have the nightclub and the office and something else. Does anybody know if those are going to be obsolete? Because that was during SDK 6 time, if I recall.
I'm not 100% sure. I haven't looked into it what those are made with. I think they came right around after the announcement, I believe, but I'm not sure.
Well, this is off topic, but a moment ago we were talking about music and so on. I just released, like, just fresh off the oven before the starting of the CBD, one of my new tunes. So just in case you wanna hear it, I was thinking a lot when you make it.
So, Argent, I don't think you were able to make it. Did anybody else make it to the live event in Fortnite an hour ago? Probably
No,
not.
I'm still downloading.
I don't mess with that web tube bullshit.
Well, it doesn't matter if you like Fortnite or
Have to
not. Like,
go.
I've never
Yeah,
played Fortnite in my life.
you don't
yeah,
need
that's
to. You don't
okay.
need to.
So you don't have to like it to. There's a deeper point. You don't have to be into Fortnite. Like, I'm speechless what I just witnessed, because you have a game, you have a multiplayer game. Every battle royale is 100 people dropping in. I was super late to it. I was with my squatty was dropping in, so we were watching on YouTube Live, Nikki 30 watching this live event happen. We were in the lobby queue, and then all of a sudden, like, we got in. We're in the battle bus. We're watching the live event from the battle bus, and then we drop off the bus, drop into the event with 100 other players in this specific battle royale, which is being played out. Like, every single battle royale is 100 people, like, times that by how many people are playing Fortnite. Like, the sheer capacity for a world to have that live event is mind-blowing. That it doesn't matter if you're in world, on the battle bus. Like, we started actually in the lobby on the island before you take off, so we got to watch the event, battle bus, then dropped into the event. Like, that I'm just, like, blown away and thinking, oh my gosh, like, that, how will other side, how will,
That's exactly what I was going to bring up.
Yep.
Exactly what I was going to bring up.
Yep.
So, 100 people is not great.
No,
Last week, Dr. Drip and I involuntarily found each other amongst 3,000 people fighting in other side, and he killed me.
I
Of
have
course
to
he
say
did.
that
You're a lover, not a hater.
I was running around. First of all, my computer sucks for gaming, and so I'm running around button mashing like a madman. And it was actually working. I was killing people, and then I'm like, "Oh shit! There's Doctor Drip," and I have video footage of this. Me, like, trying to kill Drip. He hadn't noticed me yet, and I shot him like 5 times, and then he turned around and shot me once, and I died.
That's a skill issue, bro.
but
Maybe,
I
but Fortnite dropping 100 to me is like, okay,
it's
whatever.
not, yeah, but this is going for instances for the events, so they have instances of like, Decentraland also has instances because you can be in more than one. You can choose to go to one of the different instances. What I don't know if it works like 100 well in the Decentraland, because we tried that in the Central Music Fest, and the experiment will not as good as it should. But for example, to do events in the metaverse, wherever you like it or not, Fortnite as as player or whatever or game, they they know how to do awesome, seamless events, musical, visual,
Yeah,
impressive.
it was very very impressive. Other side is very impressive. From what I understand, the problem is that it's extremely expensive to run what they're running. That's the big roadblock. And I can say through my own experience with Decentraland, back in 2021, when there was a lot more people using it, the most I had at Kazakhstan was over 400 people, and it was a shit show. You could barely log in for more than a minute before it crashed. Um, that was back also when I had a weaker computer, but I imagine it would handle it better now than it did, especially once we move to the client a little bit, because that opens up a lot more runway and bandwidth and stuff. So, but we can't really test until we see, right?
Yes, it's true. But the possibilities are open.
I think the ability to have that seamless integration from three different points to experience the same event. It was an animation. It was a large explosion. I think that, I mean, a kid growing up today, that is just normal. So like what they're going to expect to see in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, I mean, we know the industry is competitive, and these AAA games that have, I mean, millions upon millions of dollars to invest in market design. Not only that, but just the amount of time that it takes to make these games. I mean, it takes 5 to 10 years to make a good game. And so I think that, it's just inspiring. It's inspiring in so many different ways, but I think that the server capacity, like that's mind blowing. And I don't know, I'm hoping that our servers can keep up with the demands as they move forward. And I don't know how to get around that cost, Rustan, like you said, because it's just it's expensive. It's expensive to host this kind of experience.
I think it's just I think it's just too soon to worry about that stuff. I think these things are going to get easier and easier as time goes on. Things will get cheaper and cheaper. What I currently don't personally like seeing are people who a year ago were asking me about how Decentraland, how decentralized is HyperFi, and why should I jump on HyperFi, and now they're giving up on DCL and jumping into Roblox, which is like the opposite of decentralized. Like that bums me out. Like I'm here for like Web3 baby. I'm here to not be canceled by or like banned by some company because my work has nudity. Like I'm sticking with this. I'm sticking with Decentraland, HyperFi, anything Web3. Other side looks amazing. I know Drip and I both signed up for the ODK, which is going to potentially allow us to build on our other side deeds. It doesn't mean that we're bouncing from DCL. It means that we're going to bring our knowledge to that world, and we're going to explore both and just like keep exploring Web3. Now I'm not going backwards.
So who was it? Was it Derek or somebody else that said, like, does decentralization matter if nobody shows up for it? And it seems like
it does.
I guess. Well, and it matters too. I mean, I wonder if it's also just people are frustrated with the performance issues if they're not able to create the way they want to, that it's really difficult, challenging to create in Decentraland, and then they go to Roblox and voila, it's easy. They give up decentralization, and they give up whatever royalties they're able to get because Roblox takes a much higher cut. But when you have millions upon millions, I think they just hit a new record, 10 million concurrent users in Roblox yesterday. So, those might be people also just trying to get their online metaverse business off the ground, and like they just got to eat. Like they might want to be decentralized, but at the end of the day,
we can't eat exposure. We need
it's just to me it's just expectations and motivations, right? What are your motivations? Is it money, or what are your expectations? And I stand by, like, try to loosen up your expectations, because it'll only lead to disappointment. When I first started building into Decentraland, I've said a million times, I didn't expect anybody to show up. I was just happy to be able to finally build somewhere. I still had a feeling that maybe they would ban me, but I was just happy to build something the way I wanted to build it without anybody telling me what to do. Like, that is all that I cared about. And I can say through this entire bear market, I've been able to make plenty of money. So I don't know why people are running from it, other than, like, they're doing it wrong, in my opinion. I don't know. I stand by, be who you are, be yourself, build, turn your expectations off, and stand by what you believe. Last month, I almost I had some videos pulled off my YouTube, and for the first time ever, they did not reinstate it. This is a case of a corporation controlling my work, and for the first time in 13 years, I was feeling like maybe I should be done with YouTube. You know, they control you. They control me. Like, you can't control me on Web3. I'm gonna, like, create no matter what happens, whether I make money or not. Like, in order to live, I have to create. Otherwise, I die. I just die. So, like, I don't care if nobody shows up. I'm still gonna be building crazy shit in Hyperfi, Decentraland, other side, wherever it is. I'm gonna be making stuff, and those who are there to follow me along the ride and buy whatever shit I drop, like, I'm super grateful for it, but I don't expect it. I don't live for that. It's just who I am.
So have you found an alternative to censored YouTube for your work?
No, I'm just gonna keep doing it until they kick me out.
I believe this is the problem with YouTube. This is not the first time that a creator says something similar in that sense. Is that the bots mostly of the times are not controlling well, or it seems that they don't, like they don't really see it well, and then if anyone is flagging your video for whatever reason, because it's a troll or because it's I don't know, super religious person or whatever, the problem is that the bots act before anyone actually checks that your video is actually not a bad video, and not a bad content. So I'm sorry to hear that is happening to you.
Thank you. I mean, it's nothing new. What's weird to me is, like, we talk about how, like, the foundation is often hard to reach, and so I've been uploading to YouTube since 2011. I actually became friends with the vice president of Google back in 2011, and I was able to fly to Mountain View, California, and meet with him in the Lion's Den. And he openly supported my work and greenlit me to post whatever I want. As long as I don't abuse this ability, right? And so I was able to create YouTube videos the way I envisioned them without any trouble. Of course, over time, he left Google, and so my connection there uh, dissipated, right? And but I just continued to create. And 2 or 3 times a year, I'll have a video flagged and removed because I'm a successful partner with over 300,000 subscribers. I'm able to easily chat with someone at YouTube and talk to them, have it appealed and reviewed. And for about 10 plus times, they always reinstate my video. This past year, two of them they didn't reinstate. First time ever. And the second one, they were really a lot harder on me because the previous video wasn't reinstated, and there was nothing wrong with them, really. They were not pornography as was being described. Um, what's weird is I know the process. The process blows. It takes like 3 to 4 hours of me going back and forth, saying the same thing I always say to get my video reinstated. And this last two times it didn't work. And so I'm trying to understand why, and I just accept it and let it go. They're not reinstating the video. It went up to the higher ups to review, and they denied it. And then 3 days later, the video is back with no word, no discussion. I don't know why. I don't know why it's there. And you talk about like not being able to reach the foundation. Like I'm not going to go say like, "Hey, why is the video back?" Because the last terms they sent me were like, "You need to remove links from your description that send people to other sites that we don't approve of," which meant Patreon. Like I had a sentence that said, "To see my work uncensored, visit my Patreon." So the word uncensored is what was driving them mad. So I went through over 300 videos and removed that line, changed it to become a patron. And I asked them, like I had to figure that out on my own. They just said you have to remove lines that we don't approve of the links. And I was like, is it the Patreon thing? And they said, we cannot talk about that since this has been already reviewed. And I was like, why not? Like, tell me what I need to fix so I could keep posting videos. But no, it's like a weird Illuminati thing, and I just have to sort of like figure it out on my own. And so I did that. Video came back. I don't know why. I'm not going to ask why because I don't want them to remove it again. Also, they throttled my reach significantly, which happens every time one of my videos go viral. And I don't care. I'm probably like the only person in the world that is happy to not have a video go viral because then I have to deal with all these problems when it goes viral. But that's why when I bought land in Decentraland, I was like, this is mine and I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. And I did, and I'm going to continue to do it, even if you guys all run away to Roblox and run all the kids out of there because they for sure as hell don't want you coming into their Roblox ruining the game that they have.
So Rustan, don't you have like a DM? Don't you have like a YouTube influencer like
God
group
damn,
chat?
I wish I do.
Don't
I
they
wish.
do like
I
don't
wish.
they community building these like YouTube influencers where Mr. Beast can help you?
Not for me. I swear I don't know what's going on behind those doors. I know after 100,000 subscribers, you're supposed to get like a personal assistant. Sometimes I never have. I've always been accepted to use YouTube Studio Spaces for free, which they discontinued at shutdown, and it was a magical time of my life. But I don't have any contact now as over 300 plus account. It's really weird. It's super weird. I'm just like going through the motions, putting my work out there, and that's it.
Because it seems like it's just like, in Decentraland, when you have a problem, you got your buddies to go be like, hey guys, like, hey, like this and that. And even as far as like YouTubes or bots, you've given me advice before, like, oh no, don't put your YouTube video in a Twitter post. Like that's super bad. Put it in the comment right after. And it's things like that like,
yeah, all that stuff too. Like I know how to do everything social media except for TikTok because they banned me when I made my first post before I had a follower, and I was like, I think I'm not going to use TikTok, but I know how to use every platform, how to maximize reach and everything. I know all the I've been through decades of marketing guru specialists that are mostly wrong because they have no proof to back it up. But I can tell you exactly what to do to like grow things over time, and it takes patience. But I'm tired of playing that game, man. It's just lame. And that's what I love about Decentraland. Like the community is strong. And just like you said, if something is fucked up, we stand behind each other and we fight for each other. Like I don't have that anywhere else. It's crazy.
It's difficult actually to find communities like this one. It I'm sorry to hear that for creators, YouTube became like so down. That they were offering perks that were helping, and that now someone actually has a base and actually is creating things, not, like just commenting on what others does and blah blah blah, is actually not able to enjoy the burst that before you had. I think most of the problem is related to the bots and how they make the rules for those bots.
Well, let me.
And also because, yeah,
Uh,
and also
Arjun,
go
I
go.
appreciate what you're saying about like for the artist and having empathy for me, but like it's bigger than me. It's not about me. It's not about my work. The more important thing that I learned with Facebook is the problems of child abuse, child pornography, and so like on Facebook, you have so many people flagging stupid things like I don't like the color of that guy's shirt. Flag, flag. That tree's too big. Flag, and then like there's a naked 8-year-old or a naked 12-year-old um, being abused. Flag. So you have to there's not enough manpower to review all these flags, so they have to create these bots that analyze the picture, and I'm okay with having my stuff removed if it means some kid is going to be saved, you know and so like I understand that. And then there's also the idea of different cultures, right? In the Middle East tends to flag my work the most because of culture variations, right? So like some of the stuff that I do, and I noticed one of my models tends to get flagged the most. Her name is Shadia. She's a Middle Easterner, so she's kind of like a huge sinner in their culture. So they flag the shit out of her videos, and that's just like a cultural thing, Like I'm not gonna like impose my beliefs onto other people, and I expect people to respect mine. But I get it, like child porn. We have to like err on the side of caution for certain things, and I totally get that. Like so I'm not blaming anybody, but in Web3 in a decentralized universe, if you're going to come into my world, know that there's going to be nudity, there's going to be goofy jokes that maybe you don't like. I might dance around in a thong. I might do twerk, like I might try to get creative with the way I move my body, and there's nothing that you can do about it. And if you don't like it, I'm gonna kick you into my prison in Casa Rustan.
If I go tomorrow, I'm
But also,
expecting to twerk.
But Swiss has his hand up. I would love to hear what Swiss has to say.
but here just adding this, but here also is because, for example, Decentraland is targeting an adult audience. You do his more abroad. Maybe we should start like having for this social media and all these things like PG grades, so you don't have to be in the pain of someone flagging you because accidentally the child was watching a nipple in an Eastern culture or whatever. So the thing is that if you have maybe if we have the opportunity to have like a more oriented classification of the contents, it would be into PG, moderate, or adult. It would be
Yeah. Well,
easier.
Casa Rustan is 18 plus, and you have to click that you're over 18 to see it, to even see what's on that land. I've set it up so that's built into Decentraland's coding, which is really great. And I always like I personally don't believe that um, 18 plus is the point of maturity. My kids love my work. My kids have helped me paint on people naked, male and female. They've seen, it's like I don't hide them away from nudity because it's not sexual in nature, and they're fine. I mean, they have little twitches here and there, but they're fine. But there are also adults that are like a lot of adults that are super immature about nudity, but still I'm willing to like lock my build down to be 18 plus, just to help people know that if you're going to come in here, you might see something you don't like. Know that, when I upload my videos to YouTube, they're all 18 plus videos. And it's funny because every time I post a video, I set it to 18 plus, and then I immediately get a notification once the bots have reviewed it saying like, YouTube thinks this is uh, uh, content that's not appropriate for people under 18. So we've instilled 18 plus whatever to it. And like, it's like, you didn't need to do that. I already did it. Thanks. So it's like, I get it. I try to warn people as much as I can, and it exists in Decentraland, which is great. And also they do have their terms about abuse and safety. Like, as long as nobody's getting hurt, that's all that matters to me.
Rustam, if I may, maybe I can just step away a little bit from your example, although I think you are exactly on the borderline of a lot of ethical questions around the world. And I think you're playing with it very carefully and very creatively. And I think this is also part of your success formula. But you pay your price, man. And if you feel it, you deserve to feel it, I think, my personal perspective. But I think the question from Canessa was, are we sacrificing adoption and performance because we believe that this platform is decentralized and that it's worth defending this idea of being decentralized? And this kind of, I think, also where you are going. And the question is, we can say, I mean, is Decentraland really decentralized? How much effort do you need to put to shut this whole thing down? Is it really that resistant to censorship? Or is it just a bunch of land protected on the blockchain and people are creating their own in-world builders on separate servers left and right? I mean, you can drill down that hole, and if eventually you'll have to ask a question like, what is Web3 for you? Is it just log in with your ENS domain name? Is that Web3? Or is Web3 total censorship resistance? I'm curious your thoughts on this.
No, it's definitely a great question. I mean, we see what happened with Known Origin in the last couple of weeks, right? They're shutting down. eBay owns Known Origin. So what does that mean for the NFTs and the interplanetary file system attached to each NFT and the images? Are those going to not be paid for and go away? So someone bought one of my NFTs for like $7,000 in 2021. Are they going to lose the image attached to that token now? Am I going to have to like go and like create a new token, airdrop it to them to recover what was taken away from them? When I thought that like, oh, in 2021, I thought, no, when we make an NFT, it's permanent forever. Apparently it's not. And I looked deeper into this stuff. Now I'm starting to upload my VRMs and assets that I attach to tokens into Arweave, which seems like a better answer right now. And then I started to look into like who's hosting the files for Decentraland. And from just asking around, apparently a lot of the files from Decentraland are hosted on AWS, meaning Amazon. So it's like Amazon also hosts Netflix. And I remember years ago there was some event. I don't know if it was I can't remember exactly what it was. If it was like Prime was releasing something, Netflix randomly went down for the whole day, the day of this major Amazon release. Netflix went down, and that seems suspicious to me. So is Decentraland also governed by Amazon now? That's supposed to be decentralized. All these wearables we've bought could just be tokens with no images attached to them at some point.
And now you tell me.
Well, the thing is that engraving anything in the blockchain that is colorful or complicated in the shape of how many pixels has and so on is super expensive.
Yes.
So that's why I was, I each time someone brings that to, oh, the blockchain is for everything. Your content is not the content. What is the proof that that content existed on a time, But that's all. What maybe we can do is to put safe holders to, well, what happens if where is the actual content that you want to to have or whatever is or not in that if we can put, for example, well, if this fails, you can go to this and have it. But actually, with the NFT world, it happens exactly the same that with physical art. With physical art, you can have the proof of, the thingy that tells that that was indeed made by this artist. That is the proof of purchase and authorship and all these things to ensure between an artist and a client that the artist that is the real piece. But this does not mean that this piece is going to be burned, for example, in a fire or whatever.
Yeah, very true.
Will
I actually
happen.
just submitted a piece
So
to a gallery that had been out of the gallery scene for since I started the metaverse, and I was looking. It's a hologram, so you can only really see it with the naked eye. You can't even do a true NFT of it, right? So there was a local art show. I put it in there. It's been in storage, and I pulled it out of storage, and there was like a little bit of mold on it, and I was like, God damn it! This is why I like NFTs, man. So these things deteriorate, you
digital.
know.
Well, they have another kind of deterioration, but they also have deterioration, but it's not as easy as the physical ones. For example, it's true that with the black mold, I had some pieces that I also lost to fucking black mold.
Decentraland is paying to upkeep
Go for it, Swiss.
of a decentralized ecosystem. Yeah, so personally, for me, I think the price Decentraland is paying to upkeep the illusion of a decentralized ecosystem is maybe too high. I'm curious what other people think about this, but it's probably a little bit of a technical conversation here.
For
But
sure.
if Canessa says there is other platforms out there, and I've seen some video footage of the ape ecosystem, how many people they can load, how they can operate. If other big games, Roblox, they're all performing much better, is it worth keeping that illusion up, or are we going to develop this? Are there going to be 15 or 1,000 different servers around the world hosting Decentraland? I don't know. I don't know if this idea is still alive. I would love to have somebody from Decentraland to actually clearly comment on this and be honest about it.
The space that I was in Sunday, going back to that again, that world is the most decentralized one that I have come across.
Which one was it? Ready Player One or?
No, The Man Who Sold the World. It's just, and it goes by the initials, TM. Who sold the world? Red circle with those letters across it. Everything you do, it's slow building because everything you do is a transaction on the blockchain. And they have a DAO. Their VP is partially based on land, but you can earn more VP than some big whale if you're in the world participating all the time, because all kinds of things are registered on the blockchain. They have farms in there and stuff. So
to respond to you, Swiss, a little bit, I've appreciated noticing Decentraland's ability to not shut down all their pathways, to wait and see what can come in the future, what options will be available for us to upgrade to maintain the correct path, right? We know, I mean, we assume that server costs and things, those should all get cheaper over time. They certainly have better runway than corporate companies like Spatial and Nifty Island and on Cyber. You know, a lot of things we've seen come and pivot Decentraland is still on the same path it's been on since its conception, and so I'm hopeful with that. I'm definitely hopeful with that. And also, they still stand strong as like one of the very few that are aiming towards an open metaverse and not just a simple little pocket verse.
Sorry, I've been trying to figure it out here because Vanessa's telling me to invite her up, but I see her as a co-host on
The end? The end, yep.
Sorry, I've been trying to figure it out here because Vanessa's telling me to invite her up, but I see her as a co-host on my screen. See, just now she just made a face and it came out of the co-host spot. You see her in the listeners? Okay,
I see her as co-host.
She wants to kick me, but she can't.
Oh, okay. Vanessa stunt double. See, just now she just made a face and it came out of the co-host spot.
It's just karma because she wants to kick me, but she can't.
But I think Anessa up also as a confusion. So yeah, but to me, Twitter today performs very bad, both in the phone and in the computer.
I'm gonna see if I can switch to my PC and get the invite. All right, I think I could try one thing, but I'm gonna risk rugging us all. I'm gonna see if I can switch to my PC and get the invite.
You should be able to. I did that last. And I.
Go ahead and speak, sis, if your hand's still up.
All right, can anyone hear me?
No, I can.
Hello, can anyone hear me? No. I have failed us all. All right. All right. So, oh shit. I started a new space here. Third time's a charm. Third time's a charm. I'm telling you. I just know it. Let's get back to Decentraland. Me and Toxic Waifu are engaged in a very formidable Pong battle. And yeah, I'm opening up the space here once again.
Okay, test.
Test. Hello, Vanessa. Welcome back to the space. Welcome everyone back. I think third time's the charm. Here, let me turn up this fan.
It's gotta be the worst space yet, I think.
Yeah. How embarrassing, especially when Yamel Yardi pops into the Decentraland parcel. Thank you,
Well,
Elon.
I was thinking the worst was when I rugged the space when Esteban was in our space. I think that's still the worst. Like, Esteban is just talking, telling us his thoughts. Nope, Dan Hammer rugged the space. I'd admit rugged Nessa after that.
I forgot something. That's not the real Yamel. That is our friend Alpha. Let me see.
Yep. I read the real Esteban. Okay. But Alpha, that is a goated name. Like, unreal.
It was inspired. But yeah, I thought we'd open the space back up and kind of wrap up any conversations that we had from the previous one, and or start any new ones that anyone wanted to bring up. If not, perhaps like wrap up and shout out anything that's coming up this coming week or whatever it may be. So yeah, take it away, whoever.
I just want to say, so playing around in the in-world builder, it's a much more pleasurable experience than the first time I did it. So thank you to all those of you that were involved and continue to work on it. So playing around in the in-world builder. Shills. they were in the old space, so I may have to put them back up. I posted my Twitter space on Wednesdays with Old Guy, and then also coming up in a couple weeks, myself, Vita TV. I don't know that Wilson has ever joined us in here, but he's a 3D builder I met in Somnium Space, and he's been making the rounds. And recently, Rizzle reached out to me, and there is more people, but these are the ones that stand out to me. We're working together to help Expo Heedy with a charity event for feeding some homeless people in Chicago. Now that is going to be held in Hyperfi, but with Vita TV, I'm sure it will can be streamed into Decentraland. But if anybody wants to donate or He is looking for performers for after the actual event of it. That would be wonderful. And then I'll just mention one of the auction items is going to be a bit beast. I know this because I'm donating it, and it just so happens to be a bit beast holding a green apple, which I thought was very fitting. So I think that's the 29th, but I'll post the info in there, and there is an ad for it, a display I created on a parcel in Decentraland, and also on one of my islands in Nifty Island. And I think that's it. So thank you.
Hey guys, I don't know if you are tired or not, but I would still bring up a couple of points from that all hands meeting, if anyone is interested in that subject matter.
Absolutely. Swiss, I did want to comment because we were talking about decentralization, and you asked my opinions, and I was not able to come up, and I was like, no. So I'd love to touch on that just real quickly to kind of wrap it up. I think that it's going to matter. Decentralization is going to matter to each person differently. Like, I think that the kids that are buying skins in Fortnite and Roblox, it's only going to matter when they someday think, oh, I've put $1,000 into my Fortnite account. Maybe I could sell that and recap some of that money. And the terms of service say that you cannot, resell your account. Not saying it's not possible. There's ways out there, but I think that it's going to be, different to each person. Like for me, the ownership of my assets is huge. My good friend Fancy and I are, we buy a lot of shit. We hold some records. And so me buying digital assets, that doesn't stop once I leave Decentraland. It followed me to Fortnite. And every single time I'm buying a skin, I'm just like, in my mind, I'm like, this is dead money. I will never get it back. It's okay. Like I am okay with that, because to me, I just want the skin. Like my value, I'm not trying to recoup my cost, but it drives me nuts knowing that I can't resell this. If I just rage quit, I'm done. Like there's zero way to get my money back. Whereas in Decentraland, I guess maybe I'm buying that peace of mind, because not saying you're going to get your money back. I'm buying the idea that my assets are going to be worth X today and Y 5 years down the road. Now, you got to have a buyer, so not financial advice. I think that the gamification, like Web3 gaming, it's huge for that. I feel like it's going to be the gamers who really lock in to buying and selling digital assets. Now, having said that, like Web3 gaming has been pretty bloody lately because, for a lot of different reasons. So to us, maybe it matters to our skins, decentralization. Other people, maybe they want to post content because they're censored everywhere, like Rustan. To other people, the decentralization part, it's going to be more like the tokenization, the DAO, the bigger picture stuff. So I think that like it's going to be impossible for any one of us to say what the community deems as important, because one person can't speak for a community. So that's just kind of my take on it. I want to do, like Rustan said, I want to do what I want. Like I know I came here before there was a DAO. I came here before you could walk in the world. Like I just wanted to make art. It was like a different way to express myself in an art form. So some people, if they're trying to build their online business and they want to make money, pay their rent by selling wearables, doesn't matter if they go back to a Web2 centralized ecosystem if it's paying their rent. So I think that we're gonna run into serious challenges if we as a community try to like deem how decentralization, like how I'm struggling to find the words, but the I'm losing my words. I guess it's just going to be up to each one of us to decide how important is it. It's important that I'm in Fortnite playing with the people I love, looking like a badass. That's important. I just want to have fun, look cool. Decentraland, very different, like totally different. So my values are just going to be different here.
May I add something to this, Canessa?
Yes, of course.
I think it's just important from time to time to take one step back and go and kind of figure out if the things that I say out loud still actually make sense fundamentally or not. Just to keep some of these memes and some of these ideas honest, and to make sure that you understand them and you can pass them on to the next generation, and that we are able to explain it to them. What is the whole idea behind censorship resistance, right? This concept is completely lost, and nothing can match this standard really today. But it doesn't matter. As long as the idea exists and we kind of strive towards it, I think that's good enough. I just like to bring it up to remind myself and other people that not everything that people call decentralized is actually at the final destination, not even close.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that as you know, projects evolve, as their technology evolves, I mean, you know, one little switch to a cheaper server farm so we can host 200 people in an instance instead of 100 could, you know, like you said, that might change things exponentially. One Exist, you got your hand up?
Oh, I do?
I don't know. Today, I mean, I see it as but anything could go today, honestly.
Well, you know, after the space went down too, I'm like, okay, I was gonna go search for one of you two, and I'm like looking, my whole menu was gone. I had to totally exit Twitter and come back in order to do anything. So there was even more going on. That's just a crazy day. So, here's one more thing on the decentralized thing. How ready are we for fully decentralized anyway? If you look at a DAO, I would say we're far from it. No?
No, I agree. I totally.
Okay.
I mean, I'm how ready are we for anything? Are we ready for 1 million users? Are we ready for 1 million people coming to the DAO with proposals? Are we ready for 500 people to come to the DAO with proposals? No, we're not. We are. I mean, if you look at where we are as the whole in our development, we're like, I don't know, are we even 10 years old? Like as a 10-year-old, like mentality. I don't think we have the maturity of that right now. When we struggle to self-govern and struggle to self-censor. I mean, it when you're building a whole new world, like
adult. Sorry.
I know. I mean, I love the struggle that we like. It really just on a macro level, the struggle of like, does a decentralized world have a decentralized Discord, or can that still be moderated? Or now can, you know, there was a proposal this week to tie your profile in the Decentraland Discord to a mintable token to your name in Decentraland, so that then it can, you know, bypass the amount of trolls, of alt accounts coming in and, you know, creating a lot of havoc. I mean, there's always doesn't matter what Discord you're on, there's always bot accounts coming in and posting nudie pictures, and they're not just Rustan, and, you know, so like that, it takes manpower to moderate that. But you know, I'm just like, wow, that's the struggle, is we as a community define, like, I mean, to some extent, how far does decentralization go? Because there's people like, oh, I thought this was a decentralized platform, but the DAO isn't decentralized, or like the DAO Discord isn't decentralized, or the Decentraland Discord isn't decentralized. And it's like, wow, how do we fully decentralize? Or do we? Can we? Like, should we? I philosophically, I love the questions. Like, emotionally, I hate the battle. I hate the, you know, it's always something. Like, there was a YouTuber who came in and read our Discord last month, and oh my gosh, they made a channel, and guess what they honed in on? Like, the toxicity, the conversations. So yeah. Oof. Go ahead.
Did you catch me earlier when I said there's a unicorn in the room?
No, I didn't. I've been so ruggy today.
It's still here.
It's nice to see you, Unicorn.
So like, how do you pet a unicorn? Do you pet it by its like head hair, or like do you pet its horn?
Very carefully and have a handful of Skittles.
Guys, the 8-year-old Canessa, if there was a unicorn, I'd just jump on that thing and grab a fistful of hair and just ride that unicorn into the sunset. If there was a real unicorn here.
Watch out, Sir Degen.
Oh my gosh, that just took such a different twist to it. Wow. Good thing I made the bull riding emote. That's all.
It had to be done.
Yeah. Welcome back, Sir Degen. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I thought I saw him pop in earlier, but then like couldn't give him a shout out by the time I got around to saying hello to everyone. And welcome, Glitch Bullish. Welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in today. And Kbot, welcome back. This is our third space so far today because we just keep rugging it and yeah, so like we thought
world record.
Right. We thought we'd open up the third space just to finish off any conversations and also continue any other conversations. I know that Swiss had a couple topics he wanted to cover pertaining to to this week's All Hands. So,
hey, if you guys are interested, I'm down to discuss a couple of points because the guys announced a couple of interesting things, and I haven't heard anybody talk about the topics. Like they spoke about VR in 2025. I think everybody who's been around for some time, they remember how long we have been waiting for something like this. I think they've spoken about the DCL client in the web browser being discontinued by the year end, and a couple of other points. Like, are you guys interested in touching on that, or is this a new space next week?
I'm okay. I'm good on time. I mean, it depends on Sin. How about you?
I'm chilling. I got enough catnip around me.
I say it's freshest in our mind now than it will be next week.
Okay, so do you guys think it's a good idea to discontinue the web browsing experience? For me, that means also that you will not be able to link into your scene going forward. And I think this is a big disadvantage. I always dreamt about my parcel to be accessible from a business card, let's say. Yes, there are friction points to log in the Web3 wallet, but you can do this with Hyperfy. You can link directly into your land, and this change will make this impossible, if I understand this right. So if you want to link to Decentraland at all, you will have to link to your personal profile, where then you have a couple of links to your wearables, to your lands, but you will not be able to directly link inside the world. So there is a bit of a sacrifice here, from what I understand, by focusing only on the new client, which I guess is a sacrifice worth making. But I was hoping maybe anybody has any other information.
I can only one exists. You've got your hand up on my screen yet. Do you want to go first on that?
Ignore that because I swear to you, it is not up.
Oh no.
Put it up. There it's up. Now I'm taking it down again. Go away.
Yeah, now it went away. Yeah, Swiss, I totally concur. Like that, the linking, I don't know if there's a go around it. There's gotta be. I mean, it seems like it. I can only imagine that it has something to do with the energy output, the work that it takes to maintain the web browser. It might be phenomenal compared to the client, and so having staff that take care of both of those. I think there's also just issues that are not maybe unfixable in the browser. I personally have been browser 100% because I I want to experience what a new user would experience, and most people are not going to come and download the the whole Decentraland client. They're going to use the browser. And so up until a month ago, I refused to change and evolve because I didn't want the higher end version. I don't play on a gaming PC. I play on a laptop. Like, I want to have the experience that most people would have. And finally, I mean, Decentraland legit became unplayable during the Game Fest, and I was so frustrated. And so I moved on to the client, and now I usually just can't see my friends. So, but I don't have rave mode, so that's good. I so if we kept the browser with the ability to link people in, I mean, would that just be a atrocious experience? I think that that it's almost like it's like a leg that is damaged. You got to decide, you try to save the leg and gangrene set in, like, do you try to like walk on it, or do you just try to like amputate, save as much leg as you can, and you'll know that you'll survive, you lose the leg. Like, I almost feel like it's something like that, where they're choosing, do we continue to put resources into maintaining this broken browser? Because there might be things on there that are just at this point unfixable without just massive amounts of manpower to look through all of the code, find out what parts need to be fixed. That would be my thought.
I have a question on this kind of. Why would we not see about getting on Steam or Epic? Somnium Space you can go to their webpage, download, or you can get the game through Steam. Income Island is a Microsoft app, or you can go to the webpage and download.
VR chat too. Steam.
Ugh, that one.
I think I'm guessing they will. I think that like they said in the meeting, they're not going to market a product that they know doesn't work. And so my guess would be that, like, after they have a functional product, that's probably wrapped into them. I mean, I can't speak for them, but that's probably wrapped into the marketing that they're going to do. But I guess sorry, go ahead.
I think this is directly related to this Web3 idea, right? You don't want to be dependent on a third-party platform and claiming you are a decentralized platform. I mean, you have to have your own client that you control from A to Z. I think this makes sense.
It does, and I think, I mean, I like other, if you're going to compare it to other places, like, and the first thing comes to mind is Nifty Island, because my computer was running out of memory, and so I had to delete Nifty Island in order to send a file this week because my computer is just like maxed. So places like that, I don't think they even have a browser version, if I'm correct. Like, you have to use their specific client. So in that way, I've warmed up to the whole idea of client. It took me a while. I was a steadfast holdover.
Maybe rename it because what I'm used to, and what, like with Nifty Island, it's a launcher. It's not a client. They call it's the Nifty Island launcher. And that's what I've seen that on many different things.
So on the Decentraland client or launcher, does it still have, I mean, I know a reason a lot of us weren't using it is because you couldn't stream from it. So Sin, does that problem go away? Like, is that still a problem?
What do you mean you couldn't stream from it? Like,
there was something that you used to say quite often. I thought it was you couldn't stream music, you couldn't listen to streams, something from the client, and you could from the browser.
oh, that might be a bug that I was just having at that time in history. I mean, nowadays I've upgraded my hardware, so like now like let's say I wanted to use client and stream, yeah, I could do that, and also like have a multi and have like internet pages or whatever. But I mean,
tell you the truth, I personally still prefer using the browser, uh, like for streaming my shows, for example. Like beyond the NFT, I still use browser because like it's in the same web page that I am using to look up this artist's like or my guests like information and different websites like showcasing everything. So I don't know, like with OBS I'd have to like do a lot of messing around with my OBS, like turning on a scene, turning it off, turning this on, and then messing around. Instead, I could just, have my browser page, and then it's like, okay, let's go to your YouTube, and then I have a YouTube tab already open, and then yeah. So I guess, still to this day, I will say that having like streaming as a streamer using browser is better for me.
So that's gonna take some changes to fully like I don't know, move over.
Gonna be bullshit. I'm not happy about it. Like, why can't you? Why not like have a fucking pocket version of Decentraland that works on browser or a fucking phone? Like, come on now, let's not be dumb. Like, uh, or how about this? How about this? Because like a little backstory. Whenever my client doesn't work, you can bet that my browser is working, or vice versa. So what happened? Can they guarantee me a product that will work if I just rely on having a client? Like I feel like that's something
Funny.
they should be thinking about as well.
Funny.
Yeah, I know. I talk a lot of shit. Meg, save me, or else I'll just keep talking shit.
Good morning, builders. Round three. I mean, I guess X is no better if we had to be honest. Blank you, Musk. Anyway, hi kittens and all your mittens. I did want to chime in on this. A few things. First of all, shit breaks all the time, and it's not just Decentraland though. Like yesterday, thank you for those who came and pulled up to the party. By the way, I love y'all, but I was in absolute OBS hell. I was in, um, and I do agree with Sin. It first and foremost, it is extremely hard to work from the client and then try and do anything else while you're streaming because they only give you two choices. They give you the choice to take it full screen or they give it very small on your computer. So if you want to do multiple things while you're streaming, you can't resize that Decentraland window, or you get locked out and it becomes a very cumbersome experience. Having said that, if you're trying to communicate with the people who are in world, you really have to use the client. If not, you're going to be eventually kicked out of it, and you got to figure your butt back in. But I'll also say things break all the time, and it's not just Decentraland. Like, I don't know if I was forced an update by OBS, but OBS basically ignores my mute on my microphone. So right now, like if I had to literally physically unplug my microphone all night because OBS was ignoring the off switch to my mic, and it sucked. Um, so these things happen all over the place, It's like, yes, it's happening very consistently in Decentraland, but anytime there's an update with anything or something, shit does break. And it could be a real pain in the ass. Yesterday was about the hardest day I had. Um, and it wasn't even Decentraland's fault. So some days shit happens, and yeah, I mean I really wish they would fix rave mode. I think the other thing, and I guess where I get not upset, but maybe concerned, it's like, okay, we released this new client, it's broken, and now we're going to go to another client. Instead of just sitting back, tightening the screws on what's going on. And I know with the changes that we are all hopeful for, that excuse me, with the changes that we're seeing, like, hey, we're going to be able to be in VR and we're going to be able to be on the phone. That sounds great. But how are we going to build this next? Are they going to build the next one where people like Unknower or Mies or them can actively participate in making it more of a solid platform and rewarding them for doing so? So Decentraland doesn't have to put all the weight on their very small team. And how can they enlist the people around us who care so much to make it a better place? If does that make sense?
I would say, based on, so the first part where you mentioned like building a client and now rebuilding one, like I asked Nico and Aga that directly at GDC, and I think Rustan, you might have been here for that one too. Just like, is this going to work? And I'm gonna do a really bad job of explaining it because I'm not a coder, so I apologize if I like butcher it. But basically, what they said is, when they started out, I mean, when they started building this in 2017 into 2018, I mean, they've had many people working on this along the way. So when they would make patches, they would, maybe, and I, again, do this wrong, but like maybe they had a go around to the API callback to the original line of code. Well, then when you have years and years of this and you have different people coming into the job and making different, connections back, they finally got to a point where they realized like they could have gone back and rebuilt from scratch, but they would have had to change all that code, which would have, it kind of made sense when they broke it down. It would be like unraveling, like 20 balls of yarn that got tangled together. And they said they thought about it, they talked about it long and hard, that the only way forward was to go back and build from scratch, so that now when they need something, when they have a problem, they don't have to go through all of that, jumble of code. It's already built. So I think that from that explanation, they won't be in that same position where they have to a new tangle of yarn in 5 years, as long as they proceed forward in the right way without creating these like loop back dependencies. And I apologize if I use the wrong terminology, but that kind of made it make sense that there's a clear reason that they would do that. Like I asked them, I was like joking around. I was like, so could there be one wearable that is just breaking this entire place? And it's just like that one wearable. And they were like, Nico, like Nico's so funny. His eyebrows just go up. He's like, I mean, possibly. And then, goes on to explain, like, you would have to go and bug test every single wearable if you were going to go find like one specific thing that's, breaking a scene or anything like that. So I guess that explanation makes me feel like what they're rebuilding is gonna be better. Like I love building stuff with wood. I like built, a pirate ship in my backyard, but like I learned a lot as I built that one. So if I had to go and build it again, I'd be so much of a better builder. So hopefully that is the same case here, where they learned a lot of shit. I mean, they're young people. Like, sorry, they're young. They're a young team and they might be trying, but they're also just young adults trying to figure this shit out. Yes, I feel old around them, but like part of it is just experience. They're not necessarily the best coders in the world. Like they don't have 40 years of experience in the industry. Like some of this, unfortunately, like they are going to figure out as they go along. Hopefully sooner than later.
Well, anyway, F OBS and a bunch of other things, because my night last night was stressful.
Make, you want to know which one's my favorite? When you get the and I'm sorry if you haven't gotten this one yet, so be ready. When you get the Force OBS update and it clears your entire board, like no more scenes, no more sources, everything is just gone, and you have to rebuild everything
Oh
from
no, that is
scratch. Like,
literally what happened. And
oh,
let me tell
oh,
you.
Hello.
Everything that we have put in has to be. I got to take apart everything from the Scarlet, all the audio, all the sound checks. Um, yeah, it was a forced update on an old computer. It's like leave my old computer alone.
It destroys. I remember having this issue about like I don't know 10 minutes before like Beyond the NFT uh started like one of the like in the past and yeah, my guest like came in and into the chat, and I was like, "Oh yeah, hey, what's up? I'm here. If you have any questions, ask me." But I have to focus, and I was just like rebuilding my scenes and trying to get everything back and hoping it works, and trying to use him as a guinea pig to like check some stuff. So yeah, those are painful. But it shows us who we really are at the heat of the moment.
Let me tell you,
Uh
I'm getting better at manual bullshit because I was one manual MFer for probably an hour and 40 minutes of like, oh God, I thought I figured this out. I don't know what I'm fucking doing. I'm getting pretty emotional.
there comes a time when you just have to like throw it up to the the universe and it's like, okay, I'm just gonna do the thing.
Yeah, my friends who are DJs probably like an hour in were like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Yeah, but whatever. For 2 hours and 20 minutes, it was a vibe.
Yep, it was fun. It was fun. I did enjoy myself. I was listening in last night. Let's see. I did see that Mies came up to speak. Did you wanna add to the question that Swiss had proposed, or coming up for something fresh?
Yeah. Hey, everyone. So happy Saturday. Thank you so much for having me up, everyone. And it's been a while, so thank you all. And I love, I've missed listening in, and I've heard so many excellent things, even just like the 30 minutes maybe I've been in here. So I just wanted to add or talk a little bit about what Make was actually saying in regards to like just the stability of things in general. Comparing like Decentraland to other things, whether it's like OBS. I have OBS issues, unfortunately, too, and it's like on a newer computer. I've issues with VLC Media Player when I try to like shrink down videos as well, and Discord. I don't know if you all. I'm sure you all may realize, some of even DCL when we do like just town halls or whatever it is it may be in Discord, that there's usually issues there too. It might take 1 to 3 or 5 minutes sometimes, just for everyone to say, make sure they can hear each other and everything else. So, you know, it's unfortunate that, and of course Twitter Spaces as well, rugging and everything and all that. So it's unfortunate that a lot of our ways of communicating and being together are difficult sometimes in sharing, and hopefully all these things will continue to get better in the future, especially with Decentraland, like Canessa was saying. My understanding and my hope is that this new client will bring a lot of good changes and stability and really improve the user experience, and make it and allow things to be more robust in Decentraland. And for myself, I've been testing for a long time now. I tested Angzar. I did hundreds or probably like 1,000+ hours of testing on Angzar. I did with In-World Builder version 1. I don't even know, probably hundreds of hours is my guess, at least minimum. And so far with our latest, with the game creator, I've also probably spent hundreds and hundreds of hours. And so with all that information, what makes that, what can we do to improve the platform, or what can we do, as individuals? And that's a very interesting question. I don't know if I have the best answer. I have, maybe what the current paths are. Right now, for what I see, for myself, they've set up Canny, CANY, and so the canny, is like a request, right? So you can maybe you have a specific bug, right? A specific issue, or even a specific improvement that you think you would like to see for the platform. And this is kind of like our way of voting in a different way than making a proposal or something like that, through the governance website. And so, I've done a number of candidate requests. I've probably done 20 plus over the last year or two. And they seem to be pretty receptive about those. Like I've seen probably over half of mine, maybe 14 of them out of like 20 something have been implemented or are currently in the process. And you'd be surprised, how many ideas that they listen to and that they take and they implement, from at least from a lot of the users that I've seen that have spent the time to do canning requests. And this website, it's at the very beginning I was hesitant. I was like, this is a horrible way to do this, and I was negative about it. And but the more I've I guess I've gotten used to it. I don't I'm not saying this is the best way to go, but I'm just going with their current system. And so, okay, so what can we do? So, an individual can report a bug or, say a feature they would like to have. But then, what we really need is support from other people. We need other people to go on there and say, hey, you can actually upvote things, by just, you log in and then you click like an up arrow and then it upvotes it. And from what I'm seeing, a lot of times they take a lot of more they take a deeper look, and they be I don't know if it's a coincidence of just what people like, and maybe we're all in tune, but they do pay attention to ones that have more upvotes. And I almost kind of see it as like voting in the real world or being involved in like politics locally or something like that. Is that I'm not saying it's putting pressure on them, but when they see a large number of people supporting something, they almost, I'm not gonna say they can't really, I'm not gonna say they can't turn a blind eye to it, but it's like, hey, what are we missing? What is it that our users, our, creators are, what do they see that maybe we don't see? Or, hey, you know, they think this is important. Maybe we should take a deeper look at this if we don't understand why we haven't done it yet. And I think that they've done a pretty good job of that, actually, over the last year, which is, I know it might be surprising to some people, but it's very important. And so, sorry, I'm gone on a long rant. I'm almost done. But what I've seen like recently is, I know Rustan recently, we encountered some issues for like deployments to, um, using our in-world builder tool set and trying to deploy certain file types like through a JSON to Genesis. And so Genesis, there's some limitations there, on like what one parcel can handle. And they say you get a certain amount. I think it's like 15 or 16, and then but you only get like 1.7 of that is immediately removed, actually. And so you don't actually get that full amount. And then it's just the limitations are really tough there. And so I know that he made something on the government's website, I believe is what he had done. And trying to allow for more things to be put into Genesis. And another thing just for myself is like, while I'm testing, testing can be very frustrating for everyone that's about to go through that and be a participant. I just want to say, it's look at it as like a challenge, or I don't know. You have to look at things a different way, and you just kind of have to say like, hey, that there's some things that don't work, and make it like a scavenger hunt and try to find out why is this not working, or what isn't working and what can be improved. And because it's it's tough, and but it's valuable, and it's going to make everything better for everyone, I think, in the end. And so I'm looking forward to working in the alpha, to test out with the new client. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they do this as well. Just because I know how we do our internal bug testing, reporting, and everything else for our things. And if you have dozens and dozens of bugs that need to be fixed, that it's tough when you have lots of people to try to get them all on board and doing the same things. I know that they've been posting in the Discord, and that they say that they want people to obviously read it constantly and see what other people have already reported. Hopefully it'll be pretty stable and there won't be hundreds of bugs, but maybe there will be. And it sounds like a lot. Some things are just really tiny, and most people, they might be edge cases to where most people don't really experience them. So I just want to say that I am looking forward to the new client. There's some downsides that like external links and web links and maybe custom servers for Decentraland. I'm curious to see like how those are going to be implemented in there. But yeah, I mean, overall, I'm really excited to see what all the potential is, and everything we've been working on with our in-world builder game creator, just a lot more high fidelity assets that really work well in DCL worlds. I would like to eventually see Genesis do some upgrades and then for allow people to have some larger space per each parcel. So those are just some of my thoughts, and yeah, so thank you all so much for listening, and I really appreciate everything that you've done and that you continue to do as far as in your positivity. And I think that that's something to keep in mind is just to have that mindset when people are going through and testing. So thank you.
I appreciate you, Mies, and we see you. What y'all been doing, like emancipating the people, giving people an option to really build their own stuff. It is a game changer, and I'm really looking forward. Even though I have not taken that final step, I sold some assets this week so I could take part, and it's largely because of what you guys did. Giving people the opportunity really to build on their land is all the difference, man. So thank you.
Really is. I mean, a lot of people do just like, I don't know, they just want to come in and like, let's say they buy a parcel of land, they want to be able to deploy to it, have something on it at least. I mean, I know we have our builder and stuff like that, so um I guess does anyone else have any more answers for the first oh wait, did we lose Swiss already? Oh yeah, we lost Swiss.
No, you didn't.
I see him here.
Oh no, there he is. There
You
he is.
live,
I'm sorry.
man.
I'm sorry. Okay, cool. Cool. You're still here. Um, like, does anyone else have like want to share any thoughts on Swiss's first question on about
Something.
the foundation discontinuing the client? And go ahead, Swiss.
I was wondering, I think a couple of guys here know a lot about this topic, and I don't know much about it. In the call, in the all hands call, people were speaking about wearables and about new textures, PBR textures that are coming in March 2025. They're not coming in that wearable competition that they mentioned, I believe, end of this year, this autumn, but they said it's going to be here in March. Can anybody step up and just quickly explain to us what impact this will really have? Like, what's the big deal about these PBR textures coming into wearables and then potentially also onto avatars later in 2025?
I feel like this would be like a Dr. Drip question, Rustan question, maybe. Let's see.
I know.
Canessa, do you know anything about them?
But I know they explained it at in Argentina, and I was trying to understand it. Like the picture, the side by side comparison they gave, it was like a stark difference. But that's about probably where I should cap my understanding on it. But maybe going back and listening to the opening speech of the Argentina summit might have more detail. I think like my inexperienced mind really was impressed with the metallic sheen. And I know I said something about like metallics and somebody was like, well, we already have them. So that's where I don't know anymore, but it definitely was like for somebody that doesn't understand it, it looked different.
Can you guys hear me?
Now we can.
Hello, Rustan.
Awesome. All right. Yeah, so that'll just allow us to make things look more photorealistic and sort of reactive to the environment around us. Like in Hyperfy, you see the amazing stuff that VoxVN builds. He'll have like a cyberpunk city with wet streets, and you'll see like the water in the street and the reflections in the street and the textures of the leather in your jackets, and it's just like baking and then some, and then more realism on top of it. So it'll give us the opportunity to make very high quality gaming or like presentation, like Unreal. Like you could make stuff that looks like Unreal Engine with those things.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man, because I had no idea what this means, but people from the designing community, they seem to be very excited about this addition. So cool, man. And also they've mentioned that in 2025, we are going, not on, likely we are going to have VR, and very likely we are going to have a new avatar system. Like, do you guys know anything about this whole avatar system? I overheard somebody mentioning this will include facial expressions in Decentraland. Like, maybe this could be an interesting topic if anybody has any additional thoughts on this.
Before we move into like the VR and the new avatar system, we did have Dr. Drip pop in. Dr. Drip, welcome. Feel free to open your mic.
Yo, howdy, what's up, everyone? I finally got up here. I finished my work a little bit. Yeah, you called me up. I wanted to come. That's the magic. I usually wait until you guys call me up because I don't know. I don't like sharing too many of my opinions when people don't ask for them. But to answer the PBR question, so those are like there's when you're texturing an item, and I'll make this quick but concise. So you're able to do different things like metallic, adding roughness or making something shiny, things like that. Normal maps, you basically can have an item look bumpy, like actually look bumpy without making bumps on your mesh. And those materials are not compatible in Decentraland. If you want to get that kind of fidelity into your design, the workaround is to bake down your textures, which is basically taking a snapshot of everything that your texture is doing. So maybe your texture knows that it's supposed to be shiny and metallic. So that means it's going to be reflecting a bunch of light. And in order to capture that light, you also need to bake down your environment. So you'll load up an environment file into your Blender, which changes the background. And let's say there's like trees and it's like a park scene. And you're making some glasses that are really shiny. So you need to bake down that environment, and it actually puts the reflection of the trees onto the glasses. Now, the problem with that is you're emulating the styles. So is the item really reflective, or is it really the normal is really there? No, it's been baked down to a flat pattern, but you know, that's what we did with creating the textures for A Kid Called Beast. At first we just brought over the textures originally with their original nodes, the PBR design, and when you put it in Decentraland, it all got drowned out, so we had to bake that down, and it sounds like that will be a thing of the past. So you'll be able to take those high fidelity beast textures and put them in there, and they'll actually have some of those traits that they were supposed to have. They'll actually be reflecting any kind of light in Decentraland or doing what they're supposed to do without having to go and bake down. The one thing that's interesting, though, is baking is also a part of optimization. So you're really taking down the file size and making your scene operate better. So there's going to be a trade-off, but to have that capability on builds is going to be amazing, but also on wearables is going to be game-changing as well. The end.
Long live Dr. Drip.
Long live Dr. Drip. Sorry about that. I had quickly walked away from my phone as the end came. But like, so that is pretty exciting about like the textures, the PB. What exactly is it called? PBR edition? They're adding PBR into.
I love calling it PBR.
Texturing.
Apps Blue Ribbon.
Is it PBR?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is
no, I don't think so.
It is.
I thought I've seen it. Yeah.
Is it PBR? Yeah, because PBR is definitely a beverage in my mind.
And let's see, Ozzy came up. Did you want to answer, put any final thoughts or like any final points to
Right.
to the answer to the question?
Just in response to what Dr. Dopus just mentioned, the bump mapping on the wearables, indeed, that's not available as of yet. But for builds, builds in the scenes, the bump mapping is available. It is something you can even use in a builder and the web builder from the foundation. And the bump mapping used in Blender does show up in scenes, not on wearables. So
You're
that's
right.
true.
There's a lot that don't, and there's actually a demo scene that shows you which ones do and which ones don't. You could go see in real time, like how it looks in Decentraland, because also
Right.
our Unity render makes it look a little bit different than most other platforms too.
But the bump mapping itself, though, that is available. There's a fair amount of like 3D options that are not available. But the bump mapping for scenes, that is available, not for wearables though. And so yeah, it's an option in the builder. If anyone has any question on how to actually set it up, because it's really like it does change a lot of the a lot of the realism of the buildings. Like the one of the buildings in Dindia, Dindia, I'm really bad with names. Sorry. Dinga's scenes, Dinga's scene, latest scene has bump mapping on it, and you can see before you enter the ground building, like the archway, you can really see the way the reflection shows off on the bump mapping itself. So it is available for buildings.
Cool.
And I think it should be used a lot more, because that's one of the things that people coming into Decentraland that I know that don't really stay. They stay because it really looks like it's all flat and everything.
I think my biggest complaint is more so what Blender does by default, turning on the specularity. I think there's so many models in Decentraland that have 50% specularity, and it makes it so that instead of being like a black color, let's say you put something black, it'll be bluish because it's reflecting the color of the sky. And I don't know why Blender does that. When you open up a file and it just has a default texture, or when you import a GLB, it does it. Like it's really important to turn that specularity slider down.
Metallic also will have an effect.
Drip, I had a problem recently. I imported like it's my first time putting a transparent file in, and it was like it was like a leaf texture that looks similar to your wings that you just put out, and it looked great in Blender. And then when I put it in World, it's got this like white highlight around each part. It looks totally different. Would that be like a specularity thing, or just something totally random and
Could
different?
be the emissive.
It could be the specularity. I'm not exactly sure. I don't think so. I think it would have to do more with the layer settings. You could switch between hashed and blend when you're trying different transparencies. I'd love to meet with you and poke around with it. And then lastly, another thing is if you're talking about, like, let's say the border of the transparent, like the edge of the leaf, let's say, if that part is blowing out, it could be one thing. And if it's like the edge of the entire, like a square is going around it, then it could have to do with like the ratio of the image itself. But I'd love to poke around and check it out with you.
Yeah, definitely. It's the leaf, and it's the first time I like did something on my own where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna figure this shit out. Rustan would be so proud of me, and so it worked, and it looked awesome until I got in World, and so yeah. And Ozzy, I was thinking the emissive. Also, I've messed around with that on some other things I've done since it, and I think it, but didn't quite change the design on this one. But yeah.
What did you use to actually create the leaf itself? The image.
the YouTube tutorial that this nice lady was doing that was really hard to find, and now I can't find it again. It was like she was like, and now you're gonna go do this, and there was like a link that I could click and go get a leaf, and it was better than all the other tutorials I found. It was super simple, like 2 minutes long, and it worked. And so I think I have to dig. I found it by like going into a tutorial and then another one and another one, and it was like YouTube put it in front of me, and it turned out to be the easiest one. So I should probably just try to replicate it, yeah, with like a different file. But it was the first time I was ever worked with transparent files.
Do you remember the software itself that was used to?
No, just Blender. And then I just like took whatever image she was using as an example. She had like a link you could just click and get the image that she was using. It was like a free download. But yeah, thanks. We don't have to take the space. Thank you. That helps a lot, you guys.
Could be the image itself that needs cleaning up.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. There's a couple ways to do it. You could do it with a transparent background PNG, or it could have a black background. There's a couple different ways of doing that, and sometimes sometimes the way that you do it might have different issues that could come up.
These are the things that I think like new builders and yeah, I mean I've been here a while, you know, but I'm new to this. Like this would be such a barrier to break down for new people that want to come in and build and make stuff look cool, because it's daunting to go to YouTube and, you know, we know the donut tutorial and everything else, but to just sift through specifically, I want to make a leaf. Like there's, you know, dozens of tutorials just for that. So yep.
Some of the problems with Google nowadays, a lot of the results are old and not really relevant anymore. Tricky stuff. Yeah, figuring out exactly the right way of the right information, where the information is. That's going to get us there. It's a maze within a maze within a maze. The Decentraland YouTube channel itself does have a nice series of tutorials. So that is a fairly good place to go back to and try to rework through over and over again until stuff is where it should be in the mind.
Yeah, I think the hard part is like everybody's got their own learning style, and yeah, I don't know. We need a lot of tutorials because everybody learns differently. And yep. So on my screen right now, I do see that Ozzy has your hand up and Make. I just want to respect those. Make, is that a real hand? And Ozzy, is that a real hand you've got up?
Nope, I'm sitting here quiet. Although I would love to know from Sinful what current version of OBS he's using before I rip it down to the studs.
I mean, I'll have to take a look if it doesn't rug me, but
the way is at 1 right now. Just wanted to shout that out. I've never seen that before.
Holy shit. Let's see. Where could I find the version? 1.16.7. If that helps. And okay,
thank you. I just wrote it down.
Okay, cool. You know, it put such a smile on my face just now, just the Blender talk and stuff like that. You guys, you know, talking about how to perfect your craft in Decentraland, basically. So let's move over to VR client. And what are the thoughts on the announcement? And I'm gonna start it off by saying, is that the sacrifice? Do we have to sacrifice browser for VR? Question mark. And then let's see. I see Rustan's hand, so take it away.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I reflect back on GDC. I've said this in the past, I believe. I sat in on Horizon Worlds dialogue with the actual devs that create Meta's Horizon Worlds, which if you haven't explored it is actually pretty good. Like I would say it's better than Decentraland to some degree. There is a tenance there. It's almost like an alternate dimension of Decentraland, but it just happens to be in VR. And so I was very curious to hear what they had to say. And by the end of this um, presentation, which when did that happen, Vanessa? I don't remember when I was there.
That was like March 25th.
Yeah, so back in March, they basically announced that they're going to be opening it up on browser and mobile. And they didn't say it with their own mouths, but to me, it was because specifically not enough people have VR headsets, and so they wanted to try to get more attention through the mainstream without VR headsets. But I don't know, that kind of shifted my perspective of VR. I purchased the MetaQuest 3. It's very cool. I get nauseous. I haven't touched it in months now. So I'm not super souped on VR. And regarding the client and the browser, if we have a DCL client, wouldn't we be able to at some point develop an app for mobile? And it would probably might be easier in that way. I don't know. Because the browser is really kind of obsolete. Like, do we need to have the browser? When most kids are messing with apps. So that's one thing to think about. And with that said, also I did just drop a new simple game on Hyperfy. It's in my timeline. And I was messing with it. It works in VR, and I was messing with it on mobile. It's pretty awesome in VR, and it works great on mobile if you set it to full screen. I encourage people to try it because generally I've always been like, I don't know about like running around into Decentraland on mobile, but I could see it working after messing around with Hyperfy a little bit.
I see one exist. You've got your hand up.
This time I do, yes.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to add to the VR, but first, so building in the IWB, I have lemurs. Whoever put those in there for me, thank you so much. And this one made me pee a little. I have an Aurora Borealis.
I think there's medicine for that.
Medicine for
I don't think
Aurora
that would have
Borealis. I'm not sure about that one.
Under this circumstance, I don't think it would have helped.
Okay, can you explain that a little bit for those of us that don't understand?
I was just exaggerating how excited I got because I have an Aurora Borealis in my world. They have weather and environment features in the in-world builder, and Aurora Borealis was the very first one I saw, and it excited me to the extent that I almost peed a little.
Did you do that all yourself, One Existence, or was someone in there helping you?
No, I was doing that all by myself.
Awesome.
In-world builder did appear because there are a couple things that aren't working for me, but they disappeared. Yeah. I don't know where they went. Because he's back from brunch.
Oh.
And I was chatting with him, but he disappeared. So, because I got I'm trying to put a pond in. The pond won't materialize, but I can get the editing option to pop up so that I could transform it or do whatever. But the pond itself does not show. I've deleted it. I've tried adding it again.
And you're updating your catalog and refreshing when you add assets, right? Because that's one thing.
It says, yep, every time it says update assets, I update it. And then when it says refresh, I refresh my browser.
Awesome. Yeah, so of those 4,000 assets, there are a few here or there that are not working correctly, and it's always good to hear which ones are not. So maybe we'll check that pond and see.
I mentioned to him, too, that I'm having difficulty trying to get a couple items that I uploaded of mine.
Right. So. Yeah, sometimes the custom uploader takes a minute, or it takes more than a minute. to actually show up in scene.
And
I've had times where I just let it go and come back a couple hours later, and then finally it's there.
Well, right now the Aurora Borealis and the lemurs are they excuse anything, and Builder World's back. So thank you.
The uploader,
Awesome.
I can confirm that there are some times when you're uploading and it doesn't show up. Sometimes uploading it again helps. Sometimes it doesn't. They actually just enabled the uploader like a day ago, so that's probably where the most bugs are going to be. I'd love to talk about the evolution of those assets. There's a ton of assets. They actually took all of the assets that the builder had. And when we were first creating the in-world builder, there was a team of us. I was part of that team, and we wanted to not only add those old assets in, but make new ones. And so we came up with over 2,000 more assets and added them in. But so here's the thing. Here's the thing that's kind of interesting. A lot of people would criticize the original assets a little bit because they were extremely low poly, and some of them are extremely low poly. And so one of the things that we wanted to do with
Not
our
low poly, no textured.
yeah, right, low fidelity, thank you. Man, Ozzy, you gotta roll with me. You're my new assistant because you keep me on track. So uh, so we wanted to increase the poly count with this second batch that we were creating, but we stuck with swatch based textures. And the reason is when we were loading all of these assets, it had to bring all of the library, which meant you were loading like a lot more than you needed, and it made a huge difference. When you go and view the in-world builder catalog, you could see when you click on the catalog, it takes, I don't know, 5 to 10 seconds to load, and that load was incorporated with every build that would have encompassed it. So they actually went and recreated the system so that you go and view the catalog and pick and choose which ones you want to add. By doing that, now we aren't including this huge library. So I'm kind of defending myself here if you guys get where I'm going with this. So a lot of the textures on the items that we made were very basic, and the new in-world builder team, which is KJ and Low Poly Models and Nikki Fuego, they don't have these requirements anymore. So a lot of these steampunk assets, a lot of the Candyland assets, and some of these newer assets that are available to put on your build, they look good. Like they look really good. A lot of the inspiration came from other modern platforms um, that are doing a lot with their characterized art styles, and so that's kind of what they went for. So I just wanted to brag about the new assets, totally kicking ass, and it's worth taking a look and trying to use some of them. Also, you can download those assets. So if you liked playing with them and you want to go put it in your Hyperfy or anywhere else, they're totally open source and you're welcome to. So there's a GitHub link that will be available with the new assets as well. And that was part of something that was really cool, knowing that some of the things we were building was bigger than Decentraland and helped the open source metaverse. But yeah, that's my story about the assets in there.
You can even bring them to the Foundations builder. You can upload assets there directly too.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's also in our meetings and stuff. We came up with the idea of creating like an in-world IKEA. I just thought it would be more fun to roam around this big space with all the visible assets, and you could click and add to your inventory without just going through some scroll wheel of assets. I thought it would just make it more exciting, and you could even create content from that. Going to the IWB IKEA, which we still need like a name for. But that doesn't exist yet, but we hope to have that at some point.
You're gonna have to create a NPC that works there with like a little like apron, and then they can help you when you come.
For sure. I mean, there's already like you guys have to look at the NPCs that KJ has created. They're insane.
Where are they?
In the in-world builder. Up top, I shared a post recently that shows some of them. Me or in-world builder shared it, and so I retweeted it and I posted the link above. I think there's 2 NPCs in that video.
Yeah, I just shared one above too. It's got a video, so it looks like you got to click into it to see. But these NPCs also have stored animations that you'll be able to enable from in-world builder. Or you will be able to. You can. Yeah, so that's live, and yeah, the detail is amazing. I just really love it.
Thank you, thank you. I still have 3 hands up on my screen, so I don't know if one exists. I'm assuming Make and Ozzy, those are not real hands. One exists. Is yours real?
My hand is real.
Okay. Make,
Mine
take it
is real
away.
too, but I really have a totally different topic.
So I just want to tap in.
Later.
Oh God. Sorry, Oz. I just want to tap in on what Rustan and Drip were talking about. KJ's NPCs. She has them up at the we're at the event space we were at not this week but last, and they are awesome, and it really does add a very heightened visual experience for people who are coming in to get there and already seeing a solid crowd. Um, and it plays out really well. I mean, I think that would be a fantastic ad for a lot of people on their spaces.
Also, there's a little DCL hack. If like Casa Rustan, you notice all the crazy trees all over the place. There's like 3 types of trees that I built for that, but it's only actually one asset just repeated over and over again, which doesn't go towards the storage size. You're only storing one file and repeating it multiple times. So in IWB, if you, let's say you take KJ's NPC steampunk robot, which I believe is like 2.5 megabytes, you plop that into your scene and then you copy and paste it. You could copy and paste it 100 times and it'll still work in the build.
That's cool. That's cool. That my brain is like processing. Thank you. Thank you for that.
We're planning on like, because this thing, like, you can do a build very easily, but you can go crazy complex, and we're planning to do like some tutorials, some fun short tutorials, the way that I would. I mean, I'm planning to make my own tutorials for it, the way that I've done for a Kid Called Beast and Hyperfy over the past year, to show you guys how to easily accomplish things, because there is so much potential that you can't by any means just know right away. You know, you have to see it. Thank you for that.
I'm so sorry.
Starting to like the guy.
It was supposed to be off.
Yep, yep. The topic was VR. Sorry if I've been quiet. I've been munching on some chicken wings here um the entire time. So, I mean, I'll pass it on to my co-host and wrap up the conversation or this topic, and kind of, yeah, even go on to the next person that would like to answer the VR question.
I think like I have so many questions that I want to ask like Rustan, Dr. Drip, but I think it's probably just a conversation outside of the space. But so like when I have so many questions, I'm like, okay, this is a need we have, not just for me, but like every new builder that wants to ask these questions. And tutorials are great. I think everything that has already been created probably is just really going to have to be redone when the new client is out. I mean, I don't know, maybe not. a lot of the tutorials I look up, they're using like really old versions of Blender. So I, as a new user, I'm like, I don't know if I should use this tutorial. Is it bad? Like, will it, is there a better, more newer way to do it? So, yeah, you guys, I suggest, I don't know, how about a a totally new space, and you guys can just teach us all, because I'm thinking like,
yeah,
just 1 second, Ozzy, like I'm thinking that like new people coming in, like I've been here long enough, I'm not going to leave if I get frustrated that I can't do something. I'm just going to forget that I wanted to do it and come back to it in 6 months. But like a new user who comes in, they see this, they just found crypto, they found decentralized virtual world, and here they are, they want to build. It would be really hard as fuck to build something, put it on my land, have music playing, have my own NFTs, with my like frames on the wall. Like I can't even do that right now with the recent change with the NFT, hosting place. So I think that we got to make it easier for new people to come in and be successful. We got to make it easier for people that have been here, that are in my DMs. Like, I want to leave this place. I'm like, I know. That's all.
It's not that bad. Yeah, I can I answer real quick?
Of course.
Ultimately, the SDK and the engine that is used to display the world are really two separate things. The foundation is working on rebuilding the engine into a new client and everything. When there are still issues with the SDK that should be bolted down and everything, that's a different topic. So yeah, with the new engine and new client, everything right now that the documentation is just explaining how to do with the SDK, how to do with Blender and all that. That really still stays the same. The efforts underway from Dianku to restructure the documentation should not be obsolete. Right.
Yeah. I'm just thinking that there's a huge need before people even get to that point. There's a huge need of just Blender, just because you can go to Blender and I could be doing it Blender for, Second Life, Blender for Roblox, Blender for this, that, and next. Like I want specifically Blender for Decentraland. And I know a lot of these tutorials are generalized. Like if I learn how to make a donut in Blender, it, theoretically should go everywhere, but everybody here would know you can't put that donut from the Blender tutorial in Decentraland because of the file size and the triangle limitation. So I'm just saying like more specific help for like new users coming in would be needed. And all I'm saying with the tutorials, I just think all the tutorials are going to need to be redone. If it shows an old world, if it shows the broken, an old tree from the, from what we have right now, it's just, I would imagine that everything it'll be a good idea to redo it. That's all, to reflect our new world.
Better documentation and better indexing to be able to find the documentation that you want.
I think if anybody wants to do documentation, they should reach out to friends at Foundation. I think that they know there's room for improvement.
Technical writers, yes, please.
I the videos of the Decentraland related Blender videos, they're out there. We have them. I think it needs to. I think we're down to like one of us needs to just become famous and like blow this shit up. Come on, anyone want to become famous?
Well, like the Decentraland Foundation itself has a channel on YouTube.
It is, but like to go from I'm talking like noob, like no experience, to walk into some of those videos. I've gone into KJ's, I've gone into Issa's. I love them. But they're still not easy for a new beginner to understand like what emission is. Like okay, that's a bad word to use. Like I know what then yeah, anyway. Like there's just so much we take for granted that unless you've been here for a while, it's just it's overwhelming to be somebody that like I've been here long enough to understand a lot of this, and I'm still just like crawling through this base knowledge. But it's okay. I'm gonna keep going. I watched a freaking live event in Fortnite. It made me want to go back to college for animation. That's how powerful this stuff is. So yeah.
You're setting up type of work groups kind of throughout the DAO, so maybe more of that actually wouldn't be a bad idea.
Oh yeah, no, the DAO is a whole different issue. I'd much rather figure
No,
out
that's not what I meant.
Textures in Blender than to figure out the DAO. That at least Blender.
I really meant CBD when I said
okay,
the DAO,
okay,
because
okay.
ultimately it's like
Yeah, I'm
all the
like,
same.
let's. No, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, I think I just want to say, just to wrap up, show my appreciation. Just you guys, even the questions you've answered here have been, it's helped me like think about how I would change a few things. So thank you. Like you guys, I think you don't realize how much you know until you say something, and then a new user's like, oh my gosh, like you've got this knowledge in your head. Like you guys really are a wealth of knowledge. So thank you for just thank you for be willing to share. And I think Dr. Drip and Rustan should do some kind of like Twitter space Blender tutorial together. That's all. Manifesting it.
I would love that. And yo,
we actually did that once.
No, let me go first. Let me go first because I got something to say. I gotta come clean. That kill shot shouldn't have happened. Okay, so I just real quick, 1 second, 30 seconds. There were some bugs in that other side event. Shots weren't registering. It was a big problem, but it was still a lot of fun. There were times when shots were registering, but the bug would be you would spawn. And when you spawn, I don't know what would happen, but your shots would not register. You could go shoot someone in the face. People were standing there. I was just shooting them, nothing. But then you would respawn and then it would work. So I don't know. Rustad should have got the kill, but I turned around and capped him and he was done. So yeah, sorry for the swerve.
Hey, no friends. No friends on the battlefield. Sorry.
He was on the wrong side.
I was on the other team. Okay.
No, but Drip and I made a video about Engzar not too long ago, and we're waiting for more, but we're gonna probably do another one with Vroomway or something. But I've been I created my metaverse YouTube channel, and I've been uploading content that I just randomly make every other week, and I am planning on doing more of that. And like it was fun to do that with Drip, and so I'm sure we're gonna be doing some more stuff in the future with that.
And I have to recommend if anyone gets a chance to roll with Rustan and do the role playing video making, it's a lot of fun. It was kind of mellow at the time, and then he did his YouTube thing, and he made it like it shouldn't have been that funny. I was laughing a lot, I know, because I was in it. But when you guys watch like the jokes that he does and the little edits that he does, like he's got a talent with the video editing. So I highly recommend letting Rustan be your metaverse guide.
Thanks, Drip. And then he killed me.
That was before.
What the other side is doing is pretty amazing. That's one thing I thought I saw. It was like not Thread guy. He was talking about it. How like even with like Battlefield or BattleBit, like you can get up to like 200 and maybe 300 players in a lobby or so. But like there's gonna be 3,000 and what well, I guess what he was like kind of mentioning is that Yuga's going big with their platform. Of course, it's all talk, um, till action is done. But just repeating what others were saying, that they're focusing on making it so that the player base is busy on the platform at all times. There's always going to be something for them to do, something for them to collect, or whatever it may be. And I mean, I think that's honestly even something that like Decentraland can learn from.
the MMO aspect of it is huge. They were saying that there were 1,200 people playing at once while we were playing, and I didn't get to go to the first trip. Back then, I was watching videos and I was like, man, looks like bots, looks fake. But I went, and I have to say, like, I was seeing people that I recognized from Twitter. I was seeing influencers. I saw Alchemist, a dude. He's not huge, but a dude that was running his own Twitter Spaces that I was, a part of, and people that I don't actually know. I just know them from Twitter. And then you see him, and you're just like, no way, that dude's here. I ran into, was it Garga, the CEO, and found
Yeah,
out that was really him. So
yeah.
yeah,
I
it's
just posted the kill shot in the comments and above. I recorded my whole experience, but unfortunately, the audio didn't record, which sucks. But if you want to see Drip, you want to see me try to kill Drip, and then Drip just turn around and kill me. It's right there, set to the right time and everything.
I was sad. I was like, man, I don't have any other friends out here.
I was like, Drip, Drip, I want to come to the other side, and then I died.
Don't kill your only friend then.
After shooting 5 shots at him, Drip, Drip, I want to switch sides.
My gun is acting weird.
Bro, that looked like a skill issue. Can you jump in the game?
Yeah.
No,
can,
why weren't you jumping?
and
Why weren't you jumping?
Because I was trying to say hello.
He has one of
I'm
those.
not good at. You're right though, Vanessa. I'm not good at this stuff.
No, he has one of those computers with a little fruit on the back with the bite taken out of it.
I'm using a
just
touchpad.
like Doc took the bite out of him.
Touchpad.
Speaking of that, which one of you find outstanding, wonderful people is going to take me in to see this other side? I feel as a metaverse explorer, it's something I need to experience.
Whenever we can. Yeah.
Oh, damn it! All right. But also on VR, I'll be quick, Ozzy. On VR, Somnium Space. Supposed to be having a new update, and they are giving a free world for people to build in as well. Just FYI. My ponds are fixed. I may have a grill now that will compete with old guys and make their ping pong table.
Let's go. I'm very excited to come over, Existence.
Yeah, I guess let's go to the hand. Ozzy, take it away.
So, I've been trying to figure out how to figure out like who is managing the catalyst. There's discussion earlier about the what was it that Amazon cloud that's used. I don't know if it's the same topic or whatnot. I don't know if anyone has an answer because I have. It's in regards to like recently we're like half the people are not showing up in the scene, and I'm seeing really specifically what's going on. The peer dash EC1, the peer dash AP1 is showing profile not found for a bunch of stuff when like the peer Decentraland is doing the profile just fine and all that. So I'm wanting to I'm wanting to really like figure out how to bring some kind of expertise to the table of the DAO, I guess, which will need it at some point when the mandated foundation runs out. And yeah, so figuring out answers to questions like that is one thing that I'm trying to find the best way to do. Creating like right now, one of the latest strategies or tactics I've thought about. It's just like there's a questions category in the Decentraland forum.org. So just creating something in there and seeing how people respond. Maybe is that the best way? Does anybody else have any suggestion? To try
No,
to.
that's the route I go, unless it's something you can put in canny, I guess, which isn't.
So no, that's the thing. Like,
Related,
can't
which is related.
the putting it in canny is leaving it out of the hands of. Ultimately, it is an open source project. It is the at the core of our experience. It is of our Decentraland experience. And right now, this Decentraland experience isn't really working in the best. The foundation team's efforts are being a bit stretched with the new client. If the expertise does exist somehow or can be injected somehow in the DAO, to help to bring to best bring the extra expertise that is needed to try to resolve these issues that are yeah, actually I have been reading posts about Fez on the forums and everything, and I've been like getting an idea of how that's the way to do things. But yeah, I don't know. It's ultimately getting a discussion with anybody to try to elucidate this kind of stuff, like how to proceed when I have this kind of stuff that I want to do. This is what I've been like trying for weeks to try to figure out who I can talk to.
And you can't explain to people that it's just a poll. Sometimes their answers and replies are just unnecessary when it's a poll. There's
right.
tons of crazy stuff. So
yeah, so I started with the poll because that's what I mean that's the only thing I was thinking. I was realizing I was aware was available at the time. Then after that, I was like more. Wait, just creating a thread and simple thread that's not a poll would probably be a better way of doing it and all that. And so yeah, that's probably what I'll do next. Yeah. Ultimately, it's just like just even like being able to discuss about this to clarify my own thoughts about
Ozzy,
it.
did you told me, did you talk with Nico recently? Did you say?
So yes, the thing is, the thing is the way issues are normally organized like or normally what's the word managed organized in software environments is a lot more centralized, a lot more coordinated than currently right now in the way it is with on the GitHubs. And I'm seeing that some of the issues are just not being reported in the right place. Like I report them to customer service support, whatever. Specialists, case no K, and it doesn't necessarily get to the right place. I report it to Nico, but he's not always available. And it's in the end, I know where to go, and I mean, it's all open source. Anybody with any small kind of expertise should be able to know where to go on like right down there using GitHub issue. I really don't know how to call this, but issue pages, and not all of the actual repositories have one. So there's this issue that I'm trying to figure out how to get specifically to the team that is going to be able to figure out actually what is going on. Because that this is what I think is going on. A lot of the issues are being looked at by the wrong specific team, and I'm having the expertise in organizing that, and I'm just not entirely sure how to proceed with that.
Yeah, I get frustrated when I go to try to find anything. Period. Like I was trying to find the test flight mobile app for the Decentraland. Somebody had to give me the link because
yeah, it's buried
and
within
these
information
free
about
items that people created, like Doki and Punk Pink and Mr. Dingia. Where are they? I go to Decentraland repository, I can't find them.
Right. But ultimately, in big corporate company, software engineering companies, if the dev team is letting issues creep into the final product that's being released out into the public and everything, there's going to be high level office officials that are going to be looking into it. And the dev team is not going to be able to just do that with that quote unquote impunity in a sense. But in this DAO setting, these high level officers aren't really materialized yet. I guess I don't know. Is this exactly
what level
what picture
officers?
I'm seeing? It's hard to tell exactly still.
Go ahead, Swiss. You were wondering what kind of officers?
I mean, we spoke about the difference between Web3 and non-Web3, and I guess that's one of the downsides, that you don't have that structure you're expecting, like the high-level officers, the customer support. You can file a ticket if you don't find something. Yeah, man. I mean, is anybody surprised at this point?
So no, that's not exactly what I'm talking about. Web3 really is a separate thing. Web3 is really nicely working technology. It's basically software that runs on the decentralized public ledger, which is a blockchain. That's really all Web3 is, and it works really well. Now, a decentralized autonomous organization is more of an experimental stuff that is made possible thanks to Web3. If it's disorganized, it's really more because it's not clear yet what is hurting most of the price of mana. Is it really, like as a software engineer, I know like a product that's not working well is gonna hurt the stock price of the company that tries to push the product out. So if we kind of compare mana to stock of a company, which is not incorrect comparison, but if we kind of do that, then we can kind of understand one of the reasons why the price of mana is down. So if people are interested in the price of mana going back up, they'll be interested in trying to step into the issue of all these problems like continuously going on and not being resolved, not being addressed as the way they should be. That's I believe the what's the word? This is what I believe the inspiration behind the crypto project Decentraland in the first place, and why so many people actually poured billions of dollars into it.
So Ozzy, you are such a smart person. You understand. I mean, I don't understand, any of the coding aspect. I have to like turn it into analogies if I try to address any of it, because that's not my area of expertise. So like, So you're talking like high level development stuff. So what I hear you saying is you found areas of that you want to address, and that you've tried to address that with Foundation and feel like you have more that you want to talk about, discuss with them. Is that kind of accurate?
It's based on that, but it's not really that. It's more that I've heard, and I've even seen like proposals based on that take. I've heard people complain that the DAO doesn't have the control it should have over the source code or whatever. And it's not true. What is missing is the expertise, and that's really what I'm wanting to address. Like the fact that these problems would really be considered intolerable in a corporate environment, these problems from the development team, is not really something which is part of the awareness of the DAO in the way that it should be. And so this is what this is the heart of the subject I'm trying to bring to the table.
So you're saying, if I'm getting this right, you're saying the DAO itself, Decentraland DAO itself, does not have the people with the know-how to take and go with the platform if it came down to it. Is that correct?
Well, anyway, yes. There's a few more years before that happens, so I think that's not too much of a problem yet. But it's really more that the DAO should have a lot more counterbalancing power towards what's going on with the code than it does now, especially considering the interest it has versus with respect to the price of mana.
I mean, he's got a point, but this goes back to, I mean, when you say DAO, you're talking about all of us here and everybody beyond, and everyone who owns at least one mana and a piece of land. And you're saying that we cannot control the company like it would be with stockholders and normal corporations, where I guess they also cannot change the menu at McDonald's. I guess it's probably the same kind of situation. You own the company, but you cannot actually make operational decisions. So I guess it's to be expected.
So right, this is where it's another place where, but this is interesting. There isn't one person, one vote. It really is those who have the most interest in seeing the value of mana keep its appreciation, that have the most weight in the decision making, which is like not that unsound of a dynamic, really, if one thinks about it. It's still like an experimental democratic monarchy, and then experimental. It's not sure it's actually maintainable in the long run, but at its core, I think the idea is still fairly sound. So the delegation is another thing which I think needs to be addressed. If it's like permanent, then that's definitely an issue. Delegation is very important because not everybody's going to be around all the time. Not everybody's even have the expertise to know how to vote, and so delegating to people they trust, which is important. Delegating to people they trust should still be possible. But yeah, that delegation must be made to expire, and because otherwise not online. So yeah, I'll get around to writing all those stuff. I don't know. I've just been so sidetracked by life and all that.
I'm not 100% positive, but I think most of us in the room may agree with you on that. Sounds like I'm pretty much on the same level there with you as far as the VP and everything, basically. So,
Yeah, no, I have to.
but that's what this regenesis is supposed to help solve, I guess.
The what now?
The regenesis of the DAO, the big meeting that's coming up in what, September in Portugal.
Oh, didn't. Yeah, I have to catch up with so much information still.
Is that something? Did you not hear of this?
I did. I just it rings a bell. It's just I haven't like placed it in my. I haven't indexed it yet.
Okay, okay. I wanted to make sure because it is kind of a big thing. So
Yeah, it's not something I'll be able to go to anyway. But yeah, that's part of the reason why I didn't focus so
all
much
right,
on it. But
same here.
yeah. So yeah, ultimately, putting these things into words in the first place has always been difficult to do. Just in writing, if I can do it in spoken form first, it helps a lot. So now it's done. Hopefully I'll be able to.
Oh, and
Not
Ozzy,
have this writer's block so much. Say again.
if you haven't, have you dealt with the in-world builder at all? Have you seen that? I did post a
I
link if you're curious.
so
I'm
actually,
building it right now.
I can't get it to work on my environment, and that's one of the first problems I've encountered with Decentraland. And I've been trying to figure out what's the best place to actually post the like all of everything I could post about this, and so yeah. I when
I put
I
a link in
connect
there.
to it, there's a certain number of scenes that when I connect to it from my ISP, I'm pretty sure it's only the ISP, and I really don't know what the heck's going on. But when I connect to it to my ISP, it just doesn't work. Like the Broomway, I have a hardest time getting parts of that scene to work. And then I wouldn't be surprised if I'm not the only one, and maybe that's why so few people actually do stuff at Broomway, because it's a nice scene. And yeah, the inward builder I tried, and then it just doesn't bloody start. It's frustrating. But anyway, yeah, I work with JavaScript raw, so it's not haven't really been.
You're not using a VPN, right?
I no, but maybe I should.
No, the reason I ask is with Roomway, I know there's connection issues with those who use a VPN. Um, a lot of times it does work, but I know there were disconnect issues. And then the other thing
So
is I had one of my own wallets. A glitch happened with in World Builder. It was a specific version where I can't even access it, so I had to use a new wallet. So I think that would be my challenge to you is to try a different wallet and see if it works now because maybe
or
you
clearing the
were.
cache actually.
I wouldn't even say do that. I would say try a different wallet just because I think you were one of the earlier members who have tried it. So I think maybe you experienced the same bug that I did.
But then would it be how would it be? Why would it be connected to the wallet? Would it be a pull-up thing?
No, I couldn't tell you the details of it. I just know that that the servers are starting these based on the user's wallet. So for me, now that we're past that glitch, that was a glitch of the past. I still need Lastrom's help in getting my main wallet
Ah, I see.
working with that. But I just use my another wallet, and you just initialize it, and it should be good to go.
Yeah, okay. No, I really think it's an issue with DB. It's the same exact same kind of issue from what I can see in the logs. It's like WebSocket connection that's not managing to complete, and it works on different ISPs, and it works if I try with the mobile hotspot. It's just like wow. Also, Lustrum's video streaming service. I tried to upload the video there, just wouldn't connect. Weird. I have to figure out what's going on. So annoying. But or just change ISPs anyway because it's. But I don't know if I should say ISPs before I like do full able to do a full reports on everything that's going on because I've actually heard about other people having the same kind of issues. So it really should, yeah. It's one of those things which the foundation team doesn't seem to have the bandwidth to really properly yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I did see that they were looking for a QA specialist. So maybe they're it actually that's one thing I've been meaning to do is just if they actually do hire one, so I get in touch with them and give them all the info I have already. 'Cause that's the hardest thing I have is like really getting it properly organized and proper reports that the team will not be able to just swipe on their rug or whatever.
I think sometimes, like if it's an issue, like I'm guessing having a very specified issue with like concise details.
Right.
I don't know if that would assist, if it would help at all. I know that, I mean, they
Yeah,
reduced
I'm
their team by 30% last year, and so I know that there's many people that are everybody, they're doing more than they were in the past. They're forced to do multiple jobs. So I'm sure that just like finding the time to meet with them, having them the energy that, you know, being able to give that to you to look at these problems. I know that, I mean, that like maybe after the release of the client, they will have more energy to expend, or just if there's ways that, because I don't understand exactly what you're talking about, but like if you can clearly itemize like the problems that you're seeing and have like them respond directly to that, would that be helpful at all as well?
Yeah, so that's ultimately one of the main things I'm trying to make sure is possible. Some of those repositories where I mean, I know the issue needs to be reported, don't even have an issue tab, and so I can't like report it there other than actually create a pull request, and I haven't figured out exactly how to. Yeah, it's so communication stuff. Like how do we as like this is all open source. How do we best communicate with the team in order to participate in open source efforts? That's one of the main things that um, is preventing, I think, um, um, expertise to become incorporated into the DAO, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
How about other people who can help you, like before you take it to the team? I'm just thinking like there's something that I want to do in the DAO right now, and I you know, there's the saying, you can, if you go alone, you can go far or fast. If you go with a team, you can go far. Like, are there other people that like, I'm not the person, like, I don't understand this stuff, but like, are there other people, developers, coders, who you could connect with, who you could kind of bounce these ideas, look at what you're talking about, find some solutions together, and then present it? Like maybe even having other people on board that you know, you don't have to re-explain how to build the wheel. Like you understand.
Yeah.
And maybe they'd have a different way of bundling it together in a package to deliver to the foundation that they would understand. Like, I'm just thinking, maybe would that be helpful at all?
Absolutely. And so that's yeah, I've been thinking canny and getting the community to upload the cannies and all that, but ultimately probably just a forum post on the DAO, like there's a question thing on the DAO forums, a post blah. Yeah, how many people actually how many coders how many. Yeah, yeah, that's my question, indeed. But what's the best way? Like, is creating a thread on the forum.gov? Oh, I'm gonna find exactly the name of it because otherwise, because that's forum.decentraland.org. Just creating a thread there is it sound like a good thing to do, like in the questions thing, or let's see what kind of categories is there. So, you want to answer?
Yeah, I mean, you gave KJ some really good input. She had a question, and you were able to find the answer and give that to her. So I'm just thinking, like, I know you've expressed it for a while that you have these, things concerns that you want to address with foundations. So maybe just
Yeah.
multiple people working together to kind of break down and deliver it to them in a way that they can understand.
So
Yeah,
how
I
many
don't know.
people here? How many people here know about the support SDK? How is this called? A topic? No, category in the forum.decentraland.org.
Are you talking about the transition? People updating from 6 to 7?
No,
How
no, no,
difficult it
no,
is?
no,
Okay.
no. There's on forums.decentraland.org at the top. You can, let me just at the top. Category. Oh, it's a category. Yeah. At the top, you have all the categories. I have governance, request for information, implementation journal. And one of the categories is support SDK. How many people actually, like, I mean, this is probably the answer to my question. It's like, how many people could have been able to answer that question that way? I guess it's the question I'm having now. And if not that many people, then yeah, that's the kind of expertise I'm talking about. It's missing in the DAO. Like, where exactly do we even start talking about the stuff that should be talked about because the foundation team doesn't have enough bandwidth to do it. So I think, yeah, probably support SDK on forums so Decentraland.org. So yep, that will be my next step. Thanks for the discussion.
Yeah, I don't think any of us in here are that. Maybe Nora or Mies was here at one time, but
Yeah,
I don't know what you're saying because
if not many people start posting yet, I guess I'll try to drum up awareness at that point and try to get people to realize that that's maybe the best place to start discussions about stuff like this. And maybe not. Maybe someone else has a better idea. So just still trying stuff.
yeah, there should be some of those in the actual DAO forum, for sure.
Yeah, I think like support SDK is the category. That answers my question, I think.
Oh, what I'm thinking
Thank
about
you.
too, Rustan mentioned his proposal for the expansive on storage for a part one parcel, and then we've mentioned Canny. If anybody else wants to see this, I put in Canny a request for with hair color, eye color, having the eyedropper, so you can get a more specific what color you want. I don't know how everybody else does it, if they just use the slider or what, but I would love to see the eyedropper in there. So I would appreciate any upvotes on that one if you get time. Thank you.
Thank you, One Exist. Thank you, Ozzy. Thanks for being there to even like bring up these issues, like kind of how Canessa mentions, like a lot of the things that you kind of like mention like are way above my level of understanding. So like I couldn't even like begin to tell you it's like who you who to talk to in reference to like what the topic could be. So like yeah, my usual answer is like foundation, but yeah, definitely would be smart to start thinking about these things outside of just passing it over to foundation. But yeah, so I say keep going and keep looking for that person. When you find them, let us know. Um, let's see. Ball sacks. I thought we had like one last question from Swiss from earlier, which Swiss, was it like pertaining to the Avatar 2.0?
Yeah, I mean, since we have the G's here who know about avatars and wearables, I was just wondering, what do you guys expect the new avatar capabilities to be, since Decentraland is trying to position itself as a digital identity provider with the VRM export? They obviously want to upgrade that capability to be more competitive with other avatar systems. So now that they said they want to introduce facial expressions potentially in 2025 as the big upgrade for the avatars, what else do you guys think could be improved there? Like, is it anything material or just fine tuning? And Ozzy, man, you gotta look up what Web3 is, man.
Well, I'll say I think movement. I think the movement of the avatars is going to be huge too. It's not just like the avatars in world, but how they get around. Like the double jump would be huge. Swimming, sliding, gliding. I think a lot of that will be a game changer. I think it's going to be a hard one to change the avatar too much. Like the recent proposal about changing the default hair had a lot of backlash from people who do not like, they don't want it to change. They like their avatar. And so I think any change to the avatar, I'm trying to think of how it could be done, like how it would be. I think that people are not going to want to change the avatars as they are today. They're yeah. So like you said, the VLM, like the ability to use it for vlogging. I know you've done that in the past, but otherwise I think just movement around how they transverse the world. I know one idea that Yamel had was to what if you couldn't just teleport? What if you had to walk or take a bus or a bike or a car? I mean, hint, hint, cars in Decentraland would be unreal. I hope that that's what they're looking more at, the avatar's experience, how the avatar interacts with the digital world around them.
I want hair physics, which Doki was going to give us with her grant. And I feel like a lot of pushback is a little harsh because there's only 20 people who commented at most, and only 2 were really I love my basic hair, right? At most 2.
Is Jared an elf?
Jared must be in a car. Yeah. But we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, my bad. I feel like a lot of pushback.
It's all good, Jared. I had to give you crap. I had to give you crap, that's all.
Jared, don't forget to use your blinker. Use your blinker, okay? It's safety first. Swiss, I like where you were going with the shape keys and the facial expressions, because I think it could be used for NPCs and making those a lot more interesting. I think back to when RuneScape started doing that with some of theirs, and they actually incorporated voice acting, and which is a lot easier with AI now. But also with the VRM export, using it for VTube, which is not something as a wearable creator that I was expecting at all. When someone uses a VTube, typically they're using an avatar that they have, like a Vipe or clones or something like that. And I personally don't see a lot of customizations that are outside that realm. Like, you might customize your clone with some of those articles of clothing that they have, and maybe a creator might go and create a special outfit for that clone. But when I created Decentraland wearables, I never thought it would end up on a clone or on a beast, or and now that all those avatar projects are coming down in price, I believe that there's going to be more people that are getting a hold of these open source resources and learning more about what we're doing, and that are going to have interest and have the means. And so they're going to be picking up some of these avatar collections and running them through Decentraland, and then putting Dr. Drip stuff on it. And that's just not something that, when I was creating these items, that I saw coming. And I'm excited about it.
I mean, guys, with the new client coming, I think the reason for the client to be the priority now is that they want to have more resources to work with. That means we can probably use much more resources for each of the avatars. That means they must become higher resolution, plus more kind of bones and possibilities to move the body, facial expressions. If we have VR, you're going to see things pretty close up. So low poly is probably going to slowly be, moved away from over time. I think there is going to be quite a big upgrade on these avatars, because with all of those projects like Ready Player Me, I believe, and several others that don't come to mind right now, they have higher poly solutions with much more creative wearable systems. So I think Decentraland does need to step up one level up. So I'm curious to see what will happen post March 2025, to be honest. The end.
The end. All right. Anyone else want to share any thoughts on the upcoming Avatar updates for Avatars 2.0?
All I want to do is zoom, zoom, zoom.
Speaking of Zoom, if anyone hits you up wanting to interview you of any sorts, and the day after they send you a Zoom link, and and in the link, when you try to join the call, it like goes to a download, and you already have Zoom installed on your PC. There might be something wrong going on there. Don't download it. Don't do it. I almost got uh a couple weeks ago. Or maybe they were genuine and I just like totally missed out on like a.
Don't second guess yourself.
Yeah, you never know, but like literally what I did is like I just stuck to my guns, like my what I know in Web3, and one thing that I know in Web3 is that if anyone sends me a link for a download, I typically go through the official route, like go to the website and trying to find that exact download for myself, and then I download it from there. So
remember, that's how they got Trax. They wanted him to check out come into their new metaverse and have him download a file.
Yeah, but with this one, it was just Zoom. Like it was, oh yeah, here, join our Zoom call, and sends me the link, and like the URL looked like it was like to a Zoom website.
Oh.
Or similar.
Because I've heard of them giving you a file of their version, or they use a different software for whatever the same purpose is of what is being used.
Well, that's how they got Rustan too.
Okay, that's where I heard it.
They had it set up. They had a regular meetup set up, and they were going to interview him, and he was all excited. But at the last minute, what they did is they used urgency at the last minute. They were like, "Oh no, it's not working. It's not working. Why won't it work? Oh, here, try this one." And so, then it was like he didn't have a 24 hours to think about, is this good or bad? And that's how they got his beasts.
That's where I heard that. I knew I'd heard it somewhere.
So initially what I did is like, I have Zoom downloaded on my PC already. I already have their platform. So I asked, hey, what's the Zoom ID or whatever? What's the Zoom call ID? What's the number or the link? Give me the link directly to that, or the link that I could use as a referral to get in. And they're like, oh, just use the link I gave you. Just use the link I gave you. My CEO had the same issue you're having. Because I'm in China, so like you just have to download the version that's provided in the link. I don't know. I don't know if I missed out on an opportunity but
I mean, maybe, but I ghosted Doritos for that same reason. I was like, I don't know. Like, I'm just not going to check my messages. They're all in my spam, probably for a reason. It was like, no, they were legit. But yeah.
I know you ghost for a lot less.
Yeah. True. But the people that were talking to me last week, I think because I have the ambassador in my profile, then they're spinning that angle. They're like, we're looking for ambassadors. You'd be perfect for our project. And so I'm like, okay, what's your project? And they're like, we'd love to tell you more about it in a call. And so it's like, okay, when you're not even willing to like tell me what your project is about, and I can make $8,000 a month, that sounds great. Sign me up. So I made an appointment with them, and then I ghosted them again.
I get those things too. But one I had I don't know if Greensifer was here, he would know, but he was a somebody big on Solana, and then got into the ordinals, the whole bitmap project. And I can't remember for the life of me remember his name, but he contacted me about trying out a game, which, being him, I thought, okay, that's kind of cool. And I swear I checked everything, and everything pointed to it was him. But at some point he stopped contacting me, so, which is probably for the best, but I couldn't find anything. The Twitter was the same, everything. And he's like some big name, big shot, which I can't remember, so I guess it's not that big of a name.
I kind of had a message from some big shot, somewhat account. It looked more like just spam, and they bought their followers really more than them being an insightful contributing member to Web3. But yeah, they're like offering a job and shit like that, and yeah, wanting a call. I'm like, I don't know. But it was linking to like some dude's LinkedIn that like I don't know if like how legit LinkedIn, to tell you the truth. I know that like there are people that like swear by it. That's how you get the business opportunities. But like, is there any worry of like bots and malicious malicious posts and malicious opportunities?
Bro,
Like
90% of the shit is total scam all the time. And like, I would never pick up an opportunity from these type of channels. I haven't met anybody ever who has gotten any kind of business from this, and everybody just gets rugged the next day, man. So like, seriously, man.
Yeah. How about LinkedIn? Anyone have an opinion on LinkedIn? Is that the place to make the business? I'll go make some business over there.
Yeah, it's pretty secret. It's pretty legit. It's pretty.
But are there like spam or like job listings
I
or
thought
something
I
like
heard
that?
something fishy. LinkedIn
It
as well.
really is a pretty questionable platform, LinkedIn.
So you would say somewhat sanitary, but always have your guard up. It's kind of like when you drop a piece of your food on the floor, a piece of chicken on the floor, and you're like, oh shit, 10-second rule.
I'd first say if you weren't looking for it, it's not real.
But the thing is that's yeah. I mean, if you go on LinkedIn, it's really because you are looking for a business opportunity, looking for
Yeah, but you would
corporate
reach
job,
out to
basically.
people
It's
specifically.
really where a lot of corporate connections are.
I think the social proof on LinkedIn is just fucked up because people just confirm friendships and relationships easily if you have a decently looking profile. And once they have 5 people, from the industry, they just get easily another 25 people, and then they start moving around, contacting people, and it looks like, hey, we have like 50 people in common that we know, but none of those people actually know each other, and they just look at each other's profile, or like Web3, crypto, nice image. I want to be connected. I want to be part of the industry as well. I think it's just freaking dangerous, man, if you don't have solid social proof like you have on X here, for example. Here you know right away, like if the 10 people that you know in common, like how likely is it that they all got fooled? Although this happened before as well.
I would say the same thing has happened here before. I've followed people who were absolutely not, and on Instagram it's actually the worst for getting accounts that are impersonated. Like when Esteban, first friended me, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I have arrived. Esteban wants to be my friend, and he's asking me about Decentraland, and no, it wasn't Esteban. But what gave it validity is many of my friends were following the same account. And so I think we have to be careful about which accounts we follow here, because as soon as we're like, yeah, oh yeah, I didn't realize I wasn't following this account, and then you hit that follow, and then I look and I'm like, well, Dr. Drip follows him, Sinful follows him, it must be legit. Like, I gotta go through maybe and even like go make sure that some of these accounts that I'm not following on accident. And a couple times people have like, DM'd like, hey, did you know you're following this one? Like, they're a scammer. They've done some shady stuff, and it's like a follow that happened a long time ago, but I don't know.
That's the first thing I do when I come across a realized scammer is I will alert people. I don't know if I've done it for anybody in here, but yeah, I've reached out to some people. I know that. And said, hey, did you realize you're following this person? I believe them to be a scammer. You might want to look into it. I want to say Zom was one of them at one time. I had a whole bunch of them. And then there's also the person who, I wonder if that got resolved with the person who has using my Beast PFP, and his name, I think it is. It was like they have a profile that's a cross between mine and his.
I remember it. I don't know what happened to it. I am gonna jump in. It is 6 p.m. Eastern here on the eastern coast of the United States of America. And I just noticed that ABC Decentraland just started. Um, I don't know. I'll ask my co-host here if you want to come to a hard stop.
Let's go. Hard stop. It's ABC time.
But they say, yeah. I knew that she had a passion for ABC in her 1, 2, 3, so I had to ask. So I guess before we wind down, and definitely would love to even continue some of the conversations that we had this week on to next week, whenever, and who knows, maybe new speakers will come up, and new opinions and points of views will come in. Um, but before we go, final thoughts to everyone. One Existence, final thoughts.
I said mine. Just be on the lookout for the charity event I'll be helping co-host or host with, and my Twitter space on Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Thank you.
And One Exist, will you be posting? I'm terrible about remembering unless I set an alarm on my phone. Will you be posting more like leading up to it, or would you guys even want to make a event in the CBD Discord, because then that pops up and that's just helpful?
Actually, I believe all of them I've done so far. I have posted a flyer in the Metaverse Worlds part, since that's kind of that's basically what it's around. And there may not be a link showing to the space, but there is a QR code I include. It says scan me. I've checked it. It will take you to the link where you can find the space if you have trouble. So it's on my flyer, which I will post. And yeah, I put it out there early, and then I take a few days off, do it again, and the day of or day before I go hard at it again. So because I'm like you. If I forget them all the time, I've even told like meta rides, text me. If you have to, text me. I just because I will be prepared. I can even get prepared to go to a space 5 minutes before, and within 3 minutes, I've totally forgotten that I was going to do that because shiny. I hate that one especially. So, yes, definitely. There will be
Oh, the human condition.
reminders. Thank you.
Thank you, One Exists. And yes, I totally agree with you. You don't know how many times I showed up late to an event that I was like totally ready to go to, like 5 minutes before it started, and then I showed up like 30 minutes late. So yeah, I totally understand. Um, let's see. Let's pass it over to Swiss. Final thoughts, comments, concerns.
Hey guys, we started off the session today with me asking about hosting a space, but after a full session with you guys, I'm not gonna do it, man. I'm just gonna come and annoy you guys. This is hard work. So thanks for doing it, man.
It comes in waves, as you've noticed. Canessa and I sometimes just sit back and let the speakers like self-govern and and speak while we're like probably stuffing our faces in the background after 5 hours or so. But but like I always like to encourage anyone that does want to open up like any spaces that it doesn't even have to involve the Decentraland, like, to tell you the truth, like just it could be like about the overall ecosystem that we're in, and like what talk about your interests, and talk to different people. Personally, as a show host, like me hosting Beyond the NFT, my favorite thing is being able to talk to people outside of our community and showing those individuals that we're here, and like, hey, look at us, we hang out every Monday here on Decentraland. Here are all my friends, they want to meet you, they want to ask you questions, like that's like my favorite thing of about doing and learning from that.
Speaking of that, real quick too, I you probably weren't listening, but in my space last night, somebody showed up, and as soon when I not acknowledged them, they freaking left. I'm like, God damn it! Because and they were in your space, our space, your spaces today as well. But there's somebody another one of those people that I would suggest as a guest if you're ever interested, and that's the Star Dogs.
Oh yes, totally. Dude, I've been following Star Dogs for like years now, and like I don't know what it is. Like I do know that she is like some sort of influential in some sphere.
She's an actress. God, what's her name now? But the person behind the Star Dogs on Twitter is generally Dylan, who knows Meta Rides very well, and that's how I met them, and which is the Twitter space I'm headed to next. So, I can help you. I can ask him if he's interested, and if you want to make it happen, you just let me know. We'll get something going.
Well, good. I'm over here. I don't have a guest for Monday, so I'm in a way scrambling.
Do you want me to ask him?
I'm down. They've been around for a long time.
Because they've actually got their project all revolves around movies, people getting parts and stuff, and they've got a couple movies coming out. I'm sure they would love to talk about and their project, but they're also part of Income Island as well. So
That's where they operate. Okay, it all makes sense now.
but I'll ask
And
if you want me to do it. I will ask.
let me know if you need my face shot or anything, or in case they want to discover me for any movie.
You just have it ready.
Okay, bet. And sorry, Swiss, I don't think you finished your final thoughts.
Oh yeah, right. The end.
Perfect. That's exactly what I needed. Dr. Drip.
Yeah, thank you for the space. I'm out here in the chicken coop right now that Em and I just finished. I'm holding my two favorite chickens, Haas and Merkle Root. These chickens are so freaking cute. We got 15 of them now. I don't know how I ended up with 15 chickens in the course of like a couple months, but
duck eggs are better.
Probably, maybe, but I'm loving the free eggs. I eat a lot of chicken eggs, so I'm excited. I would just say my final words are: watch out for In-World Builder. Take a look at it if you haven't. But personally, having used it, once we work through some of these bugs, I think that it's going to be the most powerful tool in Decentraland, and I think that it's going to change how I personally upload. I've used the native builder. I submitted my game jam submission this year entirely using that native builder, so I like to consider myself being knowledgeable on how that works. But this in-world builder is entirely different, and once you start using it, you'll see what I mean. Like once you start putting your assets in, once you start actually putting your own models in and having a real use for it, it's so quick. Just putting a scene online is really quick. So watch out for that. And thank you, Sin and Kanessa. I'm always down to come up and talk and chat with you guys.
I need to speak to you, Drip. My friend Wilson's in here, and it just reminded me of something.
Yes, sir. DM me. I'm going to go inside and change, and then I'm going to join ABC.
Okay. Thanks.
Ozzy, final thoughts?
I guess life is that which turns time into solutions. Gonna try to not forget that.
Thank you, Ozzy. And thank you, Dr. Drip. Chickens are funny. Like you never know how many, you start with 2. Before you know it, you have 6, and then you have 14 chickens. Vanessa? Oh, what's up? What exists?
I said, do they breed like rabbits? Sorry, I'll shut up.
Oh no, we did this to ourselves. We picked up 4, and those are full grown. One of them's making eggs. Then we got a second batch of 2, and my mom got a batch of 4 at the same time, and she couldn't keep these ones, so she gave those ones to me. And then her chickens had a batch of 5, so that's how I ended up with 15 chickens against my will. But I'm loving it. They're so cute, and we built this giant chicken coop, way bigger than I thought it would be. So my whole thing is if we're gonna do it for 4, we might as well do it for more than 4. I didn't know 15, but okay, I'm a chicken lady now.
I love it. I love it. Maybe you could start like a nationwide egg distribution business with your founding 15 chickens. And
oh yeah, if anything happens and eggs become rare, just remember Dr. Drip. You guys are gonna be DMing me on Twitter like, yo, how much for eggs? I'm gonna be slinging eggs like NFTs of eggs. Like these are digitally certified eggs. They come with NFTs and they evolve. If it has a chicken inside, it might evolve into a chicken. I don't know. Okay, I'm going too far with this.
oh my God, I mean, I was envisioning it. Everything you were saying, it was in my mind. I was seeing it. I was seeing the vision.
Powered by refresh token.
Freaking you crack the egg open and eat it, and then like on your ledger or on your like computer, like it shows like uh egg number 15 was just cracked.
It sounds like Animus. I love my new PFP. But yeah, that's all I got. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys.
Take care. Thank you, Dr. Drip. And yeah, we're down to Canessa. Final thoughts, comments, and concerns for you.
Oh, I love the idea of chickens. It made me think we need chickens in Decentraland, and then I remembered the $250,000 Dow grant for chickens in Decentraland that I voted no on. So I think we don't need chickens for that price. Maybe a little bit less, but thank you everybody. Like So sorry about the technical bullshit today. So sorry. Thank you for sticking with us. I don't know why you came back, but I appreciate it. Like, it was so frustrating today, but glad to have some new voices up here. And have a good week. And jump over to ABCs to support. So thank you all.
Yes, yes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I really appreciate all your time. And yeah, like I'll be trying to work on seeing if I could secure a guest from Beyond the NFT this week. If not, I'll definitely be hanging out at Meta One Designs headquarters. It was almost a good thing that last week we did not have a Beyond the NFT episode because last week I was having server issues and it literally took a couple hours for us to like kind of like pinpoint what may have been the issue. And in this case, it was a user issue. I guess my server may have gotten downgraded a bit because I'm not paying as much as I used to for it. So, like from that happening, there's a potential that I had my bit rate up too high and the server couldn't support. But got that figured out. It was me. And let's see. I said that, and yeah, stay tuned, everyone. Well, we'll be back next week for our week 116 community building Decentraland space. And yeah, thank you all. Take care, everyone. Bye. My apologies, everyone. Okay, I know it's been a little quiet. Metal Wolf, I see you in chat if you're still here. Probably not, but thank you and take care, my friend. Um, let's see. Definitely, um, let's pop into ABC and close our. Well, we're gonna change stream here. Oh snap! Rich is doing some sick shit. Mew mew mew. um, but